adjusting my position appropriately. And maybe try and cover that mess, cover that mess. Okay folks, a couple of minutes late. I was just making my coffee and getting my dog situated. We had police at the top of the road as well for the last 3 or 4 hours. That's always interesting, always puts me a little bit on edge. Me and the police don't exactly get on. Homeless, you get a lot of attention from them. Not that I'm a hardened crim or anything. Okay folks, we shall give it a few minutes for people to arrive. On about the 5 minutes mark, I will do the opening spiel. Until that time, feel free to say hello, whoever's out there. Hit the thumbs up if you would. Always appreciated. But the first 5 minutes is really just waiting for people to get here. I was a little late in creating the stream. YouTube's been crashing a lot on me. Every time I try and go to, like, when you click your avatar in the bottom right corner and then click your videos, crashed. I was trying to add a comment to the video that I did this afternoon, the weather video. It was only just this afternoon. So we had a weather forecast which has been saying clear blue sky, full sunshine at the circle of the full sunshine all day. There was rain overnight that was due to stop at 8, and from then on, and sunrise is about 8:15 still, 8:10, something like that. From then on it was supposed to be full sunshine, glorious. We got trees, we have to wait until 9, I think it's 9:15 or 9:20 at the minute before we get the first sun on the solar panel. Obviously solar power is a big part of my off-grid tramp life. I am better off than most tramps, but yeah. So waiting for that, and then when it gets to 8 or 9 o'clock and I check the weather, oh, it's cloud. It's going to be cloudy for the next hour. Okay, maybe I'll check back at 10. Gets to 10 o'clock and oh, it's going to be cloudy till 11. And so on and so on into the early afternoon. We got nothing. We at one point we had 15 or 16 watts coming in, and then that disappeared, and then waited for proper sun. And we did, when I did that video this afternoon, if you look over my shoulder at times, you can see the clear blue sky in the background behind me that's coming this way. And it eventually got here at about 1:30. We got some real power. A couple of hours later, we're almost fully charged and started running the fridge freezer to keep things cool. Hello, goodbye, Mr. 100. Hello, hello, or Mr. or Mrs. 100. I don't know. You've never indicated. 10 more weeks and you're back in Spain, getting away from the cold. Well done. That's the way to do it. You have to get away from the cold. It's not exactly warm here most of the time. I think tonight's not too bad. I don't feel cold. I haven't had to pull my snood, my neck scarf thing. I haven't had to pull that tight. Let's have a look at what tonight is temperature-wise. Currently 12 degrees. It's gonna get as low as 8. Is it? Or is that tomorrow? Where's the 8? Okay, 8 o'clock in the morning. 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning, down to 9. I guess they're playing it safe and quoting 8. 8 degrees, not too bad, and it's only for a couple of hours. Tomorrow, mainly sunshine. It's solid sunshine till 11, and then it's sun with a tiny bit of cloud for the rest of the day. If you can believe it. But tomorrow temperatures are going to be 3 degrees lower than today, with a high of 14. 14's not even a high. I don't get this, folks. I have literally had Decembers and Januaries where it's hit 30 degrees and I've sat outside fish and chip shop. I owe Josie, our friend Josie, who's often in chat. She sent me 20 euros a while back and said go get fish and chips. I think it was meant to be for my birthday or somewhere around there, the end of November. Various things got in the way and I still haven't been. Well, I have literally sat outside at Tweety's. Tweety's is upstairs, first floor. Second floor if you're American because you don't know how to count. It's like the first floor above the ground, you know? Second, how are you going second? There's the ground and then there's one up. First. Come on. It's almost as bad as your fucking military time shit. Adding and subtracting 12 is so difficult. It's so difficult that Brits and other Europeans learn to do it aged 5 or 6. That's how difficult it is. Anyway, let me get back on topic because, you know, we don't want to go off slating the Yanks too much. Well, we want to. We're just too polite to. Only joking. I've literally sat outside in the sunshine in December and in January and had it be high 20s and actually touched 30 once upon a time. And this year, I'm sat here with temperatures, what did we say, 11, 12, 13 as the high. What is this shit? I know this weekend, America's expecting a super ice storm, a super cold snap. Like the one they had 4 or 5 years ago that went as far as Texas and left people dead. There was a good chance of UK having 30 inches of snow if a high pressure area had sat just right over Scandinavia somewhere. But it looks like it hasn't sat there, it hasn't done that. So the UK is going to get away with a milder weekend than was initially predicted. Probably still cold, but just not stupid cold, not 30 inches of snow. Let me have a look. Oh, look at that, there's quite a few of you here now. 10 more weeks till oh God, remind me, subscriber 100 I think it was, wasn't it, with the 10th. Hello, Mr. 100, Mr. Okay, yeah. Alright. A quick hello dear, and this is Marie. Hello Marie. Saw your video out in the daylight today, much better. I've been doing a few daylight things lately because people have been complaining. I did a couple of live streams with well, one was an actual cookery one last Sunday, and then I did one, would it have been Wednesday? Outside, which was meant to be just me sat there talking to you while I cooked, but I did keep showing the stages of the cooking. I did a how would you say, a creamy, cheesy bacon and tuna pasta bake. But I also added tomatoes in the end. I overdid the onions a little bit. They didn't just caramelize, they kind of started to what's a nice word? Charcoal, not charcoal. They were over caramelized, let's say. So I figured if I put cream in, it would just turn black or grey. So I did put tomatoes in as well. And it wasn't, I was fearful of putting the tomatoes in because I thought tomatoes and cream would end up tasting like spaghetti hoops. But it didn't. With the other flavours that I put in, it was okay. But I was having a bit of a use up session. I had some of my Christmas veg left over still a month later. Speaking of which, I'll come back to this, folks. Remind me later. Christmas. Just somebody tell me later, in about half an hour, just type Christmas, and I'll tell you my plans for... yeah, I'll tell you my plans. I'm not gonna spill too much now. You have to be here. But there's Marie. There's Oscar. Hello, mate. Oscar is lurking. Come and join us. Just be here properly. 5 more than over here. Is that the degrees? Yeah. There was a there was a few days where the UK in the north of England was warmer than here, just by like half a degree or a degree. I think I just saw Josie. Hello, Josie. Hello, hello. Hello and goodbye. No, you're going already. Just a quick call. There's Miami Rose. Hello. Not seen you for a little while. Could tell you, but you wouldn't believe me. You're going to say chemtrails and geo. What do they call it? I'm not going there yet. I wouldn't believe you. You look younger in the day. The dark had shadows, maybe. Or I had that same. I think it was that same day. I took the beard down to the bone. It was supposed to go entirely here and here, and just leave a like a goatee or Van Dyke. Is it? Is it a Van Dyke? I think a goatee doesn't have the moustache, and a Van Dyke you leave the tash. But I left it a little bit wide, and I used. One was with a guard, and for the longer with a guard, and for the sides and the neck was without a guard. Doesn't quite go close enough to the bone. I thought about getting a proper. I've got a Mac. Is it a Mac 3? Gillette Mac 3? I got one of those here still from the before times, from before I was homeless, and unbelievably, the blades must actually be made of stainless steel because they haven't rusted. In the past, I got some cheap knockoff blades, and they did rust. But I must have had these blades 4 or 5 years. I think I bought a 10-pack. No, I didn't. I bought a 20-pack, and I gave my mate 10, half of what I had. So I used 5 before I became homeless. The other 5 are just they're in a tray. You clip the handle into them. But I thought about getting that out and taking off the neck beard and maybe the side. But I thought I wouldn't mess because my friend Karen's out in any day now. She was going to leave it another 2 months before coming out, but she can't resist the place. It's dark and cold and rainy back home, or snowy even, and she's trying to. Now that she's on the system, she has to manage her 90 days out of 180 correctly. You look younger in the day. So are you working right now, Marie? I think if I remember right, you're medical? Are you, remind me, nurse or care home? Something like that? Are you working right now? Lovely winter so far, it's a sign of nature. Keith, lovely winter. Where you are? I mean, you had snow a couple of weeks ago, didn't you? 2 or 3 weeks ago. It looked lovely. I love snow. But I always forget about the old folk and how detrimental it is for old people and for drivers. It's difficult for drivers. I don't know. I like it. But trim those out. Yeah, the eyebrows. I was thinking of running the clippers over the eyebrows and indeed the eyelashes. The ladies love my long eyelashes, but I don't. I hate them. They're a little bit effeminate, and I do tend to clip the eyelashes as well as the eyebrows. But because my friend Karen's here in a few days and she has offered to do my hair, I don't like to impose. She's only here for 3 or 4 days. I don't like to impose, but she made the offer publicly, so what can I do? So do I mess and start? It was the same when I trimmed the sideburns. I just took the clippers and took them down and just edged it all off a little bit. But do I want to be messing days before a proper trained real professional comes and does things? I don't want to stand on her toes. They've been using this weather modification tech since Vietnam. It was called Project Popeye. Yeah, I don't get me wrong. I believe in cloud seeding. They use it in Spain to force, if there's going to be like hail or a good chance of hailstone. So hailstone is where the rain comes down, gets carried back up by an updraft successive times and forms a shell each time, and you get multiple layers of ice. Where they think that's about to happen, and it's going to happen over grapes or olives or whatever fruit might be susceptible to the impacts and to the cold, they can force it to rain 20 miles that way instead and avoid the olive groves or whatever. So don't get me wrong, weather modification is a thing. I'm just not a believer that they use it against us and in a negative way, or that they can do things and force a gota fria, one of the big rainstorms. I don't think you can. I don't believe that you can force extra moisture out of the air. The moisture that's there, you can cause to fall a little bit earlier, and so when the cloud is moving that way, make it rain here instead of there. But who knows? Hold on. Ambulance, that was it. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. Okay, voluntary work now and teaching. Well, okay, there was Project Popeye. I do remember you saying ambulance in the past. Sorry, bad memory. I'm. That would mean a competent government. Yeah, those are not words you. There you say it. Yeah, those are not words that you put in the same sentence often. Darren, hello. How's things? And Tina? Well, Tina is. Where is she? Tina's been a naughty girl the last 24 hours. I'm not going to say how or why, but unpleasant. But give me a minute. I will try and we turn this way. I'll get you the. It's weird. Next to the light bulb, they put a word of lighting, but that's underneath. That's not this. This is Tina here. Look. Hey, babe. Hey, we're going to talk to the peoples. You're wide awake. We've only just walked, and she's only just been fed and watered. Hey, babe. What the fuck was that about? My phone literally just turned off. Just lost half the audience. Apparently, hold on. I got 87% power, 87% charge. The timer here says I'm on minus 32 hours and 1 minute. I'm back, farmer. Yeah, I don't know. I've no idea what that was. I hope you all come back and find me. I hope you'll find your way back. Only 5 people here now. There was a few more before, but I didn't touch anything. I didn't do anything wrong. I was looking at Tina and it just went off. And I had to do a full reboot of the phone. Not fun, folks. But I'm back. I'm here. Hopefully you'll all find your way back. I will give it a minute. I was going to do. We're now on minus 32 hours and 52. It's counting down. I got no. Let's have a look. I was 2 minutes late starting. We must be on about 21 minutes. I don't know how I'm on minus 32 hours. Okay, I think Josie was just a flying visit. I'm not sure if she's still here. The top fan thing, I thought I'd turn that shit off again. Tina's okay. She just she's not in charge of her body as much as she used to be. We got an incontinence thing going on. That's as much as I want to say. She's in my bed. I don't want to. I just had the police at the top of the road for the last 4 or 5 hours. So when it came time to get ready for the stream, so to walk Tina, bring her in, give her her food and water at the bottom of the bed there, then I go out and make my coffee. I was really nervous about. I took the light with me, the lamp, the lantern, this thing. I took this with me while I made because I need to be able to see whether the water's boiling or not, and then I need to see for putting the sugar and the coffee in the cups, and then for putting the water in. I am just pouring a pan with two handles. It's not even a single handle. It's not even easy to pour. But I have to be able to see what I'm doing. And with cops at the top of the street, I was really worried. You know, I get a lot of attention from them, or I have had in the past. They've left me alone the last year or so, but I'm still nervous whenever they're about. So the last walk, instead of going up to the top of the road, we went the other way and came back. And I turned the heat under the pan before we went. Got that lit, got the water underway. Quick walkies, come back, give Tina her food and water, and then I go and make the brew. But just as I went out that second time, they went, so I was a little bit relieved. Can you put an absorbent mat under her? I've got a, it's not, okay, mainly it's the other. Mainly it's the number 2s. And fortunately, I think because of the nature of her food, it tends to come out dry and solid, and I just have to get the plastic bags and pick it up. Now she went a couple of days without doing it in the tent or in the bed or anything, and then last night, count them 5 fucking times in between last night's walkies and this morning's first walkies. 5 fucking times. Now, when I was lifting her up to take her out, she did. I have to put the belt under her belly or under her waist, and she does sometimes start peeing before we get out of the tent, like on the floor by the door. But on this particular occasion, she started while she was still on the bed. So I've got a towel. I've got my soapy water that I use for washing my own hands after going to the loo and what have you. I put that on top of her pee and clean the mattress, wipe it down, and then I put a towel over it, and she lays on top of the towel. On those rare, it is a rare occasion that it's the pee. It's the poo she's lost control of. Not a great topic. I didn't want to talk about this. Let's move on. It's manageable because it's solid, because it's not a wet, smeary lump. But yeah, thinking about what to eat. Where are we, folks? Where are we? I'm just scrolling back. There was Farmer arriving and saying welcome to everybody, even me, like he does. So yeah, I've got towels. I've got a whole bale of towels. I've got a whole big plastic bag, literally a bale, a cubic bag of towels. She can't help it. No, she can't. She can't. It's part of whatever this again. It adds to my suspicion of it being, rather than it being an injury to the spine or whatever other things people have said, whatever that thing's called that dogs sometimes get with their back legs, hip dysplasia, maybe. It's not that. It's a deterioration. It's degenerative. It's like a doggy equivalent of MS or something similar. There's the back legs went, the bowels and bladder are kind of going. The front legs, she will, when she gets herself up on her front legs, sometimes she will just fall back. The front legs are going as well a little bit. Yeah, it's getting a little bit tricky for my Tina girl. It is. We're entering end stages, and I'll be honest, 18 months ago I thought she would have been gone sometime in the early to middle of last year. My friend Ismo went home, I think in like the October or the November, not of this last year, but the year before, and I got him to say goodbye to Tina, because when he was expecting to come back in the April or May, I seriously thought she might not still be here. So I got Tina's Uncle Ismo to say goodbye to her, because she might, but she did, she hung on, and she's still here now. and I can feel definite deterioration. She's definitely not as strong as she was, but she's still here. She's still Tina. She's got the personality. She gives me a nice big cuddle kiss in the morning, and a few other times through the day. And I get down with her and on the floor and cuddle her, and it's, she's my girl. Doesn't stop me getting angry sometimes. Oh, was it yesterday? I walked her. It was yesterday. She pissed all down my leg. So I'm carrying the back end, and when she wants to, she'll lift her back legs up and out, and sometimes I'll go wee, and she'll wee. But she did it without me knowing. So I'm just walking along with her, and I haven't got far enough over, and suddenly I've got a fucking wet leg. Stank. Absolutely stunk to high heaven. So I got in soapy water, dried it off as much as I could on a spray of the deodorant, but still conscious of the fact. See, when you're ever present with a certain smell, you stop. They call it being nose blind, don't they? Or at least that advert on TV did. Was it Febreze? It says that you're nose blind. You stop being able to detect that smell. So I'm conscious that when I go somewhere, maybe I stink of things that I'm not even aware of. Because I am wearing the same clothes for weeks at a time. Yeah. I thought about having a big clothes wash, but I did an audit of how much water I've got, an approximate. I didn't do it meticulously. I looked in the average shopping bag that I've got outside, the white plastic shopping bags. And on average, there's about there's 3 or 4 water bottles, 3 or 4 1.5 litre bottles. So call it 5 litres, and there's roughly 11 of these bags that still look semi-full. So I approximate I've got about 50, maybe 55 litres of water at the minute. But it's running low, folks. It was a lot higher, and it could be months before the people that really helped me are here and present. So I might have to start buying and fetching back water from the shops. Speaking of shopping, hold on. Let me... neurological, yeah. Maybe a plastic sheet under all the covers that you could get rid of at a certain point. Yeah, maybe. Okay, I think I'm back. Neurological. Yeah, it's degenerative neurological. It's why... I've always said, the first signal of it was when that little tickle spot. Her tickle spot was to the right of her navel. So she's got a belly button. It's an outie, and to the right of there, you could tickle her, and the legs would, one leg in particular, but the back legs, the back right, would go like crazy, and then for some reason it started being you could tickle her anywhere, and the back legs would collapse from under her while she was stood. You couldn't just tickle her and have her wriggle. The back legs would just collapse, and so the tickle spot became everywhere, and then that went away. And it went back to a more confined and a more refined area, but it wasn't back to normal being just that spot, but it wasn't everywhere. And that, to me, I'm thinking it's the myelin sheath around nerves. Tickling her and other parts of the body were picking it up that shouldn't have. And then over time, those nerves or that sensitivity dies off. And then the back legs go one and then the other. And now other bodily functions, as we just discussed. Yeah, it's definitely degenerative, which I think means it's nerves. Michael Mashtag, hello, my friend. What did that just say? Yeah, you can't smell it after a while, but if you're outside of the tent and yeah, fresh air, and then you come back, yeah, I got that. But see, she'll do it inside, as she'll do it inside the door as we're going out. She can't always hold it. I think because of the pressure with the belt on her belly. Because I am carrying her with a sling under a, well, it would be a sling. I tried various proper real slings with her. Um, some of them go around the legs, but then right up in the crooks, right up in the, you know. If you've got these bands, they tend to get right in the way of the outputs. So those didn't really work. The proper professional slings, we've done best with this elasticated belt that was my belt. Um, it's done us really well. Um, yeah, the belt's the best thing that I've been able to. I am aware that she doesn't poo while we're walking. So what I tend to do now, when we walk, we go out. She'll do all the peeing. If she's really desperate, she'll do a poo, but it's not the end of the matter. So when we come back in, I sit her down inside the door with a bowl of water, and as her stomach kind of settles, she may or she may not do something in the first 5 minutes back inside. If she does it, bag it up, throw it out, and then get her back on the bed, and it works pretty well. Like I said, I was really happy yesterday. We'd gone about 3 days without an accident, and then 5 overnight. I was not happy. And then when she pissed the bed. Anyway, let's move on because that's not the best topic. I don't want to be talking about my girl in such negative terms. But yeah, like I think as Marie said, she can't help it. Washing clothes in a wash basin in the sea as a possibility, yeah. It's just the thing of leaving Tina, which I am going to have to brace soon. Now, even in the before times, Tina was very, what's the word? Separation anxiety, isn't it? It's called. Where you can't leave your dog without them howling and starting to fucking bang their head against the door and things. Tina was always like that. Even when I lived with my friend, um, I couldn't often leave Tina. For the first 5 minutes, she would literally be headbutting the front door and scratching at the door. But I was thinking this morning I was going to go shopping. It's been a month since I went proper shopping to the supermarket. And before that, it'd been like 12 or 13 months. I went twice in December, and those were my first shops of the year. But I've got the money. I can't just sit here and be reliant on people donating. While I've got the money, I can go shopping. I've got the fridge freezer now. I can go and do like a monthly shop with my idea. And I was going to do that this morning. As soon as the sun got up on the solar panel and started generating power, I was going to go out. But it never happened. The sun didn't come up this morning. Well, I mean, it came up, but it was behind cloud. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Earth still rotates. The sun is still there. God, I've got to be that guy, haven't I? I'm like that all the fucking time. I'm a pedant. But yeah, the sun didn't come up, and so I stayed here hoping it came up and trying. When there was 12 or 13 watts, not enough to charge the EcoFlow, but then I could plug the tablet or the phone in. When it got to 15 or 16 watts, I've got to unplug them to see whether the EcoFlow will charge. And I was here balancing that, and all along I was thinking, I'll maybe go shopping later this afternoon or early evening. And in the end, I fell asleep and had a nap. Not as bad as yesterday. Here's one, folks. I got in touch with Karen, my friend Karen, who's often here. I got in touch with Karen last night over something. Labara. Fuck, we'll come back to Labara. Ask me about Labara in about 10 or 15 minutes. That's my phone provider. But I got hold of Karen, and 5 minutes earlier I'd woken up and I thought it was like tomorrow morning. I thought it was the next day. But that was the second time last night that I'd done that. I had two of those fall asleep early evening, wake up in the dark. And because I could hear traffic, I thought, oh, it must be like 6 or 7 o'clock. It's tomorrow morning already. No, it was still last night. Twice! Before 8:30, 9 o'clock. Two full sleeps already. I kind of hate that. I enjoy the sleep because it's a good deep sleep. But when you wake up from it, you think you've been woken up too early. You wanted to carry on. But I think the main reason I hate it is because it used to happen to me when I slept out in the field before we got a tent, when it was just a bedroll and when I owned nothing, when everything had been ruined by floods, nothing electrical, not a watch, not a clock, not a phone, not a tablet, even my Kindle book reader, broken, kaput, everything bust. And I used to fall asleep as it got dark, so let's say 6 o'clock, 6:30. And when you wake up, you've got not a clue what time it is. If it's not light already, not a clue. Have you been asleep for half an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours? You don't know. Not until the garage puts its light on the petrol station, gas station if you must. Not until they put their lights on at 7 in the morning do you have a Scoobies of where you are, time-wise. And I had 5 months of that. It's the worst time of my life. And I think that has tainted. I used to love this falling asleep, having a whole night's sleep, and waking up and it's still only 10 o'clock that night. I used to love that. Now I fucking hate it. Even though I could sit here and I could get the puzzle book or the newspaper page and do the puzzles. I could put a video on, I could have an audio book on. I've got stuff to keep me company and keep me like I didn't have for that 5 months when it drove me absolutely balmy. Now I've got all the mod cons, haven't I? Is he a tramp? Does he camp? Or is he glamping? Camping, glamping, or tramping? Where is he? I don't know how to... Oh, if you saw the video earlier, if you read the pinned comment pointing back to a previous video, I think it was the one where I cooked on Wednesday. Someone has taken offence at me calling someone a tramp. Even though the someone was me. You got to read the comment, but it's like, how very fucking dare you call someone a tramp? Talking down to someone less fortunate. How fucking dare, blah, blah, blah. You consider yourself lucky. One day you might be the tramp. I'm like, I am. It's me. Tell me you didn't watch the video or any of my videos without telling me you didn't watch the fucking video. Crazy. And again, trying to police my speech. Don't fucking do that. If you've been here a while, you know I will say the N-word, and I will call people a spaz or a spastic. I will... Joey Deacon. Joey Deacon. We did all that. And I still will. God rest his soul. Rest in peace, Joey Deacon. But when I was at school and he came on Blue Peter, all you could hear around the fucking playground the next day was, Joey Deacon, you're a fucking Joey, you're a spaz. Don't, whatever you do, try and modify my speech. Don't police my speech. Don't tell me not to call myself a fucking tramp. The fuck are you doing? Clueless. They saw the title, and they posted. They watched not a fucking second of the video, is my guess. Otherwise they would have known I was calling myself the name. And the comment at the end, consider yourself lucky because one day you might be the tramp. I am, and I have been for 3.5 fucking years. Or however long it's been. I think that's right. I'm struggling to keep track. Let's have a scroll. Oh, washing in the sea. I saw that. I was on the washing in the sea from farm. It started jumping. Whoa! Marie has a 17.5, is that years? 17.5-year Jack Russell girl who's showing her age. Sleeps a lot but loves her walks and her food. So far so good, I'm glad. Some of these conditions that people or dogs or any, I guess any mammal, but we have a lot of conditions in common. The hip dysplasia thing is a form of arthritis, I think, and everyone thought it was that to begin with. But the other deteriorating around it tells me that it's not that. I was always not suspicious, that's not the right word. I always suspected it wasn't that. Then I had that vet come and she touched Tina and Tina yelped, but I think she was nipping her. I think that was, she wanted to put her down. She wanted the money for putting her down, and the money's not in putting the dog down, the money's in disposing of the body. And if you want the ashes back and all of that, there's you know. Hey, babe. Oh, it's really windy yesterday. The wind's just picking up now, made me think of it, but I'm just scrolling back, folks. It looks, oh, it's I've just seen that York. Okay, there was Marie. Okay, if she has a belt around her rear area, I think I agree. It probably stops her from pooping by putting. Yeah, I would imagine. But what's my alternative? Even when she's in her trolley, there's something slung under her waist. So it's the same thing. It's just easier to just take her with the belt than to spend 10 minutes trying to put her in a chariot. But yeah, I think it's she can poo okay while she's out, but she doesn't poo until we get back. So I sit her either just outside. If it's a sunny day, I sit her outside the tent, and if not, or if it's night or whatever, I sit her inside the tent and just inspect and deal with whatever I have to deal with. Farmer says your cooking video looked great. If you're able to store the extra food for a few days while you eat it, but doesn't go. Do you know? I keep trying that. I've got my big Tupperware here, and I fill the Tupperware, intending that the next 2 days I'll have some food. I usually eat it that night. We don't get to the next day. Sometimes I'll have some that night and then the next morning. So the only thing wrong with what I cooked the other day, the spicy, it's fusilli, isn't it? The tuna pasta bake with a bit of piri piri sauce. Like I said, I had I'm going to say over caramelized the onions. Took my eye off them and some of them, because I did them in 2 batches. By the time the second batch caramelized, the first batch was starting to kind of burn a little bit. So that's why I ended up putting tomatoes in as well as cream. I thought with just cream it would just turn black or grey. Farmer doesn't stay sick long, but 1 year had a bad day and slept in day and woke up in the night. Yes, thinking it's the next day. Yeah, was better actual next day. 1 more day was back to work, back to normal. A camp, tramp, glamp. Yeah, camping, tramping, glamping. This is the way. Your response, okay, here's Michael, hashtag Mike, that was really funny, your response to the speech police person. Have you called it, or as you called them. I laughed for ages. You get some cranks who haven't got a clue what they're on about. Yeah, they must to see the title of a video and then start commenting without watching the fucking video. How dare you call some poor unfortunate person a tramp? One day it might be you. Yeah, one day 3.5 fucking years ago. Fuck. I mean, admittedly, I use the term tramp slightly performatively. I've always said that. I've always admitted that it's a hook to draw people in. It's clickbait, I guess you might say. But you all fell for it. I got you all hooked. It's YouTube. You got to do what you got to do. It's Hollywood, baby. As some bird once said. Rachel Zegler, if anybody was interested. Not that anybody is interested, but sounds like it might be raining. No, it's just the wind with the fabric of the tent. It's also loose now. The fabric is stretched over time, and I can't move the pegs, the poles. I can't space them out any further. I could pull the ropes really tight and pull it, but I figure that after, where are we now, 9-10 months, I figure that the fabric will have become a little bit frangible, a little bit, what's another word? I always default to that one because it's a really nice sounding word. Brittle. The fabric, the nylon or whatever it is, will have become brittle. If I put pressure on, if I start pulling, it's not pressure when you pull, is it tension? If I put tension on, the difference between tension and pressure, one compresses, one pulls. If I put tension on now, I might get tears and whatever. So I'm happy to just leave it. It's all very saggy. The roof is dipping in. It's all. But if I can get through, here's my thoughts. I've got the next tent already. If I can get through winter and spring, then we can get through summer, can't we? We can leave it till the end of summer and the beginning of autumn before we switch to this tent that I've already got. That's kind of my thought. My friend Karen got this tent from her local tip, they don't call them tips anymore, tip dump. Now they call them waste reclamation sites or recycling centres, whatever. They pull the tents out, and Karen and her husband put the tent up and tested it, made sure everything was there that needed to be there. There was only the tent pegs missing. I got plenty of tent pegs, so it'll be fine. It's big. The bulk, it's the biggest and heaviest of the tents that I've had. I don't know about length and width. Probably no bigger than what I'm in. This one was slightly smaller than the previous. I used to be able to walk down the side of the tent. This one, side of the bed. This one's a little bit narrower, and it had a bigger gutter, a bigger gap between the bedroom and the wall, the outer. So we lost twice over. Tent as a whole was narrower and a bigger unusable area down the sides meant that the bedroom isn't as wide. So I don't know what this one is. I think it's probably the same as this. I don't think it's going to be like the 8-man tent that I had before. This one nominally is 6-man tent. They show pictures of 3 people laying side by side, and I guess that's about right. I got my doggy here, I've got me here, there's space over there a little bit, like half a person, and I've got unused parts of the bed. 3 in a bed, folks. Previous one was 4. It was literally, you could split the bedroom in half and have 2 double bedrooms, 2 double beds next to each other. Only just, but you could have, and at both ends. So it was an 8-man tent. This one, I think, is a 6, but I don't want to be switching to that in the middle of winter. If I had to take all my things out here, last time it was a 3-day job just to empty the tent, and another 2 or 3 days to bring it back in. A week in winter, you're going to get rained, aren't you? You're going to get rained on. I don't want my stuff outside getting rained on. So if I can wait, if we get through winter, we can probably get through spring. Spring does bring a couple of what they used to call gotafrias, really large downpours that can be 2 or 3 days. If we get through those and towards proper spring and summer you don't get rain, or you do, you get the odd really bad downpour, but not for long. And so if this gets through winter and spring, it should get through summer. And then next autumn, before the big gotafrias in autumn, then I'll switch to the new tent. This one is picking up damage. It is getting splits and tears and rips. The floor in the living room gets wet through when we have a major downpour. I've got a carpet. Next time I might not bother. I might not do a carpet or rug next time. If I do, I'm going to get a vacuum cleaner. I've been talking about Temu lately, haven't I? And I'm really into USB powered devices. And you can get some handheld vacuum cleaners that are either 12 volt. They don't run off a wire. You charge them and then you use them cordless. But cordless vacuums that charge either from 12 volts or from USB. Tramp in a tent. So we got potentially vacuum cleaner. I talked the other day about a juicer or a blender, and what's the other one that's not a blender? The kitchen gadget, chopper slicer kind of thing. They're like €9 and €5, and they're like giving them away. The donate link, folks, the donate link. I am going to do like a Tramp technology or a Tramp tech. I already have one. I've only ever done 1 or 2 videos for it. But your donations could go towards me buying tech to review and tell you about. And I'm going to start that this week. Things like this lantern from Leroy Merlin. Fantastic. These batteries that were from, I think I got one lot from AliExpress and one lot from Temu. Brilliant. USB, not a charger, you just plug a USB cable into the battery. And they've lasted, I'm on 18 months. I'm not far short of 2 years with them. It's over 18 months. I'd have to look up the dates. But off-grid tech or tramp tech, I don't know what to call it. The hobo tech was my first choice, but that's already gone. A bloke called Tom has a YouTube channel called Hobo Tech, and he's very, very good. I like his stuff. I'm not having a pop at him. I'm only jealous that he got the name first. For me, it'll be a playlist rather than a channel name. But yeah, I've got enough stuff here that I've had for a while. I've had the EcoFlow for about 18 months. I was going to do a proper review a month or so after I first got it. Had a few issues, so didn't. But that's all been resolved. It's all pretty stable now. I'm happy with it. I've always been happy with it. You've heard me. You've heard me rant about them. EcoFlow. Mine's an EcoFlow River 2. The EcoFlow River 3 is out, and I think EcoFlow River 4 will be out in the next 3 or 4 months, going off their past history. Ideally, I would have got a Delta, an EcoFlow Delta. They tend to name things after river-related things. A river delta and a flow and a river delta. But yeah, I guess they're pushing the ecological, solar powered rather than grid powered. My solar panel as well, of course. I would review my cool box, not the fridge, but the cool box. That hasn't worked out. I would give that a negative review. I don't remember where it came from. I don't know if it was Leroy Merlin or if it was Amazon. So I can't review what I don't recall. It's got a brand name. I could look at the brand name. I could review it and say how disappointed I am. My new fridge freezer that I've only had about, what, 2 or 3 months? Loving it. Loving it. In a typical day, I'll run it for 2 or 3 hours in the afternoon, get it down to like -10, and then just leave it. Maybe overnight, I might run it for 1 hour, pump some power in. I ran it 1 or 2 hours maybe 3 hours last night, thinking we were going to have sunshine all day today, because that's what the weather forecast said. So I ran down to 30% on the EcoFlow. And then the sun didn't arrive. And I was most aggrieved. I was most disappointed. But the sun came out about 1:30 and we lived happily ever after. Got the EcoFlow above 90. Got the fridge freezer turned on. Had a good couple of hours. And all is well with the world. Let me catch up. I haven't looked at... I wouldn't make tuna that you won't eat right away. It tends to go off quickly and badly. I don't know, mate. I've never had any problem. I mean, the stuff's been sat in a tin for months here in the heat and what have you. But, no, I kept it refrigerated. It went in the... well, it stayed outside overnight because once it goes dark, it's cold. And then I put it into the Tupperware. I had half of it that night. I had a second portion that night. The rest went in the Tupperware in the morning. And I think I did it that next evening. Did I? I struggle. I don't fucking... I did it the next day anyway. But it had been refrigerated. There's no worries. I now have a freezer. It's all good. Marie was leaving. Sorry if I missed you. That was at 22:51. That's 10 minutes ago. Sorry, Marie. I would have said good night. I think cover this tent with tarps or any covering you have. I'm gonna buy. So this tarp is kind of at an end. At least the far end is. I might cut off what's torn and broken at the other end, and then I might pull the rest over the top. But I'll buy us the southern end of the tent, because obviously that's where the sun is, that's where the damage is going to come from. But for €30 I can buy another one of these super large tarpaulins that will cover, I don't remember how long it was. It was like, was it 12 meters by 8 meters or 10 meters by 8 meters, something like. Basically it would cover the entire, if I'd put it on right, I put on sideways, I put on wrong, but it would have covered the tent from the ground this side to the ground that side, and widthways, easily, with enough to spare. For €30, and if I have a cover, like imagine having a new tarp, but even having a protective cover over the tarp when it comes to the sun at the south, I should better get a year out of such a tarp. So even if this tent breaks, I should still be fine. And for €30, I mean, it's an investment. It's, don't get me wrong, that's a big chunk of what I've got, but it's doable, and extending the life of any tent is to the good as far as I'm concerned. Saves me having to empty everything out and bring everything back into a new tent. It saves me having to bother Karen and her husband, who typically have helped me taking down and putting up tents, and refurbishing them. You know, the carpets I think have all come from, or rugs, whatever you want to call them, have all come via Karen and her fella. The chair, lots of things. I'm conscious of being a nuisance to people. I mean, I appreciate all the help I get from everybody, everyone who's ever brought me water. Like the time that I put out an announcement that I was running short and I didn't have anyone in the country to help, and David Schofield turned up with 50 litres of water the next day, and so did someone else. And I apologise. I'd have to look back through my notes to get your name. I remember David because he'd already been in chat once or twice. And he has the same name of a teacher I had at school. So it's a memory hook. But people who turn up, with 50 litres of water when I'm stuck. But I'm conscious I don't want to be a drain on anybody. But there are some things I can't do. I can't magic water out of thin air. When they turn off, when in summer they have the foot wash, and I can fill bottles of water. It's bad water, it needs treating, but I've got water treating tablets. But Tina was disabled, and that made it more difficult. But when that's turned off and I'm stuck and people come and help, always appreciated. But I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be a drain on other people. It's important to me not to be too much of a nuisance. It's why I don't beg explicitly. I think you could count this whole YouTube thing as e-begging. This counter, this timer on the video, because we had that outage, I'm at minus 31 hours and 18 minutes. It's the most bizarre thing ever. It's minus 31 hours. What's it doing? When does it think I should have started the stream? In 31 hours time. 24 hours would be now, and another 7 hours on top. What time is it? 11 o'clock. So 6 o'clock, not tomorrow morning, but the one after. It thinks I should start the stream 6 o'clock Sunday morning. I got no clue. It's just throwing me. That's weird. Let me back to chat. See. Hold on. Cover the tent with tarps. That was Farmer. Okay. Fabrizio. Prolong the life of it. Keep it going. My aunt's put white sheets in the sun to bleach. Yeah, I've done that with my well, I do it with lots of things. In the sun, ultraviolet plus Big Clive's favourite, ozone, outside, especially near the sea. You get an extra ozone from water lapping and frothing, has an ozone generating effect. Yeah, I put quilts and blankets out. I air my blankets. I try to do it once a week. Sometimes I try and do it on a Monday, but sometimes the weather's not right and I forget about it and do it the week after. But yeah, but with Tina the way she's at the minute, it's more of a, it's more towels and blankets and quilts. Yeah, I got some clothes I need to wash. I'm gonna have to ask Karen Subby. I'm not when he's out here this weekend. I'm gonna ask him how the laundrette works, because he has taken my stuff to the laundrette for me in the past. But now that Tina's mobile potentially, I'm going to have to start doing some of these things myself. But I just don't know what coins are needed, how much it is, whether you can put a note in the machine and get the coins out, whether you can wave the card and do the tippy-tappy thing and get coins. I've no idea. I usually don't have coins laying around. But my friend Anthony, when he just left a couple of weeks ago, after Christmas and the New Year, he left me a few coins, so I do have some coins. I gotta take a bag of washing to the laundrette. I haven't done that in Spain, and I'm just not certain of how it works. Do I take Tina? Do I leave her in her chariot outside? It has a tendency, it can tip over if she's not careful. If she does something wrong. But if I'm sat in the laundrette, or do I go next door? Do I take her into the bar next door and wait for an hour? I don't know. I don't know. Never. 3.5 years of living in this field, or 3 and a bit. 3.5 years of being homeless. I've never been in that bar. It's had about 4 or 5 owners in the time I've been here, so they struggle to make it work. They should take advantage of the service that I once thought about offering people, drinking as a service. I could put together a crew of people who will come and sit outside your bar. If you give them a free beer or two, so maybe the first beer, maybe 2 beers are on the house, and if they stay after that, they pay. But it make your bar look busy, and people are attracted to the busy bar. They'll walk past an empty bar. If no one else is there, I don't want to go there. But if it's busy, if there are people there, they'll stop. It's a business idea I had, and that I thought it was kind of tongue-in-cheek, but I think it would work. If you've got 2 or 3 bars next to each other and one of them's always busy, so anyone just walking past for the first time will come and they'll go to the busy one. And for the rest of the week or 2 weeks that they're on holiday, where are they going to go? They're going to go to the bar they've already been to. They're not going to go to that empty one next door. So first thing in the morning, when you first open, let's say 10 o'clock you open for breakfast or whatever, you want a crowd, you want a small crowd, you want 5 or 6 people there. 3 pairs or maybe 2 pairs and 2 singles. Give them whatever their drink of choice is. Your place looks busy. Whoever's walking past looking for somewhere to stop, they can stop at the busy bar, and that's your bar. Drinking as a service. Only an alky could come up with that fucking genius business idea. The alky that's on coffee. Let me scroll. I think this is Fabrizio again. I think stiff insulation, polystyrene, blue insulation for the floor might be better. Yeah, putting stuff on the floor is a little tricky because of the stones and things. I got 2 holes under the door because that gets well trafficked, but also because there's stones under. But carpets they've been nice when I used to sit in the chair. Nowadays the chair tends to get piled up, and on the floor lots of bags and things. That's another thing I've been thinking about, folks. So I've got this fridge freezer now, a camping fridge freezer. It's quite big. I think I picked is it 40 or 50 litres? I can't remember. It's quite big. I don't know how to convert litres to cubic feet. Are there 9 or 10 cubic feet in a litre? No, that's not right. 1 litre is 10 centimetres by 10 centimetres by 10 centimetres. I've no idea, folks. Cubic feet. There might be 10 litres in a cubic foot. It's not 10. I think that's square metres and square feet, isn't it? There are 10 square foot or square feet to a square metre. Anyway, I don't know. I'm gibbering. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, I've got these. Well, they're not mine. My friend Ismo left me with a cool box with the things that you freeze, the inserts, the packing, plastic cubic things that you put water in and then freeze. So I got those. I can get those cold, and I can have an overflow. I'm gonna get. Well, no, I'm not gonna get. I've got Ismo's cool box, but I've also got one that Karen got for me by the bins. It has a crack in the lid, so it's not as well insulated as it could be. But I've got those 2 cool boxes. I've got these inserts for cooling things, and I've also got those metallic supermarket bags that frozen and chilled goods coming from the supermarket. So I'm going to take those frozen inserts, put them inside one of those metallic bags, inside another metallic bag, inside a cool box for insulation. And then I can, as long as I kind of re-chill those inserts, I don't know what to call them. As long as I recool those every day, I can have a second cool box, essentially, a second fridge. So I use that as a fridge, and then I can put this to like -40 and do the. I've also got water bottles that I can freeze. So I don't have to have big bags of food laying around on the floor being trodden on. I'll just have a cool box in the way. That's my thoughts for how I can handle things as we switch from. I'm okay. Like at the minute, it's okay. Like even at night, ambient temperatures are what? Well, they can be as low as 3 degrees, but they can be as high as 10 or 11. As long as they're cool, as long as my fridge is cooler, like below 5 degrees, it's doing the fridge thing. It's not quite as cool as it should be, but it's cooler than ambient. And through the day, when it gets up to 16, 17, 18, if I can keep that down around 5, 6, 7, we're fine. But I can set it to be deep freeze and cool and chill another box and do that. So I was going to go, like I said, I was going to go shopping today, but ended up not doing. But it's definitely happening tomorrow, and I'll tell you why. My Christmas was kind of ruined. If you remember, we had 22 hours of rain. I wasn't able to cook a Christmas dinner at Christmas. So if you remember, I said to remind me of un-Christmas or not Christmas. This is that. I've done this in the past where I missed a Christmas. The 25th of each and every month that year, so this year, is going to be a Christmas. I'm going to cook a Christmas fucking dinner every 25th of the month that I can until next Christmas. Even though I'm doing it on a single ring, a single gas ring, a single ring stove, and it's a big one and it doesn't quite fit the pans and things that I've got in the main. But I'm going to do that. So tomorrow, where are we for dates? I'm not exactly sure. That doesn't answer my question. Friday the 23rd. So yeah, tomorrow's the 24th. I'm going to go shopping. I'm going to get some either chicken or turkey. Maybe rabbit. I thought about rabbit for Christmas. I know they do them. All the supermarkets have them. So I'm going to get some meat anyway. I'm going to buy I need to buy potatoes, onions, carrots, celery, maybe broccoli, sprouts if I can find them, if they've still got them. I don't think they will have. They only had them a couple of days before Christmas. Maybe I can buy frozen, probably not at Aldi, but maybe at the Mercadona. They sometimes have them frozen. So I'm going to get a good selection of veg. I'm going to get some eggs, some milk. I found some powdered milk, but I need some more powdered milk. What else? I've got my chicken gravy now. I found my Bristol. A little bit of white wine for the gravy, maybe. What I think I've got everything I need for stuffing. I didn't do stuffing this year when I did cook on the 26th or 27th. I didn't do stuffing. But if I've got a loaf of bread, there's a question. If I get some bread, onions, so make some breadcrumbs, get some onions. I've got something fruity. I've got an apple sauce. I've got a strawberry jam. Something fruity like that to go into the stuffing. Can also go into the gravy. Something fruity, either apple or strawberry. Or peach. I've got peach jam more than I know what to do with. I do something like that into the gravy, and maybe into the stuffing. I don't know. I'm gonna do a Christmas dinner again. We'll have another go at the Yorkshires, because that's worked so well so far. I've got to find a way of getting the pan hotter. Trying to make a frying pan hot enough, like an oven, but outside, where the heat can get wicked away. I don't know. I'm gonna have another go anyway. I've been reading up. It's supposed to be possible to make Yorkshires in a frying pan. I know that the Dutch do it with a Dutch baby, It's a similar idea. They do it half on the hob and then into an oven. I don't have the oven, but I can just carry on the hob. The thing is, direct heat. I may have to find a way of lifting the frying pan higher above the flame, so it's not as hot to begin with, but then raise it so it's got heat, but not too much heat directly from flame. What's a flame run at? 500 degrees? You don't want that. You want 200 or 300, 200, 250. I'll keep experimenting until I make these fucking Yorkshires properly. Whether it's an adjustment to the batter or whether it's an adjustment to the method and the temperature. I got to keep trying. By having another Christmas, an un-Christmas, the idea comes basically from Lewis Carroll. Alice in Wonderland, was it? Or was it Through the Looking Glass? They had Happy Birthday, then they had Happy Un-Birthday. This is Happy Un-Christmas. Cheers to Lewis Carroll. I don't believe he was a pedo. And even if he was, separate the art from the artist. That's my general principle. Otherwise, you're cutting off your nose to spite your face, aren't you? Doing without, whether you're talking about the works of Lewis Carroll or Michael Jackson or Eric Gill, the sculptor. Don't throw shit away just because of the person might have been a baddie. That way you get to keep your childhood. Rolf Harris, can you tell what it is yet? I remember those. I loved those. I don't want to throw that away and throw that out of my memory and out of my mind because he had a relationship with someone who was too young. You see, I don't... Oh God, I'm going to go into territory now that will probably get me in trouble. He had one relationship with one person. Is that falling in love and it's bad timing, bad... Yes, underage. But he wasn't off with loads of kids as far as I understand it, as far as I remember. Unlike Mr. Savile. And yes, I still love Jim Will Fix It. I've got good memories of Jim Will Fix It. Be ashamed to throw that away because the guy was a bad un. Separate the art from the artist. Top of the Pops, jewelry, jangle, jangle. Anyway, I don't know. I'm off in territory that I maybe don't want to be in. Cuisinart, food. Just going back to Fama then, and his floor insulation. I had 8 of those big floor tiles that are like jigsaw pieces that fit together. I had a load of those, and the police stole them when they took all my stuff away. That's got to be 2 years ago now, is it? Check back. Tell me. I don't know where the video is, but both are still live. The live stream was published first. Obviously, it was live. The hour or two beforehand, went out as a separate video. I was just recording that. That went out a couple of hours later. So they're in the wrong order if you're looking for. But that was the bitch that threatened to shoot Tina. Get that fucking dog inside or I'll shoot it. First words out of her mouth when arriving on scene. On private property that she had no right to be stood on, it transpires. No right to be barking orders at me and making demands. Private property. She should have stood on the road. And she could have tried to talk to me and I could refuse a consensual conversation. I don't have to take part in a consensual conversation. I just ignore the bitch. And her partner. The wimpy male that was the one that ended up trying to pull all the tent pegs out. Well, did pull all of the tent pegs out all around the tent and started shaking it. Brand new tent. 2 days old maybe, 3 days. And he takes all the fucking tent pegs out and starts shaking it. The one that I threatened to lamp. I threatened to smack him one. If you carry on, I'm going to come outside there and I'm going to smack you. You're threatening to hit a police officer. Yeah. I will defend my home to the fullest extent allowed by law. And if that means coming out there and fucking decking you, I will. Then they'd have had to shoot me or tase me. Or baton me. That wouldn't be the first time, would it? As we all know, I've been hit with the batons before. Cuisinart food processor. I'm going to look at, like I said, USB powered device. I've got the beard trimmer and hair trimmer that are, well, one of them's USB powered. One of them actually is a proper AC, alternating current. But they've both held the charge for months and months. I used the beard trimmer the other day. I got a little bit of a shock at what, not a shock as in electric, but I got a surprise. I was doing all of this and I'd put the guard on and I was doing the beard here. So this is shorter than this. And I did that to kind of protect while I took this was supposed to be taken down to the bone. You can't really, there's not much of a difference between the two. But if I do it again next week, take this back down again and leave this. But when I was doing the longer thing with the guard on, I did it and it snagged and ripped the guard off and I carried on. I ran it through the beard without the guard for half a second. I think that happened twice while I was doing it. That's a little bit awkward. But you can't tell. I don't think you can see. I don't think any harm was done. Like I said, there's not much difference of the without the guard and with the guard. But if every couple of weeks I take this back down again, just leaving this, we'll be able to see a difference after a while. Like I said, I might even take the Gillette proper real razor, the Mach 3 or whatever it is. Is it Mach 3? Is there such a thing as a Mach 5? I got that in my head for some reason, but I don't. I think mine's a Mach 3. But I could get a bit of soap and water and just take off the sides and the neck beard. Make it a bit more pronounced, the difference. I'm gibbering. How did I get here? What topic am I supposed to be on? Oh, the Cuisinart food processor. So USB powered devices and Tramp tech. Yeah, I'm thinking of, I'll start with reviewing things that I've already got and things that have worked well for me. Like this Leroy Merlin, well, the lamp's from Leroy Merlin. I don't recall what the brand was, but I can probably bring it up on their website and find out. Oh, it brings me to a thing. I tried signing up with Amazon today as a creator, as a influencer. I hate the word, but I was trying to sign up with Amazon.es, Amazon Spain, to recommend products, things that I've bought and used, or things that I think are useful, to recommend them and then get a slight kickback, take a 3% or 5% commission. They rejected me. They said my channel doesn't qualify. I think because I'm not, I've put in a, I mean, with 1,600, almost 1,700 followers, I should qualify. Right, followers. Acolytes, you are my acolytes. My disciples. Delusions of grandeur. But anyway, fuck. I thought I should qualify, but I think it's because I'm not monetized. Because I don't have the Spanish tax number. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's that. I've put in a request. I put in a request for. I just got rejected. No explanation. So I'm asking for an explanation. But I thought it would have been nice if I could have started recommending a few products like EcoFlows and things, and taking a. If you're going to buy a 250 quid bit of kit, if I could get a 5% commission, what's that? 10 or 12 quid? Pounds, euros, whatever. But rejected. so that's no good. I'm wondering, the topics, the conversation's wandering. Here's Farmer, from a while ago, I am behind. Yeah, mate, you could review something from the perspective of the tent, off grid, how certain products work for you. Yeah, and I've been saying for a while, I think I'm the ideal. I watch all these guys online. I watch the preppers and the what do you call them? The woodcraft kind of guys, the woodsmen, and they'll spend 24 hours overnight in a field. And I don't want to diminish them. They're testing their kit and testing what works, and it's all good. You know, no disrespect. I'm a bit more qualified. 24 hours overnight in a field. Yeah, mate, try 3.5 years. Maybe. August the 14th, whatever year it was it 2022? I don't even. I think it was. I think it's 2022. It was like a couple of weeks before the Queen died. Or maybe a month before the Queen died. I you know, August the 14th, I know the actual year. Well, it's a bit fuzzy. Trying to work out 3.5 years ago in your head from 2026. I think that makes it 2022. But yeah, I've, obviously the first 4, 5, 6 months I had nothing. Then I had a phone. It was a Redmi. It's here somewhere. I could dig it out and get the name. That fell apart eventually. I got this one. I got the Samsung Galaxy Flip 4 from my friend Karen. And now I've got the Samsung Galaxy Tab A9, maybe. Keeps going bad on me, doesn't it? That I think that I haven't had that fault for a few days. The kernel panic. But I can review all these things. I can talk about them. I can talk about my EcoFlow. I talk about my fridge freezer, the lights, even these cheapo. Oh, can you? I don't think you can see those. I can't. But then there's a white band across the top of my screen. You see the fairy lights? Those, I think they were marked to be €4. And Karen went, she got me a couple. I think they got themselves a couple while they were there. And when they got to the till, they were half the price they were marked at. So I think they were €2 for this string of battery operated fairy lights. Take 3 AA's. And I can recharge my AA's every day. They will actually run for 3 days, more or less, from a full charge. But I don't want to be on day 3 and then have no sun and no power. I'd rather keep them topped up each day. For a start, they'll charge quicker. Sorry, I'm off the screen. For a start, they will charge quicker if I charge them every day. And when I need them, they'll already be charged, rather than running them down to nothing and then having no power and no light. So I've got all these things. I've got these things I can talk about. Whether you want to call it off-grid living, whether you want to call it tramp living, whether it's survival. I don't really consider myself a survivalist. I'm not even really a prepper. Prepper adjacent. I think I've used the term before. I'm happy to talk about prep. You should all, folks, honestly, really, do yourself a favor. Ask yourself, what would you do now if the power went off now and was off for a week? What are you doing? What if the water only runs for the first day of that week and then whatever pumping station or whatever is putting pressure into the pipes runs out? How are you surviving? Have you got water? Have you got lights? Don't say candles. It's the 21st century, folks. Have you got battery operated or USB powered lights that are charged? Have you got something like an EcoFlow or a Jackery or a Bluetti? Something that will hold, ideally, a couple of kilowatt hours. Solar panel for recharging through the day. If the power's gone, what are you doing? We got all sorts of potential threats from the grid being fragile, especially in America, but even the UK, we don't have enough base load, enough power continuous. If it's not windy or not sunny for a few days, things can go bad. The grid's susceptible to attack or to a fire. A substation goes out. We had this in the UK 12 or so years ago. I went 4 days without power, almost 4 days. To avoid having to pay compensation, they got generators in and got it powered up for half an hour in the middle of the afternoon of the third day, so they could claim that you weren't without power for 4 days. Bastards. But what are you doing? If the power goes out, have you got light? Have you got heat? Have you got blankets? If you get like Texas got 3 or 4 years ago, Texas is a warm place generally, south of the US. But they got, when they had one of these massive ice storm things, people didn't know how to stay warm. They weren't prepared. They went in the garage and sat in the car and turned the car engine on to get the heat, and then woke up dead the next morning because carbon monoxide. If your home is powered by electric, if your cooking is all electric, how are you boiling water? What are you doing? Electric kettle and electric hob, electric oven. What are you doing? How are you cooking? Think about it. Honestly, think about it. Set a time or a period and just go and throw the main breaker for the house. Just trip the whole thing off. Spend 24 hours. How did you do? How did you stay warm? How did you keep a light on? Have you got head torches, one for each person in the house? Have you got lanterns or lamps? Are they charged? Do you know where to find them? If the light goes off, now if the electric goes off, where's that torch that you know that you've got somewhere? Can you find it in the dark? So I'm not a loony survivalist Mad Max prepper. But I'm prepper adjacent because I'm in a fucking field. When Spain had that nationwide, Spain, Portugal and parts of France, when they had that nationwide power cut, I didn't notice for the first few hours. People standing on this path, waving their phone in the air, trying to get a signal. See, there's the other thing. Power goes out. Most mobile phone masts, only have an hour or two battery backup. I want to keep my phone and tablets charged. I've got films, I've got TV programs, I've got audio books, I've got shit stored here. I've got an external hard drive. Do you know how to plug an external hard drive into your phone or tablet to copy files across, to copy movies, TV programs, audio books, whatever it is? Keep entertained. Do you know how to download this shit? Have you surfed? Have you sailed the high seas? Do you have this entertainment available to you without the internet? Entertainment's a biggie, folks. When I had that 5 months with nothing working, it almost drove me balmy. I was mentally struggling with nothing to do. I could do puzzles, crosswords, quizzes. You know, the local paper has a double page spread of like a big crossword, a little crossword, some Sudoku, one of those countdown style things. The 9 letters, put them in any order and make a word. Or make all the words, but make the big 9-letter word. I could do that through the day. I was retrieving newspapers from bins and sitting and doing. But in the dark, I had nothing. I didn't have a light. Didn't have a timepiece. Didn't have a phone. Didn't have a tablet. Didn't have an ebook reader. Didn't have anything. 14 hours of darkness in winter. If your power goes now, what are you doing? How are you boiling water? Hopefully you've got a gas hob. If you've not got a gas hob, then you need one of those, a single gas ring running off a small gas ball and a supply of gas balls. Or maybe you've got a gas barbecue outside and you can boil a pan of water over the gas ring, the gas hob on the barbecue. As I used to do before the police stole mine. All this stuff, folks, I don't want to go on and on and on. I'm not a Mad Max prepper. It's what they say now is prepping for Tuesday. Prepping just for the normal stuff. The 3-hour, the 6-hour, the 12-hour power outage. Maybe a day, maybe 3 days. If you're unlucky, maybe a week. Look at the southwest of England. Was it southwest or southeast? Southwest, after the storm the other week. People without water. 4 litres, or a gallon, if you want. A gallon per person per day for a week on standby. I'm kind of getting a little bit panicky now because I'm down to my last 50 litres. I've got maybe 10 gallons of water. It's only 10 days worth. Maybe less because me and the dog. Although I can supplement my water requirements with other liquids. But I haven't really touched that yet. I want to finish this because this is getting cool. The other one's going to be hot still. This is down to tepid. Again, insulated cups and or flasks. Boil water once, store it and have a day's worth of hot water. Or 12 hours worth of hot water. You can even cook in a flask. If you've got, I don't know, soups or powdered, you've got stuff that needs to sit in hot water for a while. Veg. You want to boil some potatoes, chop them up into the flask, couple of litres of hot water, close the flask. They'll cook slowly but surely in a flask. Or you can do soups in a flask. Cook them from scratch. There's a thing. I haven't done that yet. I could do a video on that, but I haven't done that yet. Okay, folks, I'm going to finish this. I'm going to get the next one down. Maybe I'll have a swig of beer at some point in the process, and then I'll scroll, catch up with chat. I don't like to leave you unanswered for too long while I go off on my tangents. But do prep. Bit of preparedness, resilience. You've got extremes. You've got the possibility of war. It's a remote possibility, but it's a possibility. But the more average, everyday stuff, something goes wrong with your water supply, power cuts during winter, during storms, or just power cuts because a backhoe is dug up and broken the line underground. This shit happens. What are you doing if you haven't got water, if you haven't got electric? Think about it. What would you do? Where is that? If it happened now, it's gone. Where's that torch? Where's that light? Where's that head torch? Can you move around the house without falling over? Can you get up and down stairs safely to the toilet? All those things, folks. When it happens, you'll regret not thinking it through. Those guys in the southwest, I think it's the southwest. That's where the storm came in, isn't it? It's possible that the water thing was southeast and that I'm confusing two different things, but I don't know. Let me. Oh God, hating. Where are you? You were up here with me. You're down the bottom of the bed now. How do you do that? Oh, fuck. Oh, oh. The coffee's on top of my chest of drawers, folks. Tramp in a field, chest of drawers. Thank you, Karen. Let me see. I got to be careful here. I usually dive in and take a big gulp, and then it turns out it's too hot, and I end up hurting myself. Hot, hot, hot. These ones in particular, folks. Quechua from Decathlon. Highly recommended. Top recommendation. These will still, you put a cup of hot coffee in here, it's still hot 3 hours later. Hot, not just warm. Still hot. Even when it's, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 degrees. It's been as low as 3, hasn't it? But you get the idea. I have to be careful with it. It's hot. Now, hold on. Hand in front of the camera. Apologies. I am doing two-fisted drinking today, so there will be alcohol. I am on Emmed Brow. It's backwards for you. I apologise. YouTube really hasn't got a handle on this. I am experimenting with an app called Prism that gives me more control over everything. I think I will be able to reverse the camera to normal, if you know what I mean, instead of mirror image. So this is my right hand. It looks like it's my left on screen, and you can see that Emmed Brow is backwards. But that's what we're on tonight. I think this is it 5 or is this one 4.8? Oh, 4.5. Okay, it's lower than I thought. It's a session beer rather than a crazy one. The Argus from Lidl, they do one that's 6.5%. The Argus one, though, has a slightly bitter aftertaste. Takes a little bit of settling into and getting used to. Do I not have... I do. Oh, here it is. I can crush this one. This is the beer I had before we started, I think. Okay. Just throw it on the pile over there. I took a really big bin bag today. 100 litres, I think. Is it 100 or 150? It was the biggest set of bags. It was the last of the big bags. And all of the empty water bottles that I've been crushing and just standing outside in a pile for a while. I got them all into the one bag. Take those away tomorrow at some point. If they're really lucky, if I don't take Tina shopping with me, if I leave her home, which I'm going to try, she's not going to like it, and I'll have to tie her up, otherwise she'll try following me. I'll try and leave her in the bed, but tied to the outside tent pole with the door shut. And if I can get there and back in half an hour, I'm going to have to jog. I'm going to have to run there and back. Try and get to the supermarket in 5 or so minutes instead of... It used to be 10 to get to Mercadona, but this Aldi's a little bit... It's about 2/3 of the distance. But if I jog, I should be able to get there in 5 minutes. I'll have to try and walk fast. I'm going to try and take a shopping trolley, the old lady shopping trolley. But I will also have the heavy stuff on my back. Well, I'll put the real heavy stuff in the trolley if I'm taking a trolley, obviously. But of the stuff that doesn't fit, I'm intending to have a good shop, spend up to maybe €80. A couple of cases of beer. I want one of those aniseed liqueurs. And I didn't get a, what's it called? The Irish cream. Baileys. I didn't get a Baileys this Christmas. And because I'm doing the un-Christmas thing on Sunday, I might have to make my own Baileys. So I might buy a bottle of whiskey and some cream. I need more instant coffee. Baileys. So whiskey, cream, instant coffee. There's some other ingredients, like sugar I think it is mainly, isn't it, after that? I'm going to do that anyway. I'm going to make my own Baileys. So those are the important ingredients. Then there's the staples. Potatoes, onions, carrots. Those are the main heavy ones, I think. Maybe some broccoli, some celery, some leeks. Those are the main things. And then there'll just be other whatever I see as I walk around the shop. I want some bread. I need a sliced loaf. As far as I know, Aldi don't do one. The Aldi here, I've never seen a sliced loaf. They bake their own, and they have a machine that will slice like a farmhouse loaf. It's not really what I'm after. I just want a pan familiar, a sliced white loaf. Don't know, folks, don't know. Gotta go shopping though tomorrow. But what I was saying was, if you're lucky, or if they're lucky, on the way there, instead of just throwing this in the normal fucking bin, I'll go 2 blocks over and up a couple of blocks, and they've got a bin specifically for the plastics. And because it's one huge bag, all plastic bottles, I can just dump them in there and do some recycle. Normally, my attitude is, if you put it on my doorstep, I'll do it. If I have to go fucking 2 blocks that way and 3 blocks that way, fuck off. It's too far. You watch people drive to the bins over here in Spain to do recycling, and that to me just seems the most ridiculous. You've probably done more harm for the environment in the 500-meter drive than if you just put them in the normal bin. As far as I understand it, at the normal bin place at the tip, the whatever they call them nowadays, recycling centre, they have machines that will try and sort that shit out. They'll split the bags open and try and weed out the recyclables and the not. So I'll leave it to them. If you make it easy for me, put it on my doorstep, yeah, I'll use it. We used to have a bin, our own bin at the top of this road. Now you have to cross the road and go another 100 metres just for the bin. People used to just dump shit at the top of the road where the bin used to be as like a protest. I wouldn't normally walk 2 blocks over and 3 blocks back to find the right type of recycling bin. But if I'm going that way anyway to the supermarket, it's a minor detour 1 block over, I think, from the path I would take. So I'll consider it, maybe. Okay, folks, thumbs up if you would. I never did do the introduction for any lurkers out there who don't know what they're looking at. I am a tramp, a homeless guy. The name of the channel, Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. I am your eponymous hero, Delta Mike. Not my real name, nobody's called Delta, don't be silly. NATO phonetic alphabet, those are my initials, DM, Delta Mike. Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo Foxtrot, etc. Lima Mike November Oscar, blah blah blah. So there you go, DM, Delta Mike. Down and out in Torrevieja, down and out. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, a homeless person, someone of no fixed abode. An indigent, did I say indigent already? It's normally in the run. I think I got things in the wrong order this time around. Indigent. Some might say a bum. Someone who sleeps rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Once upon a time, literally just in the field, in a bedroll, with a bedroll in a field. Now I have a tent in the same field. 3.5 years. 3.5 years since homeless, 3 years, 4 months, I think it is, in this particular field. Used to get a lot of trouble from the police. Now, not so much. Everyone got used to me. That's down and out. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja, that's a city on the southeast coast of Spain, on the Costa Blanca south. About an hour south of Alicante, about an hour north of Murcia city. 50 minutes between each of those, I think. But yeah, homeless, trapped, a British person trapped by circumstance in Spain. My bank don't think I'm me, so to protect my money, they won't let me have my money. In order to prove that I'm me, I have to go back to the UK. The Spanish police have a little bit of a thing about me and don't want to let me out of Spain. Hence, I'm caught, trapped by circumstance. If there's any journalists out there, there's a story there somewhere, yeah? A guy trapped in a foreign country, unable to prove he's him, unable to get his money, pay for a lawyer, sort out whatever shit's going on in the background. It's not serious crime, folks. It's nothing fucking serious. It's a something and nothingness. But once you're homeless, you get a lot of attention from the police. They like to come along and arrest you every now and again, just for shits and giggles. Journalists in the UK, in particular financial journalists, someone who can put pressure on a bank. Martin Lewis, is it? It is Martin Lewis, yeah, the money saving expert, someone like that. Someone get me to his attention. There's a story. Get me access. I've got thousands in the bank. No, we're not talking millions. It's nothing. It's 5, 6, 7,000. But here I am begging online. You'll see the link at the top, folks, for the. I don't like to promote it too much, but if you're in a position to, and if you're willing to, if you've got the money, if you haven't got it, don't be doing anything silly. Don't be running up an overdraft trying to help a tramp out. I got a little bit. I got enough to kind of survive, but if I say that every week, I'll never get any money and I'll soon run out. It's a little bit. I got a cushion at the minute to get by for a couple of weeks, but eventually that will run out. If you're in a position to, if you're willing to, and if you can find them, you can hire the. No, this isn't an A-team thing. There's a link there for PayPal donate kind of shit, if anybody's of a mind to. I will move on from that. But yeah, I am, life's a struggle. I am. Oh, that's something I didn't add to my shopping list. I spent half the day writing out a shopping list. I've got a longer list of things that I go through frequently and of things less frequent. Fly spray. I got this thing. I woke up a couple of days ago. My wrist had about 5 bites, mosquito bites, and a different day I had a couple of big ones right in the middle of my forehead. Fucking Worf of Star Trek Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. But I'm not a nerd. Shush. I'm a nerd. Okay. Star Trek Discovery onwards don't exist. Just shush. Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Brave New Worlds, Star Trek Starfleet Academy. Fuck. I've seen other people review it. I am never touching that shit. Fat girl that swallowed her comm badge. The badge that they have for Picard to Enterprise. Beam me up, Scotty. Kind of. I'm mixing and matching my different Star Treks there. But the fact that Nerdrotic, so Star Trek Starfleet Academy was broadcast live on YouTube. live. It was broadcast. The premiere was put out, and a guy managed to sit a Spock doll, a Spock figurine, on a chair. This is nerd erotic. If you remember when I used to watch Friday Night Tights every weekend, Nerd Erotic is the channel that does Friday Night Tights, and he is a nerd. He used to own a comic book shop, before relapsing on drugs and ending up in prison. But he's turned his life around, and he's a good chap. And but he managed. He just sat Spock on a chair, no commentary, no nothing. He just said, come watch proper Star Trek." Spock on a chair. He got more viewers than Star Trek Starfleet Academy on YouTube. He got 3 times more viewers than them. That's how good modern Trek is. The name of the guy in charge, Kurtzman. I was struggling was it last week? I had Kirkman, and I knew it was wrong, but I knew it was close. Alex Kurtzman has ruined Star Trek. Star Trek is dead to me. Kurtzman Trek. Original Star Trek right up to Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Enterprise, the prequel. Those are all great. Enterprise wasn't that great, but it's good enough. Anything after that, doesn't it? Discovery, Star Trek Discovery. Let's sit around in the what's the word? Refectory. There's no refectory. The canteen. Let's sit around in the canteen and discuss our feelings. Every time you're given an order, let's question the chain of command and question the captain. Fuck off. It's a pseudo military ship of discovery and you know, new civilizations and all of that. Discover new life and new civilizations. To go boldly, if you don't want to split your infinitive. To go boldly where no man has gone before. Yes, man. Shut up. Man as in mankind. Human. Where am I? I'm gibbering. I've gone off on tangents from tangents. Why am I talking about Star Trek? Yes, Mike, you should review something from your perspective off-grid. That was where we were with Farmer. Christmas. Jack Attack. Hello, Jack. Didn't see you there. How long ago is that? That was at 2300 my time. It is now... Oh, that's only an hour ago, mate. You're probably in lurker mode again by now. But I am doing Christmas, yeah. Merry Christmas, everybody. I might even get the Christmas tree out. What do you think? I used to be a believer in the whole bad luck thing. After January the 6th, after 12th night, you're supposed to take the decorations down. But then you discover that other countries don't do that. It's not a thing. In fact, it's a modern thing. It's only a couple of 100 years old. It used to be you took the decorations down at Candlemas, which I think is 40 days. I don't remember. Is it 40 days after Christmas or 40 days after New Year? But historically, it wasn't 12th night. In Spain, 12th night is Christmas. It's King's Night. 3 Kings Night. That's when the Magi arrived. I got shit happening up on the main road. I don't know if it's just yobs or if it's a fight. Don't know. I'll leave them to it. After the last time I got involved in shit up on the main road. God, that guy, he was like the fucking Terminator. Didn't matter what I did, he just kept coming and kept coming. I'd bury him. I'd put him down on the deck. I had him in a chokehold at one point. If I'd held on, he would have been unconscious. But I let go, because there's always a risk that the guy ends up dead once you start doing choke things. But I put him on the deck. I knocked him, not exactly unconscious, but I knocked him I knocked him over and dazed him. Then I climbed on and I had the chokehold. But I relented. But he just kept for the next 2 hours. He just would not leave me alone, throwing stones and shit. He ended up in hospital, didn't he? No, he cut him. He got cut. He fell on something sharp in the field when I chased him through the field. But then he still carried on coming at me, blood everywhere. I had blood all day. I didn't even realize. I did a video the next day, and I had his blood down my cheek in the video. There you go, folks. Don't mess with the best. He ended up in hospital. Not entirely my doing, but how many times did I put him on the floor? 10? We must have had 20 running battles. Somewhere he just backed off. Somewhere he went up the top of the road and lay down. And somewhere I literally decked him. But then he damaged my fucking tent, didn't he, when I had my back turned? How did we get here? I don't know where we are. Here comes the sun, da 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 da. Here comes the sun. Jack Attack, it's still Christmas. No, it's un-Christmas. It's un-Christmas. A military, here we go, where are we going here, Farmer? Is this a joke? A military general encounters a woman who asks him when's the last time he made love? Oh yeah, 1956. That's right, you got to keep it, yeah, we went beyond 60 last time, it didn't make sense. He says 1956. She says, my God, meet me at my room. So they go off and make love. Oh, hold on. This is a 24-hour clock joke, folks. Unfollowable by Americans, but hold on. How far has it just jumped? Fuck, here we go. No, that's not it. That's not it. Whoa. Jump, just as I get there, it jumps back down. Are we talking about my tablet? I'm scrolling from the end back to where we were, but I saw something about recovery mode and stuff. It's about my tablet bricking itself with the kernel panic. Yeah. Usually, I'm told it's usually it can be a programming thing, but it's usually a hardware thing. Recovery mode. I'm scrolling. Android recovery. I had to do it the other day. Hold the I forced a reboot by holding the power button and the volume down. It took forever. It's supposed to be like 6 seconds onwards, and it took nearly 30 seconds. Yeah. They do say to clear the cache and all of that as an attempt, but I also had problems with the YouTube app earlier. I was trying to bring up the list of my videos, and it kept crashing out. That's a different device. That was on the phone. Oh, look at this. I'm so far behind, folks. I think that Samsung have stopped releasing security updates the last 2 months. I think they know they've got something wrong, and they're trying to fix something. Castle doctrine. That's stand and fight, yeah? Not having to retreat. That's a Second Amendment type thing in the States. I'm still scrolling, folks. I was in the middle of a joke. Not had sex since 1956, and the woman has sex with him, and he says, yeah, but it's only 20 minutes ago. Something like that. And I can't let go of the screen. Fuck, how far back? Soul mining. Oh, God, let me try and remember. Soul mining. I'll have to look up. It's you're either a Steve or a Chris. I think a Steve. I think you're a Steve, but I'm not sure. Sorry, it's been a while. Don't 2165 it again. Yeah, that was the joke. Yeah, 1956. Meet me in my room and off they go. And yeah, they make them. She says, "Oh, you haven't forgotten." He says, "No, why would I? It's only 9:30. No, 21. You were at 2156. It's already. Were you not 2156? Oh, you were not. Were you 1956? Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm. Oh, my arm hurts. I can't do this, folks. And it's jumped. You're a bastard. Oh. I'm gonna have to. Ouch! 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 I'm gonna have to get closer. I'm gonna have to sit up. Hey, babe, are you still here? I thought you had gone back down the other side. You've come back. You come back to your daddy. Hello, babe. Oh, that's a nice cuddle. You're very toasty warm. Tina's very toasty warm back here. For those of you that arrived late and missed it, I shall try and introduce you to my girl. Remind me to plug that back in. I don't know where I am for power. I'll have a quick look. Where am I for power? Oh, I'm on 100%. I don't need to worry. I will turn here. I will ignore the link that says lighting. Oh, I have to flip first. Oh, and I did it twice. I'm an idiot. Okay, now let me go and ignore where it says lighting and click the lightning bolt. And here's a Tina girl. I think she's asleep, folks. Are you asleep? No, your eyes are open. Hey, babe. Come and say hello to Jack Attack and Fama. I don't know who else is out there. I'm about an hour behind in the chat. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Oh, that's nice. Hello, you. Hello, you. Hey, baby. Let me put your covers back over you, yeah? Cover you up. There we go. Back to CPs. There we go, darling. Daddy looks after his girl. Hold on. Okay, folks. Oh, now I am that one arm sticking out. I might have to do things differently. It's difficult to get closer because the bed pulls me into the middle. I need a new mattress. If anyone's got a few quid, I'll try and find one nearby at the bins while I'm out tomorrow. Maybe there's often I get a mattress, stick it out in the sun for 3 days. 3 days one side, 3 days the other. A week later, I've got a new mattress, haven't I? Tina's saying I was asleep. Yeah, she was. I think she was. I think I woke her up. Yeah. Leave the yobs to their jobs. Yeah. Runner. Okay, someone's talking about someone called Runner. Have we got? Okay, Runner. Can I donate? You can indeed. The link, the pinned comment at the top of chat will take you to a PayPal donate page. I did get a plink before, but I don't think it was. Oh no, WhatsApp's annoying me. I had to. Oh, let me talk about my phone disaster. I may be leaving Labara in about 25 days time. No, in about 28 days time. I think I've had enough of them. I'm going to scroll back and see what I've missed comment-wise, though, folks. Yeah, runner. Oh, hold on. Is this 2 words or 3 words? Runner onchian. Runner onchian. Runner on. I don't know how to. I'm going to say runner because everyone else is saying runner. Hello, Mike. How are you? I'm good. I'm sorry if I'm butchering. It's entirely possible that I know you by a different name. YouTube switched to using the short form of names rather than the longer form. So I don't know if I know you or not. But hey, A-Team. Yeah, there we go. I did run off on one there, didn't I? If you can find them, you can send me a donation. I got the theme song playing in my head rent free. It's fantastic theme song. Almost as good as Knight Rider, Airwolf, or my favourite is hold on, I've just lost the name. Street Hawk. Street Hawk is my favourite theme tune. Street Hawk and Airwolf and Knight Rider are probably the best three theme. You see, saying three and theme one after the other. The best three theme tunes ever. A-Team is right up there as well. It just doesn't quite have that. I like that electronic, that electronic sound that you get like with Street Hawk or the others that I mentioned. Knight Rider, doo 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 doo. I love that. The bass and the but Airwolf you can chair dance to. As me and the wife used to do. God, we used to do some silly shit. I miss that. We used to have a lot of fun. It's a shame it went sour, but hey. Tax. Yeah, tax. What are we going here? Talking about the percentage of alcohol in a bottle of beer, I think. I know it goes into okay, this is the. I will have to catch that whole. From February in the UK, cans won't be above 3.8% and paying double. Is this due to the increased duty on beer, or have they made it a, what do they call that thing they do, the unit pricing? The beer, well, alcohol has to in Scotland, alcohol has to cost a certain amount per unit. And what that means is nobody buys the cheap alcohol anymore. So, for example, if you were going to buy a supermarket's own brand whiskey, but they have to charge a minimum of, let's say, £10, you might as well buy the Bells at £11. You know what I mean? There's a thing like that goes on where what it's called substitute. It's a substitute effect, substitute pricing in economics, I think it's called. It's no longer worth getting the cheap shit because they've made the cheap shit be so expensive. It's on a par with the, I'm not going to say the expensive shit, but the more costly stuff. And if they do the same in England, you'll get the same thing. Supermarket's own brand will just never be worth having when you can pay 50 pence or £1 more and get. How long was I gone? You are now live, it says. My counter now says minus 30 hours and 6 minutes and 21 seconds. I got no. What do you see on the duration? What is it displaying for you guys? Is it displaying the same rubbish? Or are you getting a proper count of how far into the stream we are? We're about 2 hours 15 minutes. I think I started on 2 minutes past 10. 2 hours 15 minutes. I think so. I'll have to. There's too much. I have missed too much here because of it jumping about too much. Hook up to a cable and restore the system. There's pooped right back now. Yeah, not gone long. Tina's saying I was asleep, but not anymore. Yeah, that's right. I always wake her up. I like to show her off to you guys. Some of you, some of you really love her. There's a German person called Mo, who always wants me to show more Tina. I want to be careful not to be exploiting my dog for the channel. You know what I mean? It's a balancing act, folks. People want to say hello and want to see her. I don't want to become Hassan Piker. I'm not. Oh, look at my dog! Look at my dog! Electric shock. I don't want to be. I'm not that guy anyway. But doesn't matter if you don't know who that is. It's irrelevant. He's irrelevant. But cheers, big ears. I will have to watch this one back. I think I've missed a load of information there about rebooting and reflashing and going into the menu, the system menu that allows clearing cache, reflashing. I think they got rid of the clearing the cache thing, the system cache. I don't think that's an option anymore. Last time I had to do this, I don't remember which device I was on. Wasn't there? Wasn't an option anymore on the Samsungs. I'll have a look one day. But yeah, the next time YouTube was crashing, the app itself, but the whole thing was crashing, the kernel panic. I think it's mainly the cold. I think it was the hardware and the cold. It's never happened. I don't think it's ever happened during the day. It's only when we're on those cold nights when it gets down to 5 or 6 degrees Celsius. It's like when if I plug my phone in to charge when it's those temperatures, the phone tells me that there's moisture in the port. There's not. It just doesn't like the cold of the cold cable coming in. The tablet doesn't complain about moisture on the same circumstances. The tablet complains, oh, it's cold, I'm only going to charge slowly. It'll charge faster later when it warms up, it tells me. So I just think it's an older message. It's a different way of reacting. Sometimes when the phone's really low on power, at the minute the phone has the SIM card. Sometimes I'll put it across and into the tablet. But at the minute the phone's got the SIM card. So if it gets really low, let's say I'm on 5% and it refuses to charge on the USB-C, I'll plug it in to a USB-A to C. It takes a lower wattage when it's charging that way, but it doesn't bitch about moisture. So I can keep it going. I mean, if it totally switches off, we can always take the SIM card out and put it into the tablet. It's nice having a tablet that can also be my phone. It gives me a reassurance that I don't have that single point of failure. But going back to talking about SIM cards and Lebara. So at midnight on Sunday, coming up, 2 days time, whatever, my monthly account, my monthly pay-as-you-go expires. So on Wednesday, I tried to add the 15 euros that it will be. I tried to add. Lebara has a funny system. They don't just take a payment and it will. You put money into an account within their system that you can top up any time, ahead of time. And the 15 euros should sit there in my account with that. And then at midnight on Sunday, Spanish time, they should take the 15 and top up my account. 3 days I tried to top up the 15 euros with my Tippy Tappy card through their app. Just they've stored the number. All I have to do is enter the 3-digit that security code off the back of the card. I type that in, error. No other wording, no nothing. Well, it says error. Don't worry, you haven't been charged. And I'm like, no, I wanted to be fucking charged. It just says error. No further. So on the 3rd day, I contact them and say, look, it's what's going on? Have you got a problem on your website, or is it my card provider? Where's the problem? 6, count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours later. Lots of back and forth all day long through WhatsApp. 6 fucking hours. And at the end, they claim to have told me what's wrong. Here's what they said. It's either us rejecting you because you've tried too many times, or it's your bank. I've programmed fucking payment gateways. When you use the API and try and make a payment, if it fails, you get error codes that are specific. So you've got the error codes that come back from your bank, from their API, telling you fairly specific. account overdrawn, no money, rejected, it's a security rejection. There's some API, there's some code comes back. Or you program into your system if it's your side that's rejecting it. Something suspicious, we don't like the look of this, blah, whatever. But you program, so you get the API code from the bank, or if it's you rejecting, you set some codes and you return them to the other part of your program. It shouldn't take 6 hours to tell me it's either us or your bank and we don't know. After 2 hours, they start like demanding my ID. What ID document did you use when you when you bought the SIM card, when you set up the line? Well, it's 2.5 fucking years ago. I don't fucking know. I think probably my passport, and here's my passport number. I know the number. I haven't. The passport would be unacceptable. I technically still got it, but it's water damaged. Would be rejected if given to anybody, probably. But I gave them the number. I said, probably this, but it's 2.5 years ago. Someone bought me the SIM card. Maybe they used their details. I gave them the details, and after half an hour, they come back and said, no, that's wrong. And I said, okay, well, I've no clue. I can't go back to the original people. I'm not in touch with them anymore, or not regularly in touch. I don't want to bother them. I'll probably just buy a SIM card from a different company and fuck you off. Oh, don't do it. No. It was my mistake. Your ID details were correct. I pressed the wrong button. Okay. After 2.5 years of being the customer, they suddenly start asking for fucking ID. But after 6 hours, I still don't know what the problem was. How could the problem be you're being rejected because you've made too many attempts? Why was the first attempt rejected? It wasn't rejected because I made too many attempts. I want to know, is the problem you? Is the problem my bank? In the interim, during that 6 hours, I went out to the shop and bought something with my card. So my card's working. It's a prepay. It's like a pay-as-you-go tippy-tappy bank card. Think debit card, but you have to put money on account first. Plenty of money on account. Karen made the account for me. Technically, it's in her name. She's getting no error messages or anything from her end. And all this company, after 6 hours on the phone, on WhatsApp, text, not calls, but text. After 6 hours, well, it's either us or your bank. And I'm like, yeah, I fucking knew that at the start. But which is it, and why, and who, and how, and when? In the interim, I tried to force a payment through PayPal, where you use a third party. They don't accept PayPal. They used to. They don't anymore. So I go through recharge.com? And I put 15 on account, and I have to pay a couple of euros extra, and a PayPal fee on top of that. So the 15 euros ends up costing me like 18. They even fucked that up. Instead of just going in as saldo, as credit on my account, they start running like a parallel pay-as-you-go account on that day, 5 days early. It should have sat in my account and on Sunday night be activated and be next month's payment on the pay. No, right now, I've got 2 Labara accounts running in parallel, and in a month's time, 25 days after it should, after the current one expires, instead of getting 28 days, I'll get 23. So not only did it cost me 18, not 15, I also lose 5 days of next month's credit. So I can imagine that in a month's time, less, I'm going to walk into the phone shop and ask Octopus maybe. No, is it Octopus or is it Lobster? Lobster, I think it's called. They're aimed at Brits abroad. It won't be quite as many. It's cheaper. It's 12 euros instead of 15, but it's not as many gigabytes. It's only 100, not 150 or 200, whatever I get at the minute. I'm going to look for a different provider, is the long and the short. And there's a phone shop just down the road, so I imagine I'm going there. I've had issues with Lebara on and off right from the beginning. There used to be times that when the renewal happened, it would just turn off at midnight and didn't renew, and I'd have to go to the fucking phone shop at 10 or 11 in the morning. I had 10 or 11 hours without the phone. How do you survive? 10 or 11 hours without a phone in the modern age. I can't do that shit. I'm scrolling back, folks, because there are people that have arrived that I haven't seen, and that there are messages. Oh, but it is jumping on me quite badly. I'm back at A-Team. More today trapped abroad because of banks, e.g. Thailand. I don't know what that. Tax, okay, got you. Okay, tax thresholds. Okay, then there's a big conversation between you guys about recovery mode and bricking, and you just don't click wipe phone. No, there's usually 2 or 3. Are you sure? Are you really sure? Are you positive? You're back, we're gone. There was Farmer with some cheers. Keep the same amount of gigabytes, 200 with new provider, otherwise stay Lebara for now. I haven't been, so at the minute, I'm 3 or 4 days away from the end of this billing period, however you want to term it. I'm still using what rolled over last month. I haven't touched this month. And now I've got this second fucking account running in parallel. Really pissing me off. If I could free up enough space on what I need, here's what I need, folks. So at the minute, I've got an app that allows me to search for torrents, but I have to know what I want. What I need is an app or a website where I can browse what's available and make choices. At the minute, the bottleneck is me finding something that I want, because I have to type it in and do a search. I think it's called magnet search. I've got magnet search, which does the searching and the finding, and then I've got flood for the actual downloading, FLUD, I believe, for the actual downloading. But what I need is something like Pirate Bay, which is blocked all across Europe. I need something where I can just browse and see what's popular and see what's new and what's going on and just get ideas from that. If I could just, I also have a thing where I've only got, at any one moment, I've only got 10 or so gigabytes free on the phone. Download 10 gigabytes, move it across to the hard drive. Download 10, move it across. That's a bit of a bottleneck as well. I got even less. I've only got 2 or 3 gig free on the tablet. Shh, don't talk about torrents. I only download the legal stuff, folks, you know? Linux distributions. For those that know, if you know, you know. It's about the only legal stuff that's out there, isn't it? I am an open source software fan. I used to make my living from open source software. Joomla, Joomla. I don't know whether they're still second to WordPress in the content management space. It used to be WordPress, Joomla and Drupal, which is Dutch for droplet. I believe, I don't actually know. We do have people here who I think of Dutch extraction. Yeah, 200. I uploaded, that video I uploaded today, what was it, like 10 minutes or something? And it took forever to upload. File sizes get stupid huge once you're doing 1080p, which I am now. Which, when you look back, my first videos were uploaded at something like fucking, is it 460, 480, whatever that is? I think it's 480, isn't it? 144, 240, 480. The digits double. 240, 480, 240, 360, 480. In YouTube land. It's different on Twitch and the other ones, Twitch and Rumble. They have a different aspect ratio and pixel density. Anyway, yeah. I don't know what I'm gibbering about, folks. I am gibbering. Oh yeah, the number of gigabytes to keep. Yeah, I don't want to go too low. And it's a shame that at the minute I have so many gigabytes rolling over. It's like becoming relevant for this next month. Because for the next 4 days I've got 2 accounts running at once, 2 subscriptions. When I told the woman, I thought she'd correct it. When I told the customer service, I thought she'd take the money back and just put it and sit it in my account waiting for the renewal on Sunday. No. It went straight in as a second subscription running in parallel. So I'm pissed off about that. I'm pissed off about losing a whole day with pinging backwards and forwards with customer support, and at the end of it, only knowing what I already knew. It's either them or it's your bank. I mean, and at the end she's saying, no, we've told you what the problem is. And I'm like, no, you haven't. At the end of 6 hours with customer support, I know no more than I did at the beginning. It's either been rejected by them as suspicious or by my bank as suspicious. And I don't know which. What are you supposed to do with that lack of knowledge? But I managed to force a payment through going via an external entity. But it cost me 20% extra. Instead of €15, it cost me 18. Not happy about that. And I lose 5 days because of the overlapping subscriptions. Instead of it waiting for Sunday night and starting, it started Wednesday or Thursday, whatever fucking day it was. It's no good. 6 hours. And I had to threaten to leave twice. When they started asking for ID, I've been your customer for 2.5 fucking years. What are you talking? I've come through the security process at the beginning. We're 2 hours into a chat, and now you're asking me for info that I gave you at the beginning. I gave them my name, my phone number, and my passport number. Right at the initial inquiry. 2 hours in, they start asking me for ID. After 2.5 years of being your customer. What the fuck? Labara. Look back, you can search my account probably for Labara and find half a dozen issues I've had with them. Where stuff didn't renew. Where money was taken out of my account when it shouldn't have been. When they decided to start charging 50 cents per week for a prize draw that I never opted into. That meant when I moved €15 across for the renewal, suddenly I only had €14.50, and there wasn't enough money to complete the renewal. And so again, I went fucking 10 hours without internet. Then I had to shout at them and demand that they prove when I signed up for this fucking sham scheme that they have. 50 cents a week for some crappy prize draw that you never entered into. And yes, I read Spanish well enough to know what I'm clicking on. I didn't accidentally click on anything. And everything in the app is in English anyway because I selected English. So they've got no... They couldn't, when I demanded that they tell me when I subscribed to this fucking prize draw, when and where and how, they had no info. So what did they do? Cancelled my account. Without explaining what was going on, they had to cancel my account and recreate my account, but they did it all without telling me, so all I saw was that my account was gone. That's a panic. Especially when you've just paid. I had to wait an hour for it all to come back. And then I had to check that my carried over unused hours or unused gigabytes. I had to check that that had all been correctly recreated. Thumbs up, folks, if I'm not boring you too much. Come on, give a tramp a chance. My counter here is telling me that this live stream has been minus 29 hours, 44 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm intrigued. Something crashed early on and something went bad, but I don't know how my live stream can be minus 29 hours long. I am still on this coffee, folks. I need to drink this now. We are approaching, I think it's about 3 hours since I made it, is it? 12:30. I made it about 9:30. It's about 3 hours. It's a little bit cooler because I drunk half of it already. Still nice and warm though. It's not got as cool as far as being called tepid. It is actually warm. Not quite hot, but not far from it. Again, the cup is from a line or a brand called Quechua. Quechua. From Decathlon. Bought in Decathlon. By my friend Karen. Thank you very much, Karen. I think it was either a Christmas or a birthday present one year. But it gets the top recommendation. The other one's good, but the seal, what do you call the rubber band around the seal? It's not quite big enough. That over time, that's become loose, and the water leaks out of between the lid and the cup. So as well as the sippy cup thing, it does. So I have to, with the other cup, I have to plant my mouth around the cup to catch what spills out. There is a word, isn't there? Gasket. Would you say gasket or O-ring or gasket that makes the seal on a join? You can tell I'm not as technical as the people I hang out with on Big Clive and Scruff Dog. I'll go with O-ring, but gasket would probably suffice. What say you, my what's the word I'm looking for? My friends that are more technical, the technical family. I'm not really that technical. I'm just a computer programmer. So that was me disappearing back now. I'm gone only for a second, but it was mid. Yeah, I was mid word when it went. I don't remember what I was talking about, but I was talking. Farmer says cheers. Keep the same. Yeah. CC credit cards are next. You look warmer than over the pond. You look warmer. Over in the States are going to have that big ice thing this weekend, aren't they? The UK was supposed to get something. They were talking at the beginning of the week. They were talking about 31 inches of snow, but it depended on a high pressure zone over Scandinavia, forcing low pressure and northerly winds, Arctic winds, over the UK. I think that high pressure didn't hold. And so you're getting away with, I think you're getting rain this weekend, are you, in the UK, rather than 31 inches of snow? Let me have a quick look. I will type in some northerly location that I'm familiar with and see what the weather forecast is for the UK this weekend. Where shall I go? Let's go with Hull. Hull weather. I have friends in the north. Well, I'm a northerner myself, obviously. Hull weather forecast, yeah? Do I need to click? You're offline. Why, fuck I am. What do you mean I'm offline? Wi-Fi's on. Is it here? Has it? Oh yeah, I rebooted I had to reboot. The phone went off, didn't it? I haven't shared Wi-Fi. Tablet is entirely offline. Who knew? I was in a rush. I didn't do everything properly when I had to get back online quick enough on the phone that the stream wasn't. No internet connection. What are you talking about? I've just done it. I have to go into Wi-Fi and scanning for networks. There I am. Okay, now you're done. Now we're in. Technology, folks. I love it until I don't. I used to make my living from tech. Like I said, computer programmer, website designer, internet security specialist, all of those. Whole weather forecast. There we go. Currently 6 degrees. What have we got the next few days? Snow on Monday and Tuesday. Possibly sleet Monday. Saturday sunny. Sunny all day. Sunday rain in the morning. But Monday. Well, your summary for the day is snow, but it only snows in 2 hours. I hate that. When the summary for the day doesn't reflect the fucking day. So for 8 hours that day, they've got a 20% chance of rain, they've got cloud, and they've got 1 hour where they've got sun. 2 hours where there's a 20% chance of snow. And that's their summary for the day. Had it the other day here, Torrevieja's weather forecast showed solid cloud all day. Every picture was just overcast. Not overcast with a bit of sun. Just cloud. No, I got it the wrong way around. It was sun. There was 2 hours with cloud at night. And the summary for the day was cloud. And it's like, what? How do you pick that as your summary for the day? Sun, cloud. Oh yeah, obviously the summary for the day is cloud. Weather forecasts drive me fucking balmy. Like this morning, we had rain at 7 o'clock. From 8 o'clock onwards, sun. Whole sun. Not sun and a bit of cloud, not sun and a lot of cloud, not a lot of cloud and a bit of sun, not total cloud. Sun. And then until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it was cloudy. All fucking morning. It makes me so fucking angry. There's Andy's computer tube, sorry. You're the 11th. I've got 12, I'm showing 12 likes, but okay. Pleasant for a pheasant here. No, pleasant for a peasant. I'm warm. So some nights I have had to pull. I'd be pulling the snood. I'm probably just going to start calling it a scarf because that's all it is. It's a scarf sewn into a loop. Sometimes I'm pulling it really tight and my ears will be cold. Not today. We're on, did we say 13 degrees? Give me a second. Let me engage the tablet. If it doesn't fuck up and freeze again. Like it has done I think it's the last 2 Fridays it's done that. So there was Hull. We were talking about Hull and how there's going to be 2 days with potential snow. But it's not the 31 inches of snow that they were talking about at the beginning of the week. Let me switch to, it's 12 degrees currently, apparently. Oh, it's raining at the minute. Who knew? It fucking isn't. But according to the weather forecast, it is. So 11 degrees. Once it gets down around 6 or 7, I feel it in my ears and I have to start kind of warming my ears or laying with my head against the pillow or pulling the snood up around my ears. No problem at the minute. I'm toasty warm. I got a Tina tucked in right behind my legs as well for a bit of shared bodily warmth with my girl. I think she got her back to me. Which way around are you? Yeah, you are. You got your back. We're 96ing at the minute, I think. I think you might... No, our head's actually up this way. Where, I don't know what we are. There probably isn't a number for the shape that we are. Hello, babe. We're definitely not 69, you know. No. Not with a doggy. Shut up. I'm telling myself fucking dirty jokes now. Shut up. So 12 degrees at the minute, or maybe 11. There's a split decision We're expecting, look at this folks, there's a 64% chance of 0.04 of a millimetre. 4/100th of a millimetre. And even that's only a 64% chance. Next few days, sun. Monday will be the next fully cloudy day. Yeah, here we go. Okay, let's... Karen, hello. How long ago? 47. Currently 49. Okay, I'm only 2 minutes behind. Weather rant. Yeah. Weather forecasts, folks. Never be reliant on a weather forecast, because the more you rely on them, the worse they get. The more unreliable they are when you rely on them. When it doesn't matter, it's all fine. Like I said in the video this morning, or well, I think it's just afternoon, wasn't it? So this afternoon, I guess, technically. What did I say? I've lost my train of thought. Yeah, just don't rely on weather forecasts. The more you need them to be accurate, the less likely they are. I figured, being in Spain, when the forecast says sunny, yeah, I figured it would be sunny. It's fucking Spain. It's almost always sunny. 330 days out of 360, I think, in Torrevieja. You basically get a day and a half per month, something like that, where it's not sunny. When it says it's going to rain, I'm always dubious. That can be really wrong. They can push it back and push it back. Thunder and lightning in the weather forecast, and it can be a day and a half later before you actually get any thunder and lightning. But when they say sunny, I tend to just believe it, because it's Spain. Why wouldn't you? Of course it's going to be sunny. It's almost always sunny. And so last night I ran the EcoFlow down to 30% because I was expecting today to be sunny. I was sitting on this 80% charge device. I got a fridge freezer that hadn't been on for, 8 or 9 hours or 10 hours, whatever. Why not just turn it on and give it a boost, instead of just having it on for 3 hours in the afternoon and hoping that makes it through to the next day? I figured I'd put it on again. I then charge I run down the EcoFlow thinking it's okay, it'll be sunny by 9, half 9. It's 9:15 now. On a good day, I can start taking a charge. The sun's getting that little bit higher and it's that little bit further around, a little bit above the trees and avoiding the power poles until later. The sun just didn't arrive this morning. 2 weather forecast apps said sunny from 8 o'clock onwards. As soon as that rain in that 7 while 8 period, as soon as that rain ended, it was supposed to be sunny. It was the most dull, heavy, overcast fucking morning. And then, weather forecast updates. Yeah, maybe a bit of cloud. It's not a bit of cloud, mate. It was fucking full on cloud until 1:30. We did eventually get some actual useful charge. Got the EcoFlow up to 90% and ran the freezer box for a good couple of hours. And then I had to daisy chain. The solar panel was in the shade from the tent and the bush, and I had to move the solar panel. So I moved the solar panel around, so instead of ending at 2 o'clock, it ends at about 3:30. And then I daisy chained. Then I take the EcoFlow out. It's still connected to the fridge, but I take that out as far as it'll go, and then I move the solar panel as far as it go. Daisy chain the whole lot out as far as I can. And on a good day, you can get sun until just after 5. A couple of days ago, I even took the top off the bush. Well, like a nice trimmed bush. I took the top off the bush so that the shade... Stop it. So that the shadow wasn't as forthright, wasn't as long. And I could keep charging longer without having to move everything to the other side of the field. But today the shadow came back probably about 4, somewhere between 4:30. We got clouds, So couldn't charge for as long as I would have liked. But we ended the day on about 90, I think, 90%. Currently, I've had to charge the phone and the phone and the tablet. And I did run the fridge again a bit later. We're on 58% at the minute. A little bit lower than I like to be going into the night, but apparently it'll be sunny within the next 8 or 9 hours. Apparently, allegedly, if you believe that shit. Look at this. We've got 14 people here at the minute. Only 13 thumbs up though, yeah? Come on, folks. Give a guy a chance. A tramp living in a field. I'll do my spiel again in case any of you are newcomers who are dropping in, lurking, and just want to know what this is. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. I am your eponymous hero, Delta Mike. Not my real name, obviously. No one's called Delta. One silly singer in America or Canada somewhere. But Delta's not a real name. NATO phonetic alphabet, folks. It's my initials, DM. Delta Mike. Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta. What do we got on the other end? Hotel India Juliet Kilo Lima Mike November Oscar blah blah blah. Delta Mike. DM. That's me. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Homeless. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain, Costa Blanca south, halfway roughly between Alicante, which is to the north, and the city of Murcia to the south. Costa Blanca south, as I say. What else do you need to know? That's the channel name. You are watching a TrampCast Hangout. TrampCast is a program that I sometimes do. It's a little bit in abeyance. It isn't really happening at the minute. But it's a program I used to do where I discussed the last 7 days in my life, usually on a Sunday afternoon, 5 o'clock Spanish time, 4 p.m. UK, 11 a.m. US Eastern. You have to work the rest out for yourself. I can't tell you every time zone. It doesn't really happen at the minute, but this is like an extension of that. That's a more formal layout, a more formal schedule. This is just a hangout, just chatting. It's where I talk with you, you ask your questions. Feel free, if you're new here, ask away. If you want to help a tramp get by, there is a PayPal payment link, a PayPal donation link at the top. I believe someone was asking about it earlier, but nothing's come through so far, as far as I know. But if you're of a mind to, and only if you're in a position to, don't spend what you don't have. Don't be helping others if you're not comfortably well off enough yourself, you know. But if you do have 5, 10, 15 euros to spare, that's where you do it, that link there. Mark any donations as friends and family, just to expedite matters. If you don't, I get charged a little fee on what I receive, and some things can be delayed. Sometimes it even asks, it assumes it's like a physical delivery, and it wants me to supply a transportation code, an order number. It gets a bit weird. Friends and family, if you do decide to make the donation, folks, no obligation. You don't have to. Only if you're in a position to. Only if you want to. Maybe consider subscribing, but not until you've seen 3 or 4 of my videos. I can be a little controversial. I do say the words you're not allowed to say. For example, the person who got offended by my last video because I used the word tramp. How dare you call someone who's less fortunate than yourself a tramp? Blah, blah, blah. People like you, you're a disgrace. Maybe one day you'll be the tramp. Yeah. That one day was 3.5 fucking years ago, and I'm still here. I'm still the tramp. I wasn't calling somebody else less fortunate than myself names. I was calling me fucking names. And how dare you try and fucking police my speech? The reason that I say the N-word every now and again, the reason I will talk about spazzers and spastics and all the other terms that you're not allowed to say, retard, all the words you're not allowed to say, up to and including the so-called N-word. I say them not at people. I'm not that guy. But I say them in discussing them. But I say them because I will not have my speech be policed by you. By anybody, by the government, by the police, by anybody. They're just words. Sticks and stones might break your bones. Words should never harm you, to paraphrase an old phrase. Like I said, a little bit controversial. Consider subscribing, but it's, if I'm not for you, I'm not for you. If you are just dropping in, come and say hello. Come say hello and chat. Ask questions. Who, how, when, where, why? Why are you a Trump? If you've got a whole list of questions and if you've got a couple of hours to spare, there's a link in the description to this channel, in the description to this video. The link, there are 2 links. One to my first ever video where you can see how I lived under 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin. And there's another link to my first ever live stream, my first ever TrampCast, TrampCast 001. And in that TrampCast, I answer all the questions. Where do you come from? What do you do before? What's your education level? What did you do for work? What did you do for a business? Why did you move to Spain? How did you end up homeless in Spain? And who, how, what, when, where, why? How are you going to get out of this mess eventually? Those questions I attempt to answer in TrampCast 001 if you're of an interest. It's 2.5 hours. It's long. It has got the what do they call them? They call them chapters, I believe. It has got the timestamps. You can hop to the parts that are of interest. If you're not bothered about where I grew up, a place called Darfield, just outside Barnsley in South Yorkshire, and then we moved to Morecambe. If you're not bothered about any of that, you can jump straight to the why are you a tramp? Those questions are answered in TrampCast 001. Okay, folks, hit the thumbs up. Come on, do a guy a favour. There was Karen arriving. Karen's having a few days off. She's just been working like a silly person, trying to cram multiple weeks worth of work into 1 week, so she can have a few days off and use up some of those days that she's allowed to be in Spain. 90 days out of every 180. It's a rolling 180, so you look in any period, how many days have you been here? I've been here illegally for 10 years. Maybe. February 17th will be 10 years. We will do a monster live stream. I'm pondering the possibility of a 24-hour stream, but I don't know that I've got my situation means I can't control my sleep. I don't know whether I could do I don't want to fall asleep on a stream like I have done. I think it's happened twice. Oh, by the way, when I just did that, you see the blood blister? You see that? And also, there's some nastiness on the side of my finger. Secateurs. When I was trimming the bush, you're telling your own jokes. When I was trimming the bush, every time I crunched through a branch, it caught it's a horrible shaped handle. Every time it catches my finger every time. Middle finger. Every crunch. Honestly, that blood blister wasn't just a blood blister. It was so bad I actually scraped the top off and I had blood running everywhere while I was doing it. Now it's just a crusty thing with a blood blister underneath. But also there was pain on the side of the finger. trimming your butt. No, shush. Karen, you don't get to look at. She's talking about decompressing oh no, that's Farmer. Okay, Karen doesn't get to decompress. When she gets over here, she has to manage builders, and there's jobs going on, and there's stuff happening. Then she comes and cuts my hair and trims my beard and maybe my eyebrows. People were talking about earlier, getting the eyebrows trimmed. She got all this other stuff to manage. And then there'll be a Waitrose delivery back in the UK that she has to manage from here. Because Waitrose. Or Marks and Spencer's, one or the other. She doesn't get to decompress. Okay, Andy pinched his finger on a folding step yesterday. Yeah, getting your finger caught in anything. Car doors used to be a bugger. Don't do that with a Cybertruck if you're in America. Have you seen people chopping carrots, chopping vegetables with their car door and the boot trunk, if you must. Cybertrucks. There's a reason they're not legal anywhere in Europe. People you chop carrots with your car door in America, and nobody cares. What do we got here? Soak your feet in vinegar plus salt, fungus-free zone, fungi-free zone. What's Big Clive recommends? Is it potassium permanganate for anything athlete's footish, anything fungus? I think I'm right in saying potassium permanganate, but there's another one that's a something borate. That might just be his fireproofing his ceiling. I'm not sure. Some of the other guys here that watch Big Clive will be able to correct me on the specifics. Lol, I had one today. What was that? Legally trapped but lawfully free, says Keith. Mohican would suit him. I was always a fan of really short hair. I've never really gone mohawk. I've done the Marine Corps buzz cut before, which is more or less a Mohican, I guess. Quite a wide Mohican. You keep the top of the head, but you take it back to the bone on the sides. What do they say? High and tight. Keep it high and tight. That's Gunny on NCIS, maybe? Is it? What's he called in real life? Mark something or other. Is it Gibbs? Gunnery Sergeant. I got Gibbs in my head. He is Gibbs. He built a boat in his garage even though you can't get it out. In his cellar, even though you can't get it out of the cellar. Gibbs. The actor's called Mark something or other, I think. He took over from Don Johnson on that detective show back in the 90s. First thing Don Johnson did after Miami Vice. What happened to the other guy out? Oh, that was loud. What happened to the other guy out of Miami Vice? Something Michael Thomas. What was he called? He had 3 names. It's probably not Michael Thomas. That was an Arsenal footballer who then moved. He stopped Liverpool winning the cup, winning the league, didn't he? Then he moved to Liverpool. Michael Thomas. There's also Michelle Thomas, the language learning guy who taught Doris Day how to say que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera. And he was a war hero in the resistance during World War II. Along with, what's she called? Golightly. Holly Golightly? What was the actress? No. Breakfast at Tiffany's, anybody? She was Belgian, moved to Britain when she was young, but not before serving in the resistance in Belgium. I think she was Belgian. Somebody got it or not? Holly Golightly, come on. No, nobody's there. I'm going to have to look it up myself. What's she called? What's he called? Richard She's got the same Grant. No, Richard Grant. Why have I linked those together? I don't think that's right. Actress, go lightly. That's not how you spell actress, and that's not how you spell go. Fuck, come on. No, not Gage, go lightly. Fuck off. No, 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 come on. Tiffany's, breakfast at. Breakfast at Tiffany's, come on. Here we go. How did I get Audrey Hepburn? Why was I mixing her up with the Grants? There must be some link there. I don't normally link things ridiculously. Audrey Hepburn. She was I was going to say French resistance. I think it was Belgium. Before she moved to Britain, quite young, and got that distinctive posh accent. Pinched my finger on a folding step. Yeah, it does hurt. Pinching your fingers, yeah. Karen cut her finger when the junior dropped a bottle at the side of me. And the hairdressers. Okay. Hugh Grant. Yeah, no, I don't know. Why am I mixing that? Why do I get Cary Grant? I had a picture of a skit, a comedy sketch of a bunch of people with the same surname, and for some reason I put her in it. It must have been Cary Grant, Hugh Grant, and Richard Grant. Why did I put Audrey Hepburn in there? Normally, you've seen me struggle to get words and struggle to get names. Normally, there's an associative link when I've linked stuff together so that I can remember it. You remember when I couldn't remember the cells, the 18650s? I could, and then someone told me the end of the American Civil War was 1865. So it's just 1865 and I had a zero on the end. I got another thing where one of the pins for one of my things is it's almost a year, but you take the one from the beginning and put it at the end. And that's one of the pins for one of the things. I'm not going to say any more than that. Not giving you too many details. But I work by associative links. It's how I recall shit from childhood, or I remember, if I can't remember the thing I'm trying to remember, I remember something else. When I couldn't remember Michael Douglas's name, but I could remember Carl Malden and Streets of San Francisco, and I go there, and I hop around, and eventually I remember the thing that I can't remember. I know the thing that I don't know. And somehow I put Audrey Hepburn in with the Grants. And I don't know why. Kind of makes no sense. It's interesting. It's weird. It's wrong. But yeah, anyway, World War II. I don't know if she got the French Legion of Honor. There's something. She got... She is like a decorated... She was a decorated war hero. Karen will be back in a bit. Let me scroll back because there will be things that I've missed. Because it was jumping about so badly. It seems fairly stable now. Mohican, yeah. Bonspiel. Bonspiel, good words, good, I don't know. Let's have a look at what the weather is the next few days for Karen while she's over here. Hold on. Oh, that's not the best. That's not the best app. Torrevieja weather. Here we go. The Google thing. Oh, cloudy, cloudy, rainy, cloudy, cloudy. Fuck. That's bad timing. I got to check this out, folks, because that's 5 days of solid cloud. There is no sun between now and next Friday, according to the glyphs, the pictograms or pictographs. I had to look up the other day the difference between a pictogram and a pictograph. Basically, the difference is lost to time. A pictograph is usually trying to display something like a time series of data or something, but it's basically the two words have merged and are used interchangeably now. But I had to look it up. Okay, Sunday afternoon, sun and cloud, but mainly cloudy morning and whatever. Monday, it's just cloudy all day except for 1 hour where there might be some sun. Fuck, this is bad. Tuesday is all cloud and then rain. Wednesday, maybe a little bit of sun until 11 in the morning and then all cloud. This is not looking good, folks. For someone who's living on solar power, same again Thursday. Next Friday is even that's only a sun and cloud, mainly cloud with a bit of sun. I'm a bit worried. Tomorrow is cloud and sun. And then that's it for the rest of the fucking week until next Friday. Let's hope they're wrong. Let's hope they're wrong. That's just not good. Don't know. What do you know, folks? What do you know? I need to finish this coffee, I think. It's going to be cold before long. All gone. All gone. Let me see if I can put this up on top of the chest of drawers, such that in the morning when it's time to make a brew, I can pick up both cups at once and get out of here. Probably 8 o'clock in the morning. What's this? I'm taking a trip to cut somebody's hair, said Karen. From Sunday, it's going to be real sunny in your world. Not according to the weather forecast I just looked at. It'd certainly be warmer than the UK, but minty candy cane hot chocolate, says Farmer. Sounds nice. Taking a trip to cut someone's hair. Yeah, I took care of the beard thing, but you can come and do the hair. If you must. Midwinter been fine. Snow melted by morning, so stayed clear daytime. Remind me, Keith, San and H, where are you? Are you in the north or the south? East or west? Just approximate. I don't need your address. A county will do. Proper sunny, it's just not gonna be. It's just not gonna be that sunny. Legally trapped but lawfully free, said Keith a while back. May include 8 hours of snooze. Is that my 24-hour stream you're talking about, or Karen and her flight? I'm not sure. Pinch strings on folding steps. Yeah, we looked at that. That's where I went off on one about the Cybertruck. That almost buried Tesla, didn't it? Elon's not exactly the best of businessmen at times. Over promises, under delivers. Everything comes out late and less than it was. Less good, but more expensive than it was promised to be. Cut fingers. We saw that Hugh Grant maybe. I'll be back in a bit. It was when I was trying to remember the Grants thing. I don't know why I've got her in that. I wonder if she was in the comedy sketch. I wonder if I'm trying to remember who did the comedy sketch with. They did Hugh Grant, Richard E. Grant, Cary Grant, and maybe the female actress came and did the kind of the Holly Golightly, or whatever she's called. I can't remember her name now. She's not bad. I'm so bad with names. Why am I so bad with names? What was she called? The Holly Golightly lady. Donuts. I'm not trying to customize the fucking back screen. What are you? Hepburn, Audrey. I did it. I didn't look without looking. I didn't get there. I remembered before I got there because it's the same surname as Catherine Hepburn from Africa Queen and those other comedies. Is it My Girl Friday? My Girl Friday? Spencer Tracy, Catherine Hepburn, all of those films. I like those, but I can never remember the names of them. You know what I'm like with names. Farmer says, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub the like button and consider subscribing maybe. A Le Mans stream, the 24-hour race. Okay, yeah. So the day, if I do such a thing, it will be. See, I'm going to be reminiscing. When I first arrived here, my God, that first 2 or 3 days, I was absolutely beaming. I walked around at night trying to find. I'd kind of earmarked some bars. I'd put some dots on a Google map, and then when I walked around, they were all closed, and not just closed that day. They were closed like for winter. They were closed until Easter. 5 or 6 bars, none of them open, and I ended up sitting outside a bar. At the time, it was called the Mung Tavern. It's gone now. It's opposite a bar called the Viking Bar. I think the road it's either Sal or Palangra. Avenida Sal, Avenida Palangra. One of those two that run parallel. I was in an apartment at the top in between the two roads. And I'd walked around looking at, these 5 or 6 that I'd picked out beforehand. And none of them were there. They were either not there or they were closed until Easter. And so I ended up just outside this bar. And it's where I learnt my favourite Spanish word, tanky. Tanky is it's a pint glass, with the handle, a tankard, basically. Tanky, it's a big beer. It's a Vesa Grande. But tanky, it was the first word I learnt. And I say it wrong, apparently. I put the stress in the wrong place when I'm saying it. So it doesn't quite. The Spaniards look at me a little bit funny when I say it, but I can't help. I say it the way I say it. It is what it is. I think I pressed down at the beginning in the tanque, and you're supposed to be tanque. You're supposed to hit the end, I think. There's an accent somewhere, which means press down, push down, stress. Tells you where to put the accent doesn't change the sound of the letter much, but it's where you stress the word, which syllable to push down on. Normally, when a word ends in a vowel or an S or an N, normally you wouldn't stress the final syllable. You go for the one before the second to last. But if there's an accent at the end, that's where you push down. You push down on the syllable with the accent. Anyway, there we go. That's your Spanish lesson for today. Un tanque, por favor. Tanque. I go tanque, and it should be tanque. Something like that. You're pretty good with names, like remember actual names off YouTube channels. No, I have I write them down in a notes, Samsung Notes app, and periodically I can't remember. We had someone came in earlier, and I had to guess. I had to guess that I was probably wrong. I can't remember who it was. I guessed it's Steve. Let me look who Steve actually is and see how far off I was. I'm not sure who it was now. I don't remember. But I try and make a memory hook, a mental hook. I don't always get it. I can miss. I can guess wrong. I have people's handles. Here we go. I have a file for this. Let me check who Steve is and see. Soul Mining. Steve. It was Soul Mining. It was Steve, and he's in Warrington in Cheshire. Not wanting to dox him too much. I have a list, and every now and again I'll peruse it. I think Dada Chosky turned up the other day when I was doing one of the lives and I wasn't sure what his real name was. He's Chris. Sign of nature is Keith with a K-E-E-F. Mashtag is Michael, not Mike. He's not a Mick or a Mike. He's Michael. Super enriched is Oscar. Hello, goodbye is Mr. 100. That's all I know about him. And Mirror Mirror, when he's around, Mirror Mirror is a wandering tramp here or hereabouts in Spain. I think up somewhere near Alicante. Haven't seen Ryan Vitruvium for a little while. I'll maybe drop him an email tomorrow. I'm not good with names. If I can form the mental hook, if you've got a name that's the same as someone else I already know, you know, like my brother or my sister or something, I've got a chance of remembering. Like Rose, it's a flower. When she's around, Rose is Rosemary. But the it's a flower helps. That's her handle. Yeah, you know, if I can make the mental hook, it's there and it'll be there almost forever. If I can't make the hook, I've met people who've got. If your name is just a string of letters that's not even a word I know, I've got no chance. You know, if your name is like Kibobble or something, you know, if it's just blah, 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 I got no. I got no chance. I've got no way. Has to be something that I can, what I call a memory hook. You have to be able to latch on to something else. Oh, that's the same as my cousin. Oh, that's the same as my best friend back there. That's the same as that guy I used to work with. Then I've got a chance. But I'm terrible. Names and faces. I have to meet you 3, 4, 5 times before I can. I've told you the story about how I sat one day with friends in the park, in the kiosk at the park. I had a whole conversation with this couple. 2 or 3 days later, I'm sat having a breakfast at what's the name of the bar? Oh, hold on. This is going to be good. Everyone thinks it's one name and it's not. It's got a letter missing from it. I don't know. My God, I've had about 100 breakfasts there. It's an Irish bar, Irish name. Everyone thinks it's got a letter in it that it doesn't have. No clue. Anyway, I sat there one day and struck up a conversation with a couple on the next table and basically had the same conversation I'd already had 3 days earlier. And it was months later that I realised it was the same couple. The fuck do you do? She was either Mary or Marie. I'll be honest, I don't remember his name now. I met them, the last time I met them was the beginning of COVID. And they were heading back to Ireland because COVID. They had to rearrange flights and go early. And I said I'd see them again in, 3 or 4 months' time. Never met them again. There's a whole bunch of people that cut themselves off from me, and that I think I've said before. Rumours went around that I was a liar and I didn't have this second bank account and this backup bank account, that I was taking advantage of this friend that was housing me for a few months after I was first made homeless. The rumours, that really hurts. That really hurts. I lost a whole circle of what I thought were friends. Basically, everyone that I'd met over 6 years plus. I'd known some of them for 6 years. And here I am living in a field with no help from any of the buggers. Even a lady I had a relationship with. Ay. Onwards. Let's not dwell. Pretty good with names, not really. Sign 2 in the pink hole. Dankeschön. That's thank you in German if I'm understanding. Tweety pub. O'Toole's. I'm taking it that's a Tweety's is a fish and chip kind of bar. That's not got the Irish name. If that's where you were going, Tweety O'Toole's, I think is you're trying to do like a Peter O'Toole Irish name. I'm gonna have to give us a second. It's on Los Locos. It's Irish. Everyone mispronounces the name because they put that extra letter in, which is also an Irish. What am I going to type? I'm going to type Torrevieja. Ah, that's 2 O's, not 2 R's. Torrevieja. Irish bar. See whether I remember it before I get there. Irish bar, Los Locos. I've got no clue what the name is. Murph's. And everyone says Murphy's. Almost everyone says Murphy's. Murph's Irish bar on Los Locos. Why could I not remember? I mean, if you wanted a typical or prototypical Irish name, I guess Murph and Murphy's would be your two first guesses. I love having a breakfast there. I think someone sent me money once to go, and I went there. Ismo treated me when he was last over. I've got I might have to look back through my PayPal donations. I'm fairly, as well as I owe Josie. So Josie sent money and told me to go to Tweety's for fish and chips on a Friday. And I still haven't been for one reason or another. It must be about 2 months now. Sorry, Josie. I like to honour when people have, I always say this, when people make a donation and stipulate, whether they stipulate use it on this or don't use it. A lot of people, some will send me money and say not for booze because they worry that, I know what they worry, but I'm not, honestly. I know that most homeless either have alcohol, drug, or psychiatric problems. I don't. Mine is entirely circumstances beyond my control. I enjoy a drop, obviously. You know that when I'm sitting here talking for 3, 4, 5 hours, I like to have. I've just had 2 cups of coffee. I have had about half a can of beer while we've been online, but now it's just beer. It's lubricate the throat is my excuse. So I almost always have a beer while we're broadcasting. I like a drop. I said before, when I go shopping to the supermarket, I will probably, if I take the old lady shopping trolley, I will probably get 2 cases of beer. I will almost certainly get one of those. It's not a liqueur; it's a spirit. Well, it wasn't licorice; it was the other one, aniseed flavored spirit. Oh, that was gorgeous. I will get one of those if they've still got them. And because I didn't have any Baileys or equivalent over Christmas, I'm going to make one. I got a couple of Tetra Packs, a couple of bricks of cream. There are 2 types of bricks of cream. There's one for cooking and there's one more of a dessert. The 2 that I've got are more on the dessert side. That'll be all right. It just means I won't put as much sugar in as I think you're supposed to use like a carnation, a condensed cream, a condensed and sweetened cream. But I've got these 2 dessert kind of creams. I'll get some milk as well to water that down a bit. Bottle of whiskey. I'm going to make basically something like 2 litres of Baileys. Am I an alky? I don't think so. But I'm going to do that because it's un-Christmas. Remember, I'm having a happy un-Christmas on the 25th of every month this year because my Christmas was pretty much rained off this year. It was fantastic of not Tom, Anthony. Fantastic of Anthony to bring me a Christmas dinner on the day because he understood that I'd been rained off and couldn't get. So he brought me a full Christmas dinner already cooked on a plate, nice and hot, in the rain. But by the time I got to cook stuff, I think on like the 27th, I think, or 28th, we'd had solid rain almost, and the rest of Christmas New Year was pretty shite weather-wise. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed my Christmas. I had a Christmas. Didn't have my Christmas tree on much because we had bad weather. Didn't have enough power. So maybe tomorrow night, if that's on Christmas Eve, if I've got my days right, if tomorrow is I might have the Christmas tree lights on tomorrow if I've got enough. Although, looking at that again, the weather, 4 or 5 days with no sun. Maybe I can't spare the power. I don't know, folks. It's all up in the air. It's tramping a fucking field, trying to make the best of a bad job. What I was saying was, I'm gonna buy 2 cases of beer. I'm gonna buy that liqueur. It's not a liqueur. I keep saying liqueur. It's a spirit. It was full strength, 30% or 40% by volume, aniseed flavour, absolute gorge. But I'm also going to make, if I can't buy a Bailey's or equivalent, I'm going to make one. It's just cream, milk, whiskey, sugar, and instant coffee powder. You got to get the mix. You got to get the balance right. But that's about it. How difficult can it be? It's an excuse to buy a bottle of whiskey, isn't it? £6. It's almost a poorly octopus, isn't it? A £6. £6. £6. €6 actually. It's even less than £6 for a bottle of whiskey, and for, I got a feeling that the aniseed liqueur, the aniseed spirit, it was a litre bottle, and it was only €7, wasn't it? Normally the litre bottles are a tenner. €6 for a normal bottle, 10 for a litre of most your vodka, whiskey, brandy, whatever else my favourites are. But the aniseed one was 7 or 7.50 for a full litre. They're giving it away. How can you not buy it? You do Christmas all year with those lights. Yeah, with my fairy lights. Yeah, they're my night lights. They are. I actually, as soon as this stream ends, I turn the big light, the lantern, I turn it off. This is enough for through the night. In fact, when I'm watching video, I'll turn this off. Just turn this on when I need to navigate to the other side of the tent for my gentleman's urinal. It's a pop bottle with the top cut off, stood inside a tin can to hold it upright, stabilize it. Speaking of which, I might have to go do that soon, folks. Where are we here? I'm on minus 28 out of 46. I've got no idea what that means. Let me get the time. 1:37. Does that mean I've been here 3 hours? I think Farmer's off. Okay. Good night, everyone, everybody, everywhere. I'm going to try and hold on for 4 hours. As a favour to you guys, really, or to the other viewers. If we end, good night, Fabrizio. Catch you later, my friend. If we finish before 4 hours, YouTube will take 15 to 20 hours to process and make the stream available, fully published, with all the different resolutions and with the live chat replay. If we make it to 4 hours, it'll be live and done in 20 minutes. I mean, for anyone who joins late, if you've joined in the last hour and you want to go back and watch from the beginning, I'd rather the live chat was available. You'll be able to go back after 20 minutes. You'll be able to start it and have chat replay available. It's the best way to watch. If I'm answering people and I forget to read out what their actual question is, or yeah, it takes longer with minus hours. This might be true. I don't know how the stream is on minus 28 hours 45 minutes. I don't know what you're reading. What have you got as the as the duration of the live stream so far. If you slide the timeline back a bit, if you what do they call it, scrub, you scrub the timeline backwards. Don't forget to come back forwards, or anyone watching, folks, you want to be bottom left, you want to see the word live, a red dot on the word live, so that you know you're up to date. If you do scroll back for any reason, or if you pause the stream while you got the loo or something, when you come back, you can either click live, or you can click the cog at the top and play at 1.5 speed, so that it catches up with, you know, within a few minutes. That's always a good way of doing things. Minus minus, two minuses make a positive. If you take away a minus, you add. Mathematician, folks, do you remember your number line and the basics? What's she called that I watch? Suzanne, the mathematics Suzanne. Hello, my lovelies, she says, and she says it in such a lovely voice. You would never guess she was German. Hello, my lovelies, she says, with a gorgeous dark hair, bit of bust, bit of cleavage. Hello, my lovelies. So much so that some people won't let their teenage boys, they're looking for a maths channel to bring their kids up to speed at mathematics while they're at school, but some parents won't let their kids watch her. She's a very pretty lady and often has a low cut top, and then she's got this lovely soothing voice. Hello, my lovelies. I like watching those math puzzles and see if I can work out. There's a lot of basics, or what should be, that I don't know, despite going on and doing higher level stuff. Schools don't teach mathematics. Schools teach basic arithmetic, and that's about as far as they get. A little bit of trigonometry, a little bit with algebra, rearranging formulae, but they don't teach proper mathematics. There's a lot of simple equations and simple methods that you can use for working a lot of things out that I just don't know. A lot of things you forget as well. I thought a lot of the rules for working out the area of a triangle, I thought they only applied to right angle triangles, but they don't. Half the base times the height works for any triangle anywhere, not just right angle triangles. The Pythagoras stuff is Pythagorean, that's right angle triangles. For a lot of the other stuff, in a circle where you've got the diameter right across, any line on the edge, on the perimeter of the circle, any dot there, you form a triangle, it will always be a right angle triangle. If you've got the diameter covered and then you put anywhere on the circle, on the radius, it will be that angle will be a right angle. Who knew? I didn't know that. I only learned that a couple of weeks ago. A lot of the stuff. There's another one to do with working out the height of a triangle where you multiply the two sides and divide by kind of what is the hypotenuse. That times that divided by that, I think that gives you the height. Gives you something. I can't remember what. I think height. Who knew? Not me. It's like my education's got huge gaps. I did this basic stuff and then I did this advanced stuff. Government statistician for a while, folks, don't forget. Yeah? Operational research. It's the statistical process control kind of stuff, but a lot of that. A lot of your sigmas and what have you. But I did integration and differentiation. But there's so many basics missing that I'm rediscovering and that I'm covering now almost out of, well, for fun. I'm watching these maths channels for fun. It helps that there's a really pretty lady on one of them. There's another one, a guy called what's he called? Something or other. I'm watching 3 or 4 of these maths, Press Tallywhacker. I always say Tallywhacker, but it's not. But it sounds like that. Press Tall. Indian bloke anyway. I think. I mean, who knows? But I'm watching. I'm doing these math puzzles and I'm learning things. And they'll throw a formula down and said, "Oh, as we all know, according to this, two lines within a circle that cross the lengths. So let's say that you've got two lines crossing. Let's say A and B, either side of where they cross. Multiply those two together, and the other line will come to the same value when you multiply their X and Y. You know, they're two parts. Any two lines that cross within a circle, you multiply the two halves, the two parts, and the other one. So if you know the length of one line across, and you know the two parts, and you know one length of the other, but you don't know you can work it out. Mind blown. Nobody ever taught me that at school. So many gaps in my knowledge. And I was a statistician. What the fuck? What is wrong with our education system? Why do I not know this? What's it called? It's called the chords principle or something. The chords, not conjecture, but it's that kind of thing. These two lines within a circle are chords. But the two parts, you multiply them out, you get a number, and the other line will total when you multiply when you work out the product, it'll be the same. So you can work out if you know one length and not the other, you can work it out. Who knew? I had no clue. So there's all sorts of rules to do with chords and tangents and tangents to the diameter, indeed. There's so many gaps in my knowledge, folks. I almost want to go back and do like an advanced maths. I don't know about a degree, but maybe what do they call the above O level, but before A level? I know we don't have O levels anymore. It's GCSE. We still have A levels. In Scotland, they do an advanced or higher. Is it higher? High. I want to go back and do something like that. I want to go back and retrace all the shit I didn't learn properly or that wasn't offered. I want to learn all of these fundamental principles that just never occurred in my education. Fascinating. When I watch some of they won't work out a number. They will quote an answer in terms of root 2 or root 3 or 3 times root 2. And I'm like, when they start messing about with powers and cancelling shit, and I don't know what they're doing half the time. If you've got a square root of this power plus that power, you can break it. Is it when it's plus or does it have to be multiply? You can break it down into 2 different roots. They lose me. And they treat it as if it's basic. Oh, of course you can do this and this, and we split this and we factorize that. And instead of doing 8 cubed, we can call that 2 to the power 3 times 2 to the power 3. And I'm like, what? What we do? What? When? Where? Why? I didn't know you could do that. What? And I'm still lost on it now. But I'm enjoying the journey, trying to learn some of it. Tramp in a field. What else have we got to do? I need something to occupy my fucking mind sometimes. It's why I sit here doing Sudoku or the countdown type, the sundial, the 9 letters, find the 9. I don't bother with the 3-letter and 4-letter word. That's beneath me. But I like to look and spot the 9-letter word as quick as I can. My wife earned 30 quid once, I think. When you're doing an anagram, write the letters in a circle and the answer will jump out at you. It was like one of these take a break magazine hints and tips kind of pages. She got 20 or 30 quid for a stupid suggestion. Put them in a circle, it'll jump right out at you. I don't know. Where are we, folks? What are we talking about and why? AS level, that would be the one, yeah. I want to go back to school, folks. I want to go back and learn mathematics, not just basic arithmetic. How many weeks did we spend? When we got to high school, I swear the first 2 months was get into the maths class. Here's 100 multiplication sums. What do you want to call them? Questions, I don't know. And the first quarter of an hour of every maths lesson for the first 2 or 3 months was just do 100 of these basic multiplication and division. I don't even think we bothered with, wasn't addition and subtraction, multiplication and division. Months. If I didn't get 100, it's because I made some stupid mistake. I got this little thing with 8 times 7. It's the whole, is it 54, is it 56? I got a stupid mental block on remembering that one. Sometimes I'll guess wrong. Or sit there doing the 9, all of that. Let me see whether I can get it right now. So if 7 sevens are 49, 8 sevens are 56. There we go. It's the 9 sixes that are 54, isn't there? There's something there that just causes me to, I don't get them wrong. It causes me to hesitate. If I didn't get 100% on those things, it was because of one little fucking stupid slip. Sometimes you misread the bloody question. But you spent so long, you missed out on so much education because the class progresses at the rate of the slowest learner. And I was never the slowest learner. I had this shit off pat before I was doing that kind of basic multiplication before I even started infant school. By the time I was 5, so some of the stuff we were doing in high school, like pi, the fact that the circumference is 3 and a bit times the diameter. Now, I didn't, as a kid, as a 4-year-old or 5-year-old, I didn't get the specific number. I didn't have 3.1415927, whatever the fuck that is. I did have that memorized to 50 digits at one point. Not anymore. But it's 3, 14, 15, and then on you go. I think 927, but I could be wrong. I knew it was 3 and a bit. I knew that from being 4 years old. I'd read all of the Ladybird books, everything that you would ever read in school before going to high school at 11 or 12, whatever age you are. So school was painfully boring at times. Painfully. You're there doing this basic multiplication on single-digit numbers, maybe double-digit. Up to 12 by 12 was about as high as we went. At home, I went up to 20 by 20 with my times tables. I even, because I had this dart game, I did my 25 and 75 times table. It's like a stickle brick dartboard with rounded darts, because I wasn't allowed proper darts because I had a brother 7 years younger. So darts flying back out of the wall or missing the butt could have been dangerous. He thinks I really hold this against him. He thinks it's a big. I mean, I was pissed off at not being able to have a proper dartboard. My friend Kevin over the road, he had a proper dartboard. I was envious, but I didn't hold it against my brother. He thinks I did. It's a thing with him now. I tried telling him it wasn't him. You know what I mean? It's not a thing. I was envious of the bloke over the road though. The lad over the road. Where was I? 25 times table, 75. There was 25, 75, there was 25, 50, 75 and 100 on this kind of stickle brick dartboard. So I knew my 75 times table. Basically, 4 75's been 300. 3 75's 225. 2 75's 150. Shifting lurkers appreciated. Yeah, come on in, guys. If you're lurking, come and chat. I'm running out of shit to talk about. and I don't want to bore anybody with me and my school days. It does just fascinate me that there's this whole branch of maths that we never, well, branches of maths that we never covered at school. We basically did basic arithmetic, basic trigonometry. There's another one. When they start dividing sines and cosines, I've got no clue what they're doing. How do you know what becomes what when you divide what by... No. I've got basic trigonometry. Sokotoa. Silly old Hamish caught a haggis travelling over Aberdeen. Sine equals opposite over hypotenuse. Cosine, soka. Hold on, I've got that right. Sine, Sokotoa, silly old Hamish. Yeah, S-O-H. Caught a haggis, C-A-H. Cosine is, where did I go? Caught a haggis. Adjacent over hypotenuse. Travelling over Aberdeen. Tangent is opposite over adjacent. There we go. That's the basics. We came up with our own. There was this other rhyme or mnemonic is the word for memorising these things. But I had to adjust it. I'd been living in Scotland for a little while. So silly old Hamish caught a haggis travelling over Aberdeen. That worked for me. Feel free to borrow it if ever you need to remember your trig, your basic trig. So we did basic arithmetic, basic trigonometry, and basic algebra, really basic. Whatever you do to one side, do to the other. If you want to remove x minus a, add a to both sides. X minus a plus a, those cancel out, you're left with just x, and the other side will be whatever it was plus a. I mean, yeah, whatever. That's about as in depth as we got in normal school, and then in sixth form when I did A-level maths, integration and differentiation. I don't really remember that well. It wasn't taught that well. We couldn't afford the maths. All my infants and infant, junior, high school, parents bought the textbooks. I had books, not necessarily the ones that were being used in school, but I had them and got ahead. When it came to sixth form, we weren't in that position. I couldn't afford the books. So I didn't have a chance to sit down and read it in my own time and learn it. We were in class, borrowing like one of the school's books, and with all the other distractions and sitting on the back row taking the piss. That didn't quite work. So I remember integration and differentiation. I remember that x cubed goes to 3x squared. You take the number, put it in front, and reduce it 1 as the exponent. I'm talking about stuff you're probably not interested in, folks. Who wants to listen to a tramp talking about A-level and above mathematics? I'm just disappointed that there's this whole section of maths that some people just take for granted and do for fun, and I was never introduced to. A lot of these rules to do with circles and squares and if you have a square that's 1 by 1, the diagonal will be root 2, 1.41 basically. Always a square. You can scale it up 2 by 2, it'll be 1.41 multiplied by 2. 2.82 or whatever. And you can approximate this, you just know it. That basic stuff was never taught to me. The same with fitting a circle inside a square. The square will be 4 pi. The circle will be pi r squared. So whatever r is. But the square will be, 4 r squared. So the square will be, Anyway, stuff that just I'm playing with and learning and it's just not. Basic arithmetic. I thought we were doing maths at school. We weren't. We were just doing basic arithmetic. Arithmetic, basic trig, and what was the other one that I said? Basic algebra. Why we were being taught matrices, or matrices if you prefer, matrix mathematics. Never used that again in my life. I guess you were taught it in case you went on to do higher level stuff and you became an engineer or a computer programming. It's used. Matrix maths is used in coordinates in 3D animation. It's used a lot. But I've never gone there. All the stuff that you learn and never touched again afterwards. Matrix maths. That should just be taught to the people who need it. Trump tacoed on Greenland. Taco. What's it? It's an acronym, isn't it? It's like Trump announces and doesn't do anything, or chickens out. Trump always chickens out? Is that where we're going? Trump always chickens out for the taco. Couldn't remember it there. What's your favourite part of the UK? I'm a Yorkshire lad, initially. Then brought up, I guess, from 15 years onwards in Lancashire. So I like the north. I don't think I've got a specific. I've never been back to well, I went back to Barnsley once the year after we moved. Well, actually, back to Darfield, the village outside Barnsley. I don't know. From what I can gather, a lot's changed. A lot's gone downhill in the Barnsley area. All the pits closing after the miners' strike. A lot of unemployment, a lot of drug and other problems for people with no work. I don't know. I like Morecambe, and I like Lancaster, but I think I prefer Morecambe. Seaside. As a kid, we went to Bridlington and Cleethorpes and Filey and Whitby, Scarborough. We did all the East Coast seaside towns. I think I've told this in the past. From 5 years old onwards, maybe even before, Dad had a little Escort van, Ford Escort van, and we'd come home from school. This wasn't announced to us. We didn't know this was happening. Me and my sister would come home from school, and there'd be a mattress and some supplies, bedding and what have you, water and some food and a camp stove or whatever in the back of the van. And off we'd go that night, Friday night. And we'd spend the weekend on Flamborough Head, on the cliff tops sometimes, or on the seafront in Braid or Cleethorpes or whatever. Loved that. Doing it as a kid in the back of a van is probably, great memories, yeah. And that probably adds to it. I mean, some of these places are probably dumps, really. From what I can tell, most British seaside towns have struggled, haven't they, the last 40 or 50 years. People don't holiday in their own country anymore. Everyone comes to Spain. So a lot of those seaside towns in the 80s and 90s tried to attract a different audience. If you were retiring and you were in Blackburn or Bradford, or go and be retired at the seaside in Morecambe or wherever. Then, as well as retirees, it was, hey, if you're going to be unemployed for the next year or two, why not do it in Morecambe? And all the bed and breakfast hotels changed into flats, apartments, but for the unemployed, for the benefits. Then it probably became hotels or apartments for migrants, I would guess, nowadays. They get a different influx. So Morecambe was known as Bradford by the Sea or Bradford upon Sea for a while. A lot of people, either retirees, it became God's waiting room, was another nickname for Morecambe. And I'm guessing Blackpool and everywhere else has the same issues. A lot of drug and alcohol problems in Blackpool, because if you're unemployed, what else are you going to do? Get a crick in my neck. Lake District's another nice one. We used to live in Penrith for a little while. Hey babe, what's the noise? Are you rattling the old air freshener tin? Yeah, babe. Yeah, babe. We have walk. Yeah, we did walks, didn't we? We've been walked and fed and watered, haven't we? That's lovely. I like when you look like that, aren't you? You just woken up again. Tina's woken up. You need a drink of water. Oh, don't do that while my hand's still there. We'll get some water soon, darling. I think we're going to finish up soon. I think we're going to. I don't know. We've got quite a lot of people here. For anyone arriving late, I am in bed. This is a bed. The TrampCast Hangouts tend to be done from bed. I do spend most of my day on the bed, if not in bed. I got my doggy darling with me, my Tina doggy darling. Let's Penrith, nice place. Yeah, I got fond memories of Penrith and Dumfries. That was another place that we lived, just the other side of the border. So from Penrith, Ullswater was the nearest lake. We'd go there often. We had a metal detector that was waterproof. You could put it in the lake, and we'd find coins and bits of brass and all sorts. Yeah, no, I got fond memories of Penrith as a kid. I went to Castle High School, is it called? There's a ruin, a broken down castle. Um, the grounds were brilliant. Big slopes, big, like what should have been a moat, but it's empty now, but you've got the bank. Oh, you've got the banks. You run down and try and get up in one go, try and get up to the ruin, to the castle. And right next to it was County Boys wasn't a high school, or it might have been a high school as well. I was a junior. I was 77. What would I be? 10. This was where Prince Charles, as he was then, almost ran over my foot, or his chauffeur did. We went and lined up outside the train station. He'd visited the area and he was leaving, and the chauffeur pulls in so that they could get on the Royal train or whatever. And the wheel of the Rolls Royce it was about an inch from my foot, maybe less. I was trying to push back, but there's a crowd, and I was trying to get. Yeah, Charlie boy, what's your fucking chauffeur? That's only. Well, that'll be 50 years next year. Will, won't it? 77. Yeah, it was Silver Jubilee year, was it? 77, yeah. Yeah, it was Jubilee year. 50 years ago next year. Fuck! Where does time go? I remember because I almost got injured because the front wheel of the roller was that far from my foot. I remember it like it was yesterday. It's only 49 years ago. That was Penrith. Then we lived in Dumfries. I got fond memories of all these places. Yeah. Time flies. Yeah, Tempus fugit. It does indeed. Time flies. Yeah. Ever remember finding the parachute bombs as a kid? What do we mean by parachute bombs? We're talking about Second World War stuff. I never. No. Parachute bombs. I always remember. It's kind of not controversial. It's weird. I got on the way to school. Mum stopped off at a like a newsagent's, a toy, a sweet shop, or newsagent's, and I could have anything I wanted from the shop, and she thought I was going to buy like sweets, but no, I bought this magazine. I was just having a quick read after arriving at school. While you wait for the teacher to arrive, you've got the desks, you've got your own desk. You're in one class all day. And I read this magazine. I was reading about rabbits, and the magazine said that they were rodents. And that same day, the teacher decides to do a quiz. Who knows what a rodent is? Miss, yeah. Animals, they've got the big teeth that chew on wood. Yeah, like rabbits or rats. He thought we were going to go away and learn it overnight from somewhere, ask parents or do whatever. I just knew it. Except, I now find out that's not true. Rabbits are not true rodents. They have their own offshoot. They have their own taxonomy, their own categorization. So all these years, like 50 years or so, I thought rabbits were rodents, and they're not. Now you know. You learn something when you come to a live stream with me. The aim is that you learn something every time. Some people class them as rodents, but they're not true rodents. I don't remember what their category's called, what the taxonomy is. But it was one of you lot. It's a lady that corrected me one time. I don't remember who it was. Corrected me and said, no, they're not rodents. You live and you learn, folks. If you're going to learn something new every day, then you're progressing, aren't you? Then you're progressing. I stayed in Penrith. Was looking a tad run down the last time I stayed over. It wasn't exactly the brightest place when I was there. There was when we went we were living on a caravan park up on top of a hill next to a big beacon, a big hill with a fire thing on the top, an actual beacon. It was a gypsy caravan site. It wasn't actually the best times of our life. We had a house still but we didn't sell the house. We had the house in Barnsley or in Darfield. But we went, my mum got sick of being away from my dad. He was away working for like 3 months and 6 months at a time. We went and stayed in the caravan, but we were on a gypsy caravan site. They don't like outsiders, let's just say that. There was people playing, grown men, drunk men, playing knock and run at midnight. My dad got hold of one of them once, I think. And my dad, parachute regiment, but not a man to be messed with. I think I've told the tale about how a bar broke out in a fucking huge fight one day, and he just walked through the middle of it carrying a tray of drinks. And someone looked at him like they were going to hit him, and he just fucking looked at them and he carried on walking through the middle of the. He wasn't a big man, but he had a presence. He had. I don't know whether he's alive or dead, but he has a presence. But these guys dicking about on the caravan site, it stopped. It stopped. I think I know why, but I probably can't say. But I suspect he got hold of one of them one night. Yeah. But what I was saying, it'd been run down Penrith, walking from the top of this field on the outskirts, outside of town, really. We were bordering in countryside with not mountains, but big hills and stuff in the view. There were horses horses and their foals, the babies, and I took to kind of drawing and sketching the horses on the mountains, the hills, on the edge of the Lake District, really. So we were on the edge, and we had a long way to walk in to get into the centre of town, then out of the centre, kind of, and to school. And in winter, with the rain coming in horizontally with the winds, cagoules were a new thing back then. You know, your coat that folds up into its own pocket. Getting to school absolutely wet through. You could keep your top half dry, but all the water just runs down the nylon cagoule and onto your legs. It would be 1 o'clock in the afternoon before my legs were starting to dry out. And then you got to walk home again at 3, half 3, whatever. Yeah. This is the parachute bombs, is it, that you're talking about? In old meadows, you found loads. How about the detonators that British Rail use? Oh yeah, they put them when the men are working. They'd put them on the track, so if a train came along, it gave them a warning. Give them 10 or 20 seconds to dive off the track. Yeah, we used to play on the railway lines. We were a bit naughty as kids. Stupid, really, but young lads, young men, we do stupid things, don't we? Even into our 20s, 30s, 50s, we do stupid things. Young men, what can you say? You push the boundaries, don't you? You push the boundaries. It's like what we used to do, riding bikes around a quarry. On the edge, right on the edge of a quarry. We would ride our bikes down a ledge around the inside of where it's all been dug out. And we knew the track goes nowhere. You got to stop. And there ain't room to turn around. Like, you got to get off your bike, pick your bike up, turn it around and come back out. We were on a track this wide on our bikes. The slag heaps at the pit, at the coal mine. Sliding down them on bread, the bread trays from where they deliver to a supermarket. We used to steal the bread trays from outside the supermarket and sledge down the slag heap. Come home covered in coal dust, black bright. Maybe you've come home late after it's gone dark and it's straight to bed. You don't even clean yourself up. Maybe you get up the next morning in the dark and just throw your clothes on and go to school. Maybe your mum and dad haven't even seen you and you've gone to school black. Maybe. I would never do such a thing, obviously. But yeah, the bread crates down the railway embankment, same kind of thing. Okay, probably not as dirty though. The coal dust. Yeah, you know. Oh, I'm getting my neck knackered here, folks. Let me adjust. I might have to pick the phone up in a minute and put it in front of me. Where are we for time? This. I'm at minus 28 hours, 6 minutes and 20 seconds, and I that doesn't translate. I don't know what that means. It is 2:17. We started at 2 minutes past 10, so we've done 4.25 hours, yeah? If my maths is correct. Do we want to carry on? I think we've quite a few of you here. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already. Come and say hello in chat. I don't mind you being a lurker, but I prefer you come and say hello. Let me know who you are. Come on, if you're here for a first time, come and introduce yourself. Come and keep a tramp company into the wee small hours of the weekend. The weekend begins here, folks. It is now, what did I say, 2:15 or something? 2:18 in Spain. That will be 1:18 in the UK, and 8, 15, 16, whatever, East Coast US, I think. East Coast US and even Canada, I think they're on the same time zones. Then you've got your 4 or 5 time zones depending on how far across the continent you are. Each extra time zone is 1 hour. I think you've got 4 time zones in the US, not counting Hawaii, which is obviously, maybe Alaska's a 5th time zone. Maybe. But you've got the contiguous US, you've got the continental US, including Alaska, and then you've got Hawaii for the full 50. I think Hawaii is 7 or 8 hours behind Eastern. It's a long way out, anyway. There's an old joke about people going to Alaska so they can see Hawaii, because when they show on the weather forecasts, when they show a map, you got the contiguous US, and then they'll show Alaska and Hawaii in their own separate little boxes next to each other off in the bottom left or something. There's a joke maybe about Florida. Florida man is the US equivalent of the Irish. When the Brits used to do the Englishman, Irishman, Scotsman jokes, where the Irishman was always a bit slow, a bit retarded. Yeah, I'm going to say it. That's the joke. Don't take offense. It's only a word. But Florida man is the US equivalent, as far as I can tell. I don't know why. It's probably to do with the Deep South and Bible Belt and blue-collar workers. I don't know, with swamplands and things. I don't know the full reason, but Florida man seems to get all the attention as the backward one. So it's probably Florida man that goes to Alaska so that he can see and look out onto Hawaii. I'm probably offending all the Yanks and what have you. Sorry, folks. Let's move on. Breaking into the local brewery, grabbing the bottles of beer. Bottles of beer. We used to go into the backyard of the corner shop and take all the pop bottles so that we could bring them back for the 5 pence the day after. Sorry, Elsie. That's the lady that ran the corner shop. Wasn't exactly on a corner, it was around the corner. But this was back when your shopping consisted of walking into the shop and telling the lady behind the counter what was, either telling her or handing her the shopping list. And she would climb up on a stool or steps and get your tin of mincemeat and your 5 pounds of potatoes back then. We weren't on kilograms yet. We were learning grams and kilograms at school, but everything was still pounds and ounces. You get your 2 ounces or 4 ounces of chocolate eclairs, depending on how much money you had. Chocolate eclair or rainbow crystal or cough cups. Fruit salad. Oh, your blackjacks, fruit salads and mojos. I'll bring back some memories for some of you. Halfpenny. They weren't even penny sweets. She had a tray that were penny sweets, but one half of it they were halfpenny. You got two for a penny. There she's with her tongs picking out the fruit salads and the blackjacks. Maybe you'd buy a Texan bar if you were feeling really rich. I did prefer to go rainbow crystal though. That was my favourite. Really tart, bitter, sugary. Sugar. It was just flavoured sugar, literally. Chocolate limes. Back when they used to. Back when chocolate limes had a bite. Oh, the sourness of that lime and the sweetness of that dark chocolate. Oh, they don't make them like they used to. Back when a wagon wheel was as big as your head. Now, how big's a wagon wheel now? What the talk about shrinkflation. I'm off on memory lane on sweets. What's it all operational from the sunrise, possibly. Where some naughty things went on the council estates. We used to make perfume bombs and lob them through letterboxes. It's the dog poo in a bag and set the bag on fire thing, isn't it? Knock and run. Back when Mischievous Night was Mischievous Night, the 4th of November. the day before Bonfire Night, or the night before. This was before Halloween existed. I mean, it existed. You learnt about it in school. Maybe your parent would have a go at trying to hollow out a turnip if they were a real masochist. Like my mum. She literally did it one year. She made a jack-o'-lantern out of a turnip. Took about a day and a half of digging the bastard thing out. Power tools. She got the drill on it in the end. And she didn't even have those wide blades, those wide woodworking kind of. No, just a drill bit, and then try and dig it out with a sharp knife. Yeah, Halloween didn't really exist. Halloween made the news probably in 77 or 78. This wacky new craze of trick or treat. It was only a craze because the news told us all about it. We'd never fucking heard of it. Didn't exist. In Scotland, they'd go around and sing. They'd knock on a door and sing, almost like Christmas caroling. But in England, you learnt about it in school. Maybe you did a Happy Halloween card or a picture of a witch or something. It wasn't a thing. You learnt more about All Saints' Day the day after, rather than All Hallows' Eve, as Halloween is more correctly known. I don't know. I'm remembering nationwide. I'm going to say it was Frank Boff and all that. Before his cocaine and whoring. Is he still with us? Is Frank Boff still with us? Frank Boff, alive or dead? You got to respect a man who does the cocaine and whoring thing. Like Angus Dayton. Frank Boff. I don't know if he's still. I think he might be dead. But he was the comfy face of breakfast TV on the BBC, wasn't he? As well as Grandstand. How are we spelling Boff? B-O-U-G-H? Television presenter. There he is. Died in 2020. Was it the Coof? Born in 33, died in 20, so he's what? 13 years short of his century. So he's been about 86, 87, depending on what time of year he died. '87 when he died. Oswestry Boys School. Is that all that was interesting when he died? It is, isn't it? Wasn't it? Oh, yeah, cocaine and prostitutes. Okay, that gets a mention in the opening paragraph. Yeah, okay. His wife stayed with him even after the scandal. I guess people did back then, didn't they? People were more likely to stand by my man, as Tammy Wynette would stand by your man, as Tammy Wynette would say. I think it was Tammy. Calls from Newcastle was a fave. Top K, says Karen. Top K? And then Dutch Oven. Where are we going here, folks? I don't know what Top K is. I'm maybe at cough. Was it not cough cups? I think it was cough K-O-F-F was my memory. And then double P on the cups. Voice tablets. Victory V lozenges, anybody? Victory V? Those were available during the war. And they were classed as medicine, so they weren't rationed. You weren't restricted to how many Victory V's you could have. You're only restricted by what you could buy, I think. Oh, pull the quilts up. Tina Girl, I hope you haven't farted under there. I think she has. The Bowels of Love, there's an interesting name. You should see the size of the Easter eggs sold here in UK nowadays. 10 to 20% smaller for 2026. Are they in the shops already? When is Easter this year? I know it is literally, it's not even a pun, is it? It's literal. It is a movable feast. the church decides on 40 days after a full moon in February or something, I don't know. So whenever the full moon is, and then you go 40 days later. Let's get rid of Frank Boff from there. Easter 2026. No, not Feaster, Easter. I left an F from Frank. Easter. April the 5th this year. Obviously Sunday, it's always a Sunday. How, right. How is it worked out? Well, it's not really worked out. The church just decide, but there's a, they go by a, there's a general rule. It is so many days. It's the first Sunday after 40 days, after a full moon, blah, blah, blah. Or after the vernal equinox. Okay, hold on. Easter is, let's get the rule. You're about to learn, folks. We always have to go away. We have to leave the live stream with some knowledge you didn't have before. What did we do last time? The difference between a duty and a tax, wasn't it, that I educated myself and you on last time. It's a tax if they apply over a broad range of things. It's a duty if they say beer, wine and spirits. That's a duty. If they say it's everything, that's a tax. Broad brush, tax, specifics, duty. We also learnt the origins of the word comptroller, like controller, but with an M and a P instead of an N. We learnt the origin of that. I don't remember it. It's a distortion of a French word, which was in turn a distortion of a Latin word to do with someone in control, someone in charge. Anyway, so a tax collector is technically a comptroller, COMPTROLLER. Easter is celebrated on the first Sunday following the first ecclesiastical full moon that occurs on or after the vernal equinox. So hold on. We wait for the spring equinox. And then we wait for the first full moon after that. And it will be the first Sunday after that full moon. Equinox, next full moon, first Sunday after. This means that Easter always falls between the 22nd of March and the 25th of April. I didn't know it was so restricted like that. It's only a month and 3 days. If the full moon falls on the Sunday, Easter is the following Sunday, not that one. It has to be the first Sunday after the full moon. Now you know. And then we get this word that I'd never heard until recently. Paschal or Pascal? P-A-S-C-H-A-L. That's one of the words in Spain for Easter. As well as calling the whole period Holy Week. Santa Semana or Semana Santa. Normally the adjective goes after the, so I'm going to go Semana Santa for Holy Week. I never get that part right. But there you go, folks. Equinox, full moon, next Sunday. That's when Easter is. You live and you learn, don't you? I do anyway. I like to learn. Will I remember that forever from now on? And why did I not know it before? I know it's literally a movable feast. I just didn't know what the rules were. Ouch, ouch, ouch. And that, of course, how did it go? 40 days before that, 42 days before? Shrove Tuesday. And you got Lent. I got 40 days before the Sunday. Does that sound right? How do we get from a Tuesday to a Sunday? Complicated. I can never do mathematics with days and dates. It always spins my head. 40 days would be 2 less than 6 weeks, would it? 6 weeks would be 42. 6 sevens 42. It's 2 less. So Sunday, Tuesday is 2 days after Sunday. It's something like that, isn't it? That's 40 days. Everything religious is 40 days. I don't know why. 40 days in the desert, 40 days of this. Was it 40 days of rain with Noah? I think it was. 40 days and nights. Everything's 40. Isn't Candlemas 40 days after Christmas or something? And then you've got Ascension 40 days after the death of whatever. I don't know what the obsession with 40 is. But there is one, or appears to be one. Anyway, let me scroll. I'm scrolling. I'm way behind with chat. I've been chuntering to myself. I was working backwards, if I remember correctly. Soul Mining said Dutch ovens for some reason. Oh, is that when I was saying about Tina farting in the bed? Is that what that was? Could be. Could be. No, it jumped. It jumped. Voice. Okay, I'm working forwards. It was all about bonfire night. Penny for the guy. Yeah. You basically you make a Guy Fawkes, you make your effigy. This goes back to throwing a Catholic on the fire. Oops. Can you say that nowadays? I don't think you can. So I will. Like all the other stuff that I say that you can't say. It was 1605 or 4. 1604 or 1605. It is 420 years ago, roughly. And yeah, making a Guy Fawkes effigy and throwing it on the fire was indeed all about throw another Catholic on the fire. We even had that phrase. But you'd make your effigy, you would make your Guy Fawkes, you would take a jacket or a shirt, you would stuff it, you would take some trousers and stuff them with old clothes or rags or whatever, maybe an old pair of shoes and socks, and you'd make your Guy Fawkes, and then you'd pull it around on a cart. Penny for the guy, mister, penny for the guy. And people would give you, we used to get more than a penny back in those days. It was usually 5 pence or 10 pence. So a shilling, a bob, if you must. A little bit like Bob a Job. Bob a Job was still a thing when I was a kid. Knocking on people's doors, asking if they wanted anything doing. Can I do a bit of gardening? Can I clean? Do a job for a bob, for 5 pence, a shilling. 50 pence piece was a 10 bob bit, and always will be. Well, it wasn't always, because once upon a time it was a note. Before my time, that's way back. That's back probably in the war years. But 10 shillings was a note. But yeah, Guy Fawkes, you take your guy around, a penny for the guy, and then allegedly you were supposed to use the money to pay for fireworks. And you'd run through the streets setting off bangers and throwing them at your friends and at little old ladies and things. Stick of gunpowder in the hands of a 10-year-old. What could possibly go wrong? There'd always be the stories of the kid who had his hand blown off or lost fingers or whatever, lighting it and holding it too long before throwing it. I did have a friend who had one go off in his hand, but he didn't lose anything. His hand was black for a few days afterwards. He couldn't get the sooty gunpowder remnants out of the hand. It went off in his hand though, yeah. Just more or less outside our house. There was a house, there was a driveway, and just on the main road, Barnsley Road, 100 Barnsley Road. He was in front of the next door, basically, about to throw this thing. It went off in his hand. I don't know how or why, but he didn't lose fingers. I don't know whether the losing fingers thing is I don't know if that's an urban legend, but Karen says cops with a P. Maybe I don't remember. I have to go at night, everyone said Karen. How long ago was that? 12 minutes past. No, 32. Is that 32? Oh, 7 minutes ago. She's long gone. Catch you later, mate. Maybe, what? You're coming out on Sunday, Monday to yourself, probably to settle in. Maybe see you Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. I guess it depends on the weather, whether I get a haircut, doesn't it, folks? I've already done the beard trim, although it could probably do with some professional leveling up. I tend to go too wide on the goatee, because I put my hand like that to make sure that I'm not going over where I shouldn't. But I think I go too wide with the hand. It should probably be more down in line with the edge of the tash. What's the weather like? Asks Fowl team. Fowl or fowl? I'm never sure. I think it's a baby horse, yeah? Fowl. Fowl team. What's the weather like? It was windy as fuck yesterday. By yesterday, Thursday, I mean Thursday. Keith, hello Keith. It was windy as hell all day yesterday. How was it for sun yesterday? Was it cloudy all day? I will have to refer to my note. I've got no. Today was cloudy all morning when it was supposed to be sunny. I was really worried about the lack of sunshine, but then the sun came out. About 1:30 onwards was glorious. Got full power. Managed to run the fridge freezer. Let me just type this here. I'll just add that to my notes, and then I need to refer. Where do I need to be? I need to be in that folder there. Look, I honestly can't remember what yesterday was. I don't think I made many notes. Did I? Okay. So it was blowing a gale, but we got sun really early. 9:15, my earliest yet. 13 minutes past 9, I had 60 watts coming in on the solar panel. So it was lovely and bright. My friend Colin came round, brought me a newspaper, and Tina a big bowl. I was going to cook an English breakfast, but didn't quite get there. I think because of the strong winds. Cooking with gas in a strong wind, it either gets blown out and your gas fucks off and is a waste. There's no safety cut off. It doesn't cut off if it's not lit. So that's one. Or the gas gets blown away before it ignites, and you get a weaker flame. It's just more difficult. Whoa, turned off. Where are we? So it looks like it was sunny all day yesterday, sunny and warm. I had to open the doors, it got so warm inside the tent. Yeah. I can't even remember. I don't even remember yesterday. EcoFlow full, freezer on for a few hours. Yeah. Freezer. I mean, have you heard me? Tramp in a fucking tent, and I'm talking about a fridge freezer. It's like a large cool box. It's not a big, you know. I thought about getting a proper big old fucking stand-up fridge freezer. I decided the lid on top so cold air stays in the bottom. More efficient. When I take a beer out, I don't want all the cold air just falling out. An upright with the lid on top just makes more sense. Taking beer out. It's not its only use. I have got butter and margarine, and I have kept fruit and veg and shit in there. My veg lasted me a month, didn't it? I bought it on the 24th of December, a lot of it, and I only just used it up on Wednesday. What's that, 22nd? 23rd, whatever the date would have been on Wednesday. Was it Wednesday or Thursday? When I did the live stream, when I made my creamy tuna pasta bake thing. That wasn't even a cookery stream. It was explicitly labelled not a cookery stream. What do? I walk you through the whole step by step, everything I did. It was meant to be just me chatting, and I'd go away and stir the pan and come back and carry on chatting. it ended up being a bit of a cookery stream. But yeah, apparently yesterday was really sunny and nice. Who knew? This was again. I had I had naps twice yesterday. I fell asleep through the day, in the morning, woke up. Yeah, 11 o'clock. Fell asleep. Woke up half 11. Mini nap. I woke up thinking it must have been the day after. And again last night, fell asleep at 7 o'clock, thinking it was the. Thinking I fell asleep twice last night. Both times thinking it was the next day. When you fall asleep and wake up in the dark and just assume it's tomorrow morning. Twice before kind of 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. So yeah, that's the weather yesterday. Today was cloudy in the morning when it was supposed to be sunny, and then it was lovely and sunny in the afternoon. Stayed inside the tent though, apart from walking Tina Doggy Darling, stayed inside the tent. It was still quite breezy, not the crazy 30-40 kilometers an hour that we had yesterday all day. It's still a bit blowy now, look. Farmer thought it sounded like it was raining, but it's not. It's just the tent's got really loose fabric, and so has the tarpaulin on top. I was saying earlier I might buy a new tarp. I might €30 or thereabouts for, I think it was 10 meters by 8, 2 meters from the ground up, 6 meters across, 2 meters back down. A little bit less because of it leaning in. It's only probably 5 meters on top, but you're still going to be doing roughly 2. So 10 meters by 8, 2 meters up the side, 3 meters across, 2 meters down. That's 7. A little bit to spare, but that's a 10 meters by 8 tarp. In theory, could get me another year out of this tent. It has become a little bit frangible, a little bit brittle. We have got a couple of splits in it. The zips have lasted wonderfully. I have got a slight problem now. This right-hand door here, every now and again, it's catching on the blue fabric on the inside. From my recollection, you get about 10 or 15 goes of that getting caught before the zip. If you have to rag it off and pull the fabric out, you're opening the zip, the mechanism, the slider. You end up opening that up to the point where it stops connecting, and I might have to take the pliers to the zip in a little while just to make sure that it doesn't open up too much. Zips are one of the things that go first in tents, in my experience. And my experience is quite vast nowadays. I'm on my 3rd or 4th tent while being homeless. The other thing is the ultraviolet, and sometimes not even the ultraviolet, just the heat turns the plastic brittle, turns the fabric. Frangible is the word. I love that word. I don't know why it just clicks with me and sticks with me so much. But yeah, when plastic becomes brittle, when anything becomes brittle, frangible. Zips, ultraviolet and heat are my main problems. The floor rubbing on stones, so you get holes in the bottom of the floor, and then this is where we've had mice come in the past, although we've had mice bite their way up and in. This winter, not a sign of them. I'm wondering if I've killed them all. We had that infestation last spring, and I killed 10 or 11 over the course of the first week of having the traps. We had one other incident where I had a box of chocolates, Quality Street I think it was, might have been Roses, blue box, kind of small square at the bottom, big square at the top. Kind of inverted pyramid, but not to a point. Might be Roses. Karen would tell us if she was here. She bought me them. Anyway, 2 mice were getting into those, weren't they? They nibbled on the corners of my fucking chocolate. But I got those the next day. Nothing since. I had one incident where I thought something had nibbled at the edge of a few slices of cheese. Turns out it was a big mouse. It wasn't lots of nibbles. It was one bite on the corner of my cheese. Fucking dog. She's twitching at me. She's running in her sleep, I think. But I thought when it first happened, I thought it was a mouse. So I moved. I had bread and cheese and marge like on the edge of the bed and a chopping board and a knife. I live in the bed, folks, so I was making food in one. But something took a chunk out, and I thought it was little nibbles. It was dog. It was one nibble from dog. Word got around the mice families, brutal but effective. Yeah, it's Tommy Tombstone. Hello, my friend. Yeah, not a hint of mice or rats this year. In the past, if you remember, when I lived just under the tarpaulin, on my first tent as well, the first tent had a bedroom and then it had the vestibule area, but the outer shell, there was no built-in floor. It was a separate ground sheet, so it just came down and stopped at the floor. I don't have tents like that anymore. I need it to have a built-in floor. I need it to be one solid envelope to restrict. Otherwise, they just walk under the walls, always round. And I didn't have. Well, at one point, I had mouse traps and even a rat trap, but they were cheap Chinesium. And if they went off accidentally with nothing in, they went off with such force that they broke. That it pulled the spring going off would pull all the fixings, the staples, out of the kind of the balsa wood or the whatever the lightweight, flimsy, cheap wood that mousetraps tend to be made from. These plastic ones from Temu, fuck, I swear by them. I should have done a review of them. I really do swear by them. The ones with the plastic and they've got like teeth, the plastic teeth, like a man trap or a bear trap, but in plastic. You don't put your hands inside to bait them. You take out these little pots from underneath. They're far too dangerous to be putting your fingers inside. Fantastic. I should do a review of those. They are good, and they do a bigger one, like the size of a shoebox, for rats. Come the apocalypse, folks. Going back to the prepper talk that we were having earlier. Well, I was having. Traps. I've told the tale of how I accidentally killed a blackbird one time by raising a trap off the floor and putting it on a shelf outside. And I didn't disarm the trap. It's quite distressing at the time. I was really knocked, taking a life, even rats and mice. But even worse, taking a pigeon. Hello, Tom. Oh, Frank. Hello, mate. Frank Nadobody. I love saying your name. Good evening, Frank. Let me just scroll back, I think, see if I've missed anything. Andy's computer tube. Yeah, I hate when zips do that. Nip the slide with pliers. Yeah, but be gentle. Yeah, I done it in the past. It's not so far it's not a problem, but the more it does it, each time it gets stuck on the other fabric, it is creating the potential for a problem. Zips. I mean, this tent's been fantastic. What's the brand? Vanga, Benga Banga. People who know tents will correct me. Fantastic. My last one was the same brand, I think, but that one, the zips went fairly early. But I think dog. I mean, I broke this one. I tore the bottom zip on the inner door mesh is broken from the fabric because of Tina bum shuffling over the door and out. Before she deteriorated to the point she can't even bum shuffle over it anymore. I have to pick her up and over it. But the zips are, I can't remember how far in we are here. We're 9 or 10 months into this tent. And I got one big split by the side of the door, a couple of smaller tears that are just, I want to say gaffer tape, but that's not what it's called. What's it called? Duct tape. or duck if you're illiterate. Although that has become a brand name because of people being illiterate. I am a fucking pedant, aren't I? Duct with a T. Ducting, metal, duct, square pipeway. What was I saying? I got a couple of tears in the roof. One from that fucking yob. The stand-up 2-hour stand-up fist fight. I'm really proud of myself with that one. The amount of times I knocked him to the deck. Don't mess with a former boxer, even when he's a fucking old man. Unless you really know what you're doing, don't step up. What else have we got? There was one mystery slash in the side of the wall that appeared fairly early on. But again, 2 strips of duct tape, and it's been magic ever since. This tear by the side of the door, I don't really know where it came from. I think it would have been dog related. She was down there at the time. But cleverly, about 18 inches up from the bottom, they put like a seam that they've stitched, so that stops the tear from running. Really, you want a tent? I want more of those. I want a tent with more of those ribs, those seams, because when you get a tear, it stops it from. Do you remember one of my tents ripped? And I think it was the first tent. One night, early morning, really 5 o'clock, it ripped end to end, 4 or 5 meters. One end to the, just gone in a split second. It wasn't even, it was just gone. Wide open, flopping about. There's videos if you want to look back. I don't remember the name of the brand. I reached out to them. I asked them whether I could buy just the outer shell, or maybe they had a marketing budget and could, just send me one as a goodwill gesture. Tramp in a field, not much money. They never respond. They never even replied. Never even acknowledged the fucking email. I don't remember the name of the brand, but it's in that. I think it had the word "good" in it. Good something or other. There's videos, but 5 o'clock in the morning, in the middle of 4 days of thunderstorms, end to end, in one go, by having these separate ribs. This one, where each of the poles, because the poles go across, it's like what do they call them in gardening? A tunnel, a polytunnel. The tent is basically a polytunnel. Each pole goes through its own sleeve, and there are ribs and there are seams, so that again, a rip can't run too far. I like that. More seams, more stitching to stop tears running, is to the good. But I'm at the point. Well, not me. The tent is at the point where I would be expecting it to be end of life any moment. 9 or 10 months in of continuous use. I haven't had a tent last that long so far. I get 6 months of them before they get some critical failure. I throw tarps and things over whatever's broken, and I might get another 5 or 6 months out of it after that. But with the wind ripping through, because big hole, the one that ripped end to end. I mean, it was second hand. Don't get me wrong, it was second hand. It did all right, but after 6 months, it went, and then I got another 6 or 7 months after I put. Wasn't even a tarp. It was a ground sheet over the top, I think it was a black ground sheet that my Russian friend Dima, I'm going to say Dima with an M, helped me put on one day. It's a 2-man job, especially in a wind, in the breeze. But yeah, running repairs with duct tape and duct tape and ground sheets or tarpaulins, whatever you can muster. But this one's holding up surprisingly well, better than all the others. And what's that, Tina Turner? Better than all the rest. Simply the best. Better than all the rest. And the brand name, someone will have told me, maybe. Gaffer tape. I use, yeah, I tend to default. Okay, Frank. Whoa, was he? Did he say father or father-in-law? Frank's father had an old trap made from Bakelite. Okay, that's what is that? I think Bakelite was the first plastic, was it? That had 4 different holes with individual springs for each one. As the mouse stepped on a plate inside, it would set that one off, leaving the others. Okay. Van Gogh. Yeah, yeah. Well, this one, we got a bargain. This one was something like half price because it was a demonstration model. You know when you go in a tent shop and they've got one set up, they've got a whole floor with half a dozen or a dozen tents. This was the one that was set up in the shop. So it was marked down significantly, and then when Karen went to buy it, it was even cheaper. And then the week after she bought it, the shop announced it was closing down. It's a big chain of outdoor equipment, sports equipment, whatever. I can't remember the name, and Karen's left. But yeah, we ended up getting it, I think, less than half price. A couple £100 instead of 500, basically, for a big old tent like this. My next one, like I said, the next one's in already. We got that ultra cheap because we got that from the tip. That's kind of been recycled by the, I'm going to say recycling centre because I don't know what else. We used to call it the dump or the tip. Now they tend to call them by posh names. I think recycling centre. It's a landfill, but when they see stuff, if someone throws a tent in, they'll pull it out and check it and see whether it's any good. Probably the same with electronics and things. They handle them differently nowadays. Which way am I scrolling? I'm scrolling back at the minute. We're back to the mice. Hate it when zips do that. Beer, a good idea. Whoa, Tina. Oh, okay, it's meatloaf backwards. Okay. I missed that. I didn't see that when you wrote it. Sorry. Yeah. That was Karen leaving. So I think I'm up to date with that. I'll work forward now from where I am. That was Frank arriving. There's Tommy Tombstone saying hello. Van Gogh. Is that what it is? My Van Gogh, Venga, Benga, Bango. Yeah. It's good quality as far as I can tell. I got no problems. Like the bedrooms are suspended just with like half a dozen elasticated tabs and hooks. Well, toggles fitting through loops. It's all held nicely. Starting to sag inwards a bit, but that's, you get that over time. The poles, with the weight on the poles continuously, the arch flattens and pulls out, and everything becomes a bit baggy. The fabric stretches as well in its own right from the wind. So I was saying earlier, it's all a bit flabby and loose, and it's not like you can just yank the poles further apart because of the way they're secured on points and belts and things underneath. Just the way it all works. I could pull tight with guy lines, but as I said, with the fabric becoming more brittle, more frangible, I don't want to do that. I'll leave it loose and just hope it holds on. If I put more tension on it, it could just snap in a wind. So I'll leave it loose and baggy. It is what it is. I got a tear towards the bottom at the far end that I had covered at one point, but the tape has aged in the sun and come loose. So I've got whenever it rains, the water's running down that edge, and then it gets channeled more or less right at that tear. So I got to put some tape over that. But yeah, you know, you're living in a tent. They're designed for family use for maybe a week a year, maybe a week 2 or 3 times a year, and a weekend. I'm in it full time. It's done more than its allotted lifespan of days, I'm guessing. I guess if you were aiming for 5 years and doing 3 weeks per year, so you get 15 weeks of use, maybe, would be what I would imagine being the expected useful lifespan of a tent. 15, let's say 20 weeks of use over whatever period you want. And I've had, it must be 40 odd weeks. You okay, babe? Where are you? Why are you pulling right down there? Where are you going? Stay here with me. Oh, you're very warm. Are you too warm? Is that the problem? Do you want me to? I think I'll let you cool down a bit. Yeah. Can I? Let me just. I need to check something. I need to check. No, we're good. We're good. Good girl. You're not too hot, are you? I don't want to be uncovered though. I don't want to get cold. Okay. I'll leave the blanket over you. I need the quilts a little bit, sweet. Where are we, folks? Where are we for time? Well, apparently we're on minus 27 hours and 18 minutes now. I've got no idea what that means. Bullshit. 3:05. So we're 5 hours in, yeah? I am going to need the loo in a minute, if that's okay. I'm going to mute the microphone, and I'm going to go that away. Privacy. You probably wouldn't hear anyway, but you know, guy pissing in a pop bottle the other side of a tent. Give us a second. 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Back? Maybe. That's probably the most entertaining part of the evening for you. A blank screen. Hey doggy. I had to sneak a kiss from my little miss when I got back. I almost stood on her. I almost fell over actually getting back on the bed. It's all a little bit precarious. Maybe I haven't had enough to drink. Actually, I fell asleep. I fell over outside earlier. I stumbled. I got so much crap around the doorway. I'd been out retrieving my solar panel and the EcoFlow. I'd put those inside. And then I was looking up the top of the road where the police had they did a roadblock. They stopped every vehicle that came past for about 4 hours. They had these light baton things, and they were shining them into cars and looking in people's back seats and stuff. I don't know what that was about. I don't know if we've got an escaped criminal on the loose or if it was just some kind of trawling. I'm not a fan of like checkpoints and things. You should have to have some kind of reasonable suspicion before you start stopping people. Before you stop people and start interrogating them about where they're coming from and where they're going and all that. Don't like fishing, trawling expeditions. Just stopping everybody. Kind of goes against my instincts, my ethics, I guess. Ethics as opposed to Sussex. Shut up. Stupid fucking puns. And except, like if there is like a murderer or a rapist on the run or something and you've got a decent description, then maybe you stop everybody for that. But checkpoints just for the sake of checkpoints, just to annoy people, not a fan. Goes against the grain. But I'm in a foreign country, they have different rules, different ways, I don't know. So there was Frank talking about his dad's mousetrap. Genius, it sounds like it. Gaffer, as in gaffer tape, that's Tom. Frank saying hello to Andy's computer tube. The display model, oftentimes with no box. Is this the tent? It was in the bag. It came in its own bag. It had all the tent pegs. It was all there. But yeah, we got half price. I think less than. I think we got like 220 instead of 500 or something. Probably shouldn't say that because you lot donated. I pocketed your money and ran, folks. Tramp in a fucking field, you can't trust them. Is that 16 thumbs up? We need 4 more, folks. Come on. We're gonna get to 20. Oh, I'm brushing my mouth and I haven't washed. Unhygienic scum. Let's do the soapy water thing and then give it a minute and then get the towel on it. See? Cock in hand and then I'm fucking scratching next to my mouth. Probably not the most fucking hygienic of things, but I'm probably not the most hygienic of... I'm not in the most hygienic of situations, folks, am I? Tramp in a field, no running water, don't forget. And I'm getting low on water as well. If there's anybody out there that's in the area that wants to help. Tap water's fine if you refill your water bottles and you know, it doesn't have to be supermarket's best. €1 for 8 litres. You can just refill the bottle from the tap and drop it off. I have only got, I think, about 10 days worth left. Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. Where's the towel, Tina? Where's the towel? That's not the towel, that's my jumper. That's a shirt and a t-shirt. My towel's here somewhere, what the fuck? Here it is. Oh, I've lost the bar of soap. What's in there? I've lost my bar of soap and my deodorant. There they are. I got them. Let's roll them up. No, let's take the shit off them. And then roll them up. There's half a Tina on them. What a doggy hair. This is why I was talking about getting a vacuum cleaner. Tina sheds all year round. She doesn't molt it's not a spring and winter thing, or spring and autumn. All year, she just puts off so much hair. If I reached down the side of this bed now, I could just pull up handfuls. I think handful is one word, so handfuls. Hyphenated words, you can put the S like mothers-in-law for multiple mothers-in-law, rather than mother-in-laws. Mothers-in-law. When it's one word like spoonful, we just stick the S on the end. So it's spoonfuls, not spoonsful. Handfuls, not handsful. Maybe. If I'm remembering my grammar correctly. Probably not. Feel free to correct me. I will go spoonfuls and handfuls. But mothers-in-law and fathers-in-law for plural. Possessive, apostrophe S at the end. Mother-in-law's house, car, whatever. Anyway, shush, gibbering. X-demo is the way to buy tents and hi-fi. Okay. Last display item I bought was a car stereo. They took 50 off the price, which paid for the dash kit and wiring adapter. Nice. Andy says them were days. I need context. The days when Bluetooth was a requirement and hands-free became law in many states. Americans are against a lot of that safety kind of stuff, though, aren't they? Don't you still rebel against having to put a seatbelt on? What do we got here? WBDM, says Andy. WB Web. Don't know. I haven't got the context. I don't know what we were talking about at the time. Oh, like a sobriety checkpoint. Yeah, it's something like that. I don't know. There were cars and motorbikes pulled over and stopped. At first, I thought it was just a gang of people stopping and parking across the road. You know, this lane has quite a wide opening at the end. But there was multiple cars with their boots up, trunk up. I couldn't tell, and then I saw someone in a fluorescent jacket, and I thought, is that cunt a copper? And it's only later, as it got dark, and then they had a police car with the blue light bar on top. It's only then that I knew for definite it was cops. And then I walked the dog up, but I'm always a bit iffy about the police. So shortly after that, I brought Tina back. I put her in. I went around the other side. I was sorting I was bringing the EcoFlow in and setting up the panel ready for tomorrow morning. And then I tripped over. I've got pop bottles, 4 or 5, full of water, but they're laying down. They were frozen water once that were in when people brought me food, mainly Karen, but some of I think Josie as well, brought me some food, and they were frozen ice. That's redundancy, yeah? There was ice, 2-litre pop bottles, frozen solid, in the bottom of the bags to keep the food. And then as they've thawed and aren't doing anything, I've just put them out. I tripped on one and fell on my arse in the dark while I was looking up the road at the police. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. Police state. Kinda, isn't it? When yeah, Spain are a little bit, their police are very authoritarian. They're very against openness. They don't use body cameras. And it's illegal for you to record them. Not true. It's illegal for you to record and distribute the recording, which is essentially the same thing. What's the point of a recording that you can't do anything with? Yeah. And they like to go hands-on. They're very aggressive. They will start a fight. They will escalate, as I know to my detriment. When Frank was homeless, it was extremely difficult to find places to bathe or even shower. There's a few ways around it though. Wet wipes, just a, you know, pits and bits, as someone once said. I also have. I got this little bottle. I put some soap, liquid soap, and some water in, and I can wash whatever spot needs washing. Or I've got a towel here. I wet the corner, and I'll do the bed bath kind of thing. Ooh, matron. I do the bed bath thing. Wet it with one pass, soap it in a second pass, and remove in a third pass and a fourth pass to dry. You do that just in bed or on the bed. I've got from our friend Ryan Vitruvium, who I haven't seen in chat for a while. He got me an electric shower head. You put the bottom's like a pump. USB, you charge it from USB. It's USB to a barrel connector. But you charge it, and then there's a little lid. You can close the charge port, keep the water out. The little lid that screws in. Turn it on. Put the base into a tub of water, and it comes out of the shower head. I used it to wash my hair that time, and then while I was stood there, I took my trousers off, had my shorts on, my undies, if you like, and I stood there and I did a full wash under the shower head. That side of the tent, so shielded from 70 or 80% of the view behind a big bush, which isn't as big anymore because I was trimming my bush the other day. Don't be telling your own jokes. I trimmed the privet, the hedge, whatever you want to call it. But anyway, when I'm stood directly behind the tent over there, I'm shielded from, there's trees there and there. There's the main road, but I was the other side of the tent, shielded from most of the stuff on the track by the hedge. There's a little window of opportunity for someone to view me, but it's a bloke in a field washing his hair, doing his pits and bits. Yeah. Then I came inside, took the wet undies off and put them in the bowl. After I'd finished washing my hair and everything, I put the undies in the bowl of water and washed those while I just had the trousers on. So I kept the trousers dry by standing out just in my undies. They're swimming trunks. I mean, it's no big deal. It's not. We're not breaking any laws. But yeah, the electric shower is phenomenal. It's fantastic. Again, USB powered, so it fits in. I was talking earlier about maybe doing a TrampTech off-grid USB powered or 12-volt powered kind of. I don't even know. I had a thing the other day where I had something in the cigarette port, and I wanted to run the fridge. As far as I remember, the fridge can also run on AC, 220-volt AC. I don't know whether it came with the plug. I don't know if I've got the cable and I've misplaced it, or if it didn't come with it. I'm not sure, but I do remember that being the case, that it can run. So I gotta search that side of the tent and see what I've done with it. I had one thing. It was an electric fly killer thing, not the tennis racket of death, but another one like a cone shaped thing. I've bent the barrel plug somehow. I assume standing on it while it's on the floor. I've bent it back, and I'm not sure whether it works, and if it works, I'm not sure if it's safe. Again, I think that one was USB to whatever size barrel. I got a couple of things that are barrel sockets, and I'm not sure which cable's which. A little bit iffy. What can you do? When I was home, yeah, extremely difficult to find somewhere to bathe or shower. See, I'm lucky, like my mate Joby, he's in a little tent, like a 2-man tent. Even peeing on your fucking, I couldn't do it. I can't pee on my hands and knees. I can stand up in my tent. Did you see that fly that just hit my cheek and bounced off? I can stand up, so I could get a bowl of water and just either stand in it or stand next to it and have a full stand up wash, no problem. But I've also got wet wipes. I got my towel. I can just wet a towel or wet a flannel. I've got all the different cloths. Wet a flannel. I've got bar soap. I've got liquid soap. I do whatever I want here. It's for once I've got some floor space. This is why I need to go shopping. There are no bags of food filling the. There's one bag. I've actually got. I don't know if it's parking or if it's ginger cake. I've got some of that left. That was in my Christmas stash that Karen gave me. I think she gave me in November before my birthday. She went home. She wasn't going to be back until I think April. And then they came back out for 4 days a couple of weeks later. And now they're coming back out for 4 days now. She's going to run out of days. I'll say no more. I think she was trying to have 90 days without being out here. So then those days would be available for summer. But it's too cold back in Britain. She cannot get used to the British temperatures. They used to live out here, and then they're out here for months at a time in summer. She's acclimatized to this. The UK is always too cold for her. Hey, babe. What are we doing? Are you okay? Hello, man. Hello. Can I get a kiss? Can you? You're not on camera, are you? No, you're not on camera. Can we show you off to the world? Now that you're up and awake. Hold on. Oh, hand in front of the camera, folks. Let me do this. I'm gonna do this. Hey, Tina. Whoa. Okay, where I turned around. I'll put the light on, but not directly on you. I'll let you get used to it slowly. Hey, babe. Hey. Talk to the peoples. Tina. Talk to the peoples. Hey, babe. Hello, you. Anyway, oh yeah, there you are. I got you on camera. I don't always point the camera at where I'm looking in real life. Hey, baby. She's got a nice collar on that says Tina on the collar, doesn't it? From Uncle Anthony. Where is it? It's not going to show in this light. It is kind of upside down. She pulled out of it one day while we were out with her chariot. Tina's chariot. She pulled and it came because one ear's always down. Collars can always come off over the ear. So I had to just put it on again quickly on the fly, and I think I got upside down. No harm done. Hey, babe, you're very warm. You're very warm. Hey, you're not going to turn this way, are you, and show the peoples? Talk to the peoples. No? No? Okay. Auntie Karen was there before. Auntie Karen. You see her in a few days. You see Karen in a few days. Yeah. Okay, folks, I'll stop pimping my dog out. Hand in front of the camera, obviously. Let me plug us back in. Where are we? We're headed. Are we on 5.5 hours or something? How long are we going to go? I can keep talking as long as you're there and you keep me going. I don't know how I do it. I've never. Yeah. I'm the quiet, shy guy. Like down the pub or something, I would be sat in a corner. I might stand at the bar and have a little natter with people that I know. But I'm not this outgoing guy that you see here. Where are we? As long as nothing's shorting out between plus and minus. Is that my electric shower thing? It's waterproof. It's built for it. It's meant for dipping in water. If that's where we're going. This is Frank Nadobody over in. I was going to say Canada, but you're not quite. You're at the very northern tip of Vermont, is it? I think it's Vermont rather than New Hampshire. You're right at the top. on the edge of a lake that is the border between America and Canada. At a prior job where working outside was a requirement, they would give you 7 days to acclimate to the region you were going to be working in. Think like tropics to winter cold. Yeah, yeah. If you're moving, it's a bit like switching from day shift to night shift. You need an adjustment period. The body doesn't just switch. If you move from a warm climate to a cold climate, and some people's body just doesn't adjust that quickly. It's like me now. So regularly back in the UK, I'd take a walk when it's 0 Celsius, when you've got frost or snow or something on the ground. Love to go out in the cold. Here, I feel when it gets down to 6, 7, 8 degrees, I'm feeling it. But that's because in summer I'm having to put up with anywhere from 40 to 50 degrees inside the tent, 40 Celsius outside, sometimes. 35 to 40 would be fairly common, and 50 inside the tent. Once your body adjusts to that, you've moved your tolerance window, so that cold you no longer tolerate shit below kind of 5 degrees. Ears in particular, I mean, Jesus, ears and nose, really feel it. Frank says, Andy says to Frank, bet they don't do that these days. The adjustment period. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, employers are a lot less obliging and thoughtful nowadays, I guess. The general trend. No, what's the word? No loyalty to you, is there anymore? They expect, oh, we're all family, you'll have to pitch in, come on. The other guys are off, you'll have to come in on your day off. They want you to pitch in because we're all family, but they'll sack you like that and never think of you again. That's some family, isn't it? We're all in this together. Difficult job and safety were the utmost importance. I'm going to guess that's windmill related. I won't say why, but that's my guess. I should say wind turbine rather than windmill. Nothing has been milled. I need to reposition this momentarily, folks. Sorry. Well, that's kind of cozy, isn't it? Oh, shit. What was that? Okay. We lost a can. Part of the tripod fell, folks. I can't see it. I don't know why it fell spontaneously. Oh, because it's right on the edge. Or was right on the edge. Where are you? There. Okay, I got it. Maybe I can do this without knocking the phone off. Shit, yeah, here we go. Okay, the tripod is reinstated. The back one's a little bit hanging off here. Lamp back over the tripod. So the tripod, for anyone new, the tripod is 3 cans of beer. I have 3 cans of beer that the lamp sits upon. The lamp has a terrible tendency of falling forward and knocking the phone off. This was different. The beer can itself went. So I've got 4 cans here. I finished one, and I retrieve a full can, and I put the empty under the lamp as part of the tripod. But somehow, some way, somewhere, one of them must have been hanging over a little bit too much, lost its balance and fell. But didn't take the phone with it, did it? So we're okay. Are we on? Does that say 16 still? No extra thumbs up, so we're not worth it. I'm not entertaining you. What can we talk about then, folks? If I'm not entertaining you, give me a topic, give me a question. Oh, here's Frank Nodobody. I want to say Mano after Nobody. Do 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 do. Nobody. Do 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 do. No offence, I'm not calling you a muppet, which is an English term of endearment for Florida man, really, I guess. So. One of the contracts we worked under was BP, and this was right after Deepwater Horizon incident, so they were covering their asses with safety. For once. After cutting safety to the bone and below, nobody. Do, 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 do. Nedo Betty, perhaps, is a better pronunciation. I don't know. Are you fighting again, Tina? Stinks in here. Cheers, folks. I still can't get used to this. I don't know what went wrong early on with YouTube, but why I've got a counter on screen that's counting down, not up. And why it's on minus 26 hours, 49 minutes or thereabouts. I tried looking at the time and I missed it. It's 3:35, add 2 to that. We're 5.5 hours in, folks. 5 hours 35. And you're hanging in with me. But you're not hitting that thumbs up. Or maybe you all have, and that's the problem. Maybe there's nobody out there that hasn't hit it. Go on, do a Tramp a favour if you haven't already. So, what do? There's only, 2 of you talking in... we got Frank, we got Andy. Far my left. There's only 2 of you talking, I think, as I scroll back. Oh, Tommy Tombstone's in the house, isn't he? I assume he's still here. There's only 2 or 3 of you. Folks, come on, join us in chat. You need to join us in chat. Do you know what I didn't do? I don't think I've done this myself. I haven't. I'm on top chat rather than... What a fucking amateur. I think I was on live chat earlier. I think I did something. So folks, by default, YouTube put you in something called top chat, and they hide 10 or 20% of messages. And you want to be on live chat, sometimes worded as all messages are visible. That's where you want to be, and I wasn't. So I've maybe been missing posts. Nobody told me. I'll scroll back and see. No, I think we're okay. I think I've caught most of these. Oh, there is one there that I missed, but no, it wasn't significant. All right, I'm coming back to the bottom. Come and join us in chat, folks. Don't just be a lurker. Oh, there's a fart. I always remember, thanks to you, Mike, to put an alt. I forget myself. I'm a bugger for it. I was even worse. It's forgetting to do the live thing when I'm watching other people's. Scruff Dog the other night, last night, as some of us know it. He didn't do Wednesday, did he? If I'd known he wasn't doing the Wednesday one, if I'd known quick enough, I could have gone live myself. But I didn't find out until about 1/4 of an hour before he was due to go live. So it was too late. But last night, I was commenting in Scruff Dog's chat, and I didn't realise I was 40 seconds behind, or 1 minute and 40, I think it was. I'd stepped out for something and come back in, and I was so far behind, it was silly. I think Frank's accidentally hit that, yeah. He accidentally caught the button. But yeah, I like to remind people about the old chat versus top chat thing, but sometimes... So if you're, even on catch-up, folks, if you're watching this video on demand rather than live, I know the people here now are live, but if you decide to watch this after, live chat replay does the same thing. You want to do, when you do live chat replay, so if you're on a phone, you turn your phone horizontal, and it's the double speech bubbles, one behind the other, 2 speech bubbles. Bring it up, but then you want to hit the I'm not sure if it's a cog or if it's a 3-line, so-called burger menu. Hit that, and again, instead of top chat, you want to be on all chat. So if you're live, all chat, all messages, top, rather than top chat, and even on replay, same thing. Excuse me. Windy pops. Cold beer, folks. Cold beer. I'm surprised I've managed this long. Yeah, Twitch, it's fun, isn't it? You start off fully up to date and you end up kind of... And there isn't even a... If you miss something, you can't, like, step back a few seconds, can you? And there's no... On my phone, anyway, I don't get any kind of timeline like the Scrub. You can't rewind, as it were. You just... All you can do is refresh and be up to date. And that means sitting through 30 seconds of fucking adverts all over the place. Everything is getting terrible for it. If I'm watching a video on YouTube, you've got the pre-roll, 2 adverts, and they might both be a minute long, and the progress bar, I shut it down and go back and click again and again. By the 3rd click into the same, it just goes into the video. You get rid of the ads. But if you pause, switch apps, like if I go and check the EcoFlow and then come back, it gives me a whole nother set of fucking ads. It's annoying. And I know it's obvious to anyone who knows, YouTube is struggling for finance, for money. The number of ads they're trying to wedge into everything. The length of some of the ads, though. I really object to them trying to make me sit through 2 1-minute ads. I don't want to sit through watching the progress bar come along. Fuck off. I'm not watching that advert. I close it down and I go back to whatever screen I was on when I launched the advert. And if they give me one that zips across in 10 seconds, even if it's a longer ad and I'm having to click skip because they're going to make me sit through 5 minutes, click the skip. Okay, fine. As long as I'm only watching 5 or 10 seconds, I'll tolerate that. But 2 1-minute ads? No, I'm not sitting through 2 fucking minutes. Then we get 5 minutes into whatever video I'm watching, and there's another advert. Watching Asmongold is painful on YouTube because of so many ads. Same as some of the sci-fi stories that I watch, which are all bollocks. If I see another Sarah Chen video, I'm fine. Anyway, that's another story. There's this category of sci-fi stories called HFY. Humans, fuck yeah, is what it stands for. But all of the stories, there are like 3 or 4 characters. I've made like a slop list. I've made a list of keywords that I track them as we go through. Sarah Chen, Elena Vasquez, Jake Morrison, the numbers 7, 17 and 47. Fucking every story everywhere. It's all the same fucking names and all the same story. Same names, numbers, storylines and little catchphrases. Now you know how I burn all my time, folks. When you're a tramp and you've got a lot of time on your hands, I'm either doing educational videos, the mathematic videos that I talked about earlier, or sci-fi stories, or downloading whole TV series. What am I watching at the minute? What am I downloading at the minute? Oh, what's it called? Death in Paradise. I think it's Death in rather than Murder in. I haven't seen the last 4 or 5 seasons or series, as we would say in the UK. I've started to download series 11, 12 and 13. They're about to start. I think 14 or 15 will be the current one. But I haven't gone back far enough. It's got all these characters in that I've never seen before. I don't know who the fuck they are. I don't know what happened to the ones that I did know. I'll get there though. I'll use up my. We were talking earlier about Labara and my phone company and how I'm going to be ditching them soon because they just stung me for extra. They cost me extra, and I lost 6 hours of my life dealing with the fucking customer support woman for no benefit. I got nowhere. I got no extra information at the end of it than I had at the beginning. That's mighty annoying. 6 hours of my life gone. I'm a tramp in a field. I've got time. Still annoying though. Where are we, folks? Where are we? No rewind on Twitch Live. No, it's really annoying. Yeah. I don't know why that is. I guess because I don't know. Something to do with the way that they're saving it in the background, and it'd be too much trouble to have different people watching different buffered elements of the overall file. The ads are so irrelevant, and often I've noticed a lot of AI generated. Oh man, the Tai Chi stuff with the guys with their tops off. How long would it take me to lose 500 kilograms if my? How long would it take my husband or father to lose X number of kilograms if he starts Tai Chi walking tomorrow? How old is your father or husband? 56. They're always 56 or thereabouts. Maybe that's just to me because that's roughly my age. Maybe they're trying to target it. I don't know. Do those adverts give you your age? I think that's what they're trying to do. I don't think it's by accident. They're all AI generated. You can tell there's one really bad English construction, bad grammar. I can't remember the example. I keep promising myself that the next time I start a video, I'll start the screen recorder first, so I can capture these video clips, because you can't comment on videos on ads. But if I record it myself, then I can put it out there and comment on what bullshit it is. But they're really bad grammar, bad construction of the sentence. Yeah, it's just passed really badly. But AI Tai Chi walking. What was it? There was a new one today. It was Tai Chi something else. It wasn't just Tai Chi, and it wasn't Tai Chi walking. Don't know. Auto insurance, selling items like a robotic lifelike puppy. Yeah. Oh, the other ones, the AI girlfriend stuff. You can do anything with me. You know they want you to just say get your kit off, and you know where that's going. AI girlfriend. And those games, those damn games. Hundreds of soldiers coming down at you, and you're shooting at them, and you shoot the barrels, and you get a bigger, better gun, and you shoot the numbers and the number increments, and you get extra soldiers, and it makes all the wrong decisions. Something's coming down that would give you 500 extra soldiers, but you miss it, and then they crash into a barrel and kill half of their soldiers. And I've even installed one of those games. I like the look of the game that's in the ads, but that's only half of the game. You do that, and then you do this tower defense type game, and I'm not interested in. That's not what I want to play. I don't even know how to do what they're doing. I want to play the guns and barrels and soldiers coming down at you. I like just action. I don't want to be like thinking and pondering. Do I do my resources on repairing the police station or putting a fence around? Fuck off. That's not what I want. I want the bang, 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 shooty, shooty, bang, bang game. The ads don't represent the game. They're annoying. Have you ever tried the one as well that you get the ad and they'll let you have a play as part of the filling bottles of water with different coloured liquids, trying to get through the whole lot? Or the bus or the buses to pick up. I assume it's a school thing, but you got different coloured buses and different coloured people, and you have to have the right bus in the parking lot at the right time, and they can't. They crash into each other if you don't get it right. All of those mobile games, yeah, so spammy. They're all pay to win kind of thing, aren't they? It all boils down to, oh, you've been earning some gems or some crystals or some whatever currency in the game, in-game currency. Oh, you haven't got enough. Do you want to buy some? Do you want to buy some in the store with real money? Do you want to spend real money to get some pretend money to use in a game? Basically, no, I don't. No. Maybe let me buy the game for €2 or £2 or whatever, $2, two whatever. Maybe a one and done is about as far as I would ever go. I never have yet. I never paid for games. I think I've paid for music in the past. But again, you find that's a scam. You buy an album and then suddenly they don't have the rights to that album and it disappears from when you're I was gonna say your wallet, your collection. That's shit. If I've paid for it and now you've taken it away from me, I'm gonna go and get it. I own it. I've paid for it. I'm gonna go fucking get it. It's the same if you buy a CD. If you buy CDs on Amazon, you get the electronic. You don't have to rip them anymore yourself. If you buy physical CDs, you get the electronic version. Pretty much nowadays, you only want the electronic version. I don't really want the fucking CDs. I ended up with this huge collection of physical CDs, and I've got no... This is back in the old days, back in England. I got no use for them. Same with DVDs. I bought the box set of $6 Million Man. Colonel Steve Austin. We have the technology. We can rebuild him. We can build the world's first bionic man. Better, faster, stronger, or whatever it is. I'm sure I got those words wrong. The better, faster, stronger. They put them in a different order for some reason. My way scans better, but they don't do that. Anyway, I bought the DVD. I ended up just ripping them. I just wanted them electronically. I know people keep going on. I see people doing a lot of talking about owning the hard copy because it can't be taken away from you. Well, if you download it, who's taking it from you? If you download it for real, like we could say sail the high seas, we could say that. Or we could be talking about legitimately buying the discs and ripping them and having your own copy. I got no use for DVDs anymore. I got no use for CDs. Give me the files. I've got an external hard drive. I should get a second one and mirror them so that I've got a backup. That's what I should do. But I tramp in a field, limited resources. What I will say is that come the big power cut, come the apocalypse, when the zombie apocalypse happens, whatever your flavour of, we were talking earlier about prepping and disasters and just the basic ones, the 3-day power cut, you're going to want entertainment. Having some films, some TV programs, some music, some audio books, whatever your poison is. Is that you? Are you whimpering? Why? It's okay if you are. What do you need? You're fed and watered, aren't you? You need more water. She's whimpering. Okay, I gotta go and I think she's emptied up. She had a big salty bone with meat on earlier. I'm just gonna get my offline media. Yeah, you gotta have now an OTG adapter and an external hard drive. I think is the best of all worlds. As long as you've got a power backup and can charge your phone. Give us a second, folks. My doggy, she's whimpering. I don't think she needs to go outside. I think she wants water. Give me a second. Do I need to take the I can't take the light with me. I'm going to leave that there for the people. We're going to go this way, darling, yeah? You're okay here, yeah? Oh, no. Okay. Give me a second. Okay, was it this? Is this what you were whimpering for? Let me give you a bit of privacy, folks. I'll be right with you, folks. My dog is just having a big drink of water. Amongst other things. Amongst other things. Ain't you, girl? I got you. I got you. Okay, babe, you don't have to drink it all now. You can save some for tomorrow. Can you hear this? Come on, babe. We've got to go back and talk to the peoples. Tina, you're going to make yourself sick. You ready? Come back. Okay, come on. I got you. I got you, babe. Come this way. Turn around. Come back this way to Daddy. Come on. Yeah. This way, though, darling. Come on. Come on. I got you. This way. Come on. Now I've got wrappers all back up, look. Blanket first. Quilt number 1. That's on. Quilt number 2. That's on. And blanket number 2. Okay. Now we're ready, are we? I'm going to scuttle back across this way. Shuffle. Shuffle's a better word than scuttle. Okay. Here you are. Here I am. We're all good. Okay, folks, I'm back with you, I think. I think I probably lost half of you there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My doggie had an issue. It's sorted now. She's had a drink. She had a big salty bone. I think it was Thursday morning. But she hasn't really drunk since. She hasn't had a big drink. And suddenly, middle of the night, she decides now is the time. What can you do? There's my girl, anyway. That whole AWS server failure, Amazon Web Services, yeah, it takes down half the fucking internet when AWS goes down. Or what's the Microsoft one? Azure? How do you say it? Azure? I don't even know what that word means. Is it a colour? Is it a shade of blue, maybe? Microsoft were always very, very big on the corporate blue kind of thing. I got to look it up now. What does it mean? I've got a suspicion. I've got a sneaky suspicion it's a colour, but I don't know. And when I don't know, I have to find out. It's in my nature. What's that? That's like scorpion, isn't it? I can't help myself. It's in my nature. As you were meaning. Bright blue in colour like a cloudless sky. Interesting. I got to be 50 odd before I ever heard the word. No, I didn't. It was mentioned. I was in a conference one time in London, at Microsoft HQ in London. Where was that? It was down towards. Oh, it was somewhere posh. And then it was off to the right. We went down and towards one of the big bridges that you'll know the name of, and I can't remember. And it was off to the right. It was a big glass. It's like a big greenhouse. The vestibule, the entrance, very big and posh. I was at a conference, an open source conference, with some Microsoft guys. This was just after, if you remember, was it Steve Ballmer? Open source is cancer, poison, cancer. How did he word it? It was Steve Ballmer. Uncle Bill had stepped down, I think, by this time. Steve Ballmer was in charge, and he'd made this statement about open source being cancer. And then a couple of years later, Microsoft had this big open source division, and they were wanting to work with Joomla. So I was down there for a Joomla open source software conference. What was the name of the lad? There was a short guy he was the head of their open source stuff. But as you were, I heard the word, but I had no idea what they pulled it out their arse. I had no idea what it meant. Now I know, and it looks like I already had a sneaking suspicion somehow or some way. You know how these colours come out of nowhere? Certain words, ecru. What the fuck's an ecru? Buff as a colour. Buff used to mean polished when I was a kid, or guys who were built, bodybuilder, they're buff. When did it become a colour? Kind of a yellowy cream. Some of these fucking words that come out now for names, I got no clue. I don't know where they come from. I don't know why they come from. They're just there. Azure, ecru, buff. I could do the Joey Deacon spaz thing again, but I'm not going to. I'm scrolling. Frank owns a DVD player, but there's no software on my laptop to play it. Thought about downloading VLC, but unsure if it loaded. VLC, in my experience, VLC is the best player for anything. You can take screen grabs without. I've got an app for taking screen grabs of my own videos when I make them, so that I can try and make the. If I take 2 or 3 screen grabs, and I can compose them into a thumbnail. That's the word I'm looking for. But the app, it'll only do so many, and then it wants me to buy the app, and it comes up with VLC. Just play it in VLC. I can take as many fucking screenshots as I want. This is on Android, so I don't know about other things. I can play a video and turn the screen off and have it carry on, so I'm saving battery power when I'm in a low power mode. It'll play audio, it'll play video, plays almost anything I want. Yeah, I like VLC. Now on PC or whatever, I've no idea what the current state is. I know that YTorrent, it's not really Y, is it? It's a micro or whatever symbol. But YTorrent, for downloading, that got infested. That got, I think it got sold to another company, and they started putting all sorts of crap in it. So that probably went the way of the dinosaur by now. Software, successful software, usually ends up getting snapped up by some company that then becomes infested with either with adware or with malware. Yeah, what can you say? That's rich coming from Microsoft. Yeah. The whole Verizon thing was pretty bad too. Millions of phones lost service and just showed SOS that wasn't even working. Okay, when was that? I don't think I heard about that. Yeah, VLC gets my seal of approval. For my money, it's the single best player out there. For a file browser, Total Commander is my software of choice, both on PC and on Android. I haven't used it on PC in many years, but it was always my favourite of that type of software. I like the Bluetooth stroke Wi-Fi add-on for moving files. It just amends one of the dialog boxes. So when you say to move the file, it's moved by Bluetooth or moved by Wi-Fi. Shows for simple setup, it shows a QR code. You take your other device, you take the QR code, that's it. The one that you were moving from becomes a server, the one that's receiving can see it, and then you just copy and paste across. Magic. Magic Al Morris, as Selwyn Froggatt used to say. Selwyn Froggatt, anybody? 1970s comedy. Bill, what was it? Bill Maynard. Bill Maynard. He's another one that's passed. They're all gone, folks. Everyone's dying. Everyone's died. Yeah, everyone's gone. Even Wincy Willis, the weather girl. Cheers to Bill Maynard and to Wincy Willis. And I guess we were talking about Frank Boff earlier. Mr. Boff, Mr. Frank Boff. Grandstand and nationwide was groundbreaking. People forget this. The ability to hook one TV studio to another and to go around the country, which was why it was called nationwide. You'd get the news from every region. What's happening in Granada? What's happening in Yorkshire? What about the borders? What about here? What about there? What about the southeast? What about the southwest? Midlands. Have I missed anywhere? Wales. Northern Ireland. And it would break, it was so cutting edge that it would break down almost every day. And the program got a bad reputation for technical difficulties. But they were living on the fucking cutting edge. This was only a few years after we first were able to hook up to America and get a TV picture back by undersea cables. There's no fucking satellite broadcasting. There's none of that shit. The ability to coordinate and transmit along phone lines or whatever they were doing from one area to another. Groundbreaking, and it's Frank Boff in his jumper. He's probably in a suit actually on Nationwide. A jumper on Grandstand. Or Breakfast TV. Hey, what was it called? What was the BBC's version called? GMTV and Good Morning Britain. No, it was just called Breakfast, wasn't it? The BBC one. GMTV and Good Morning. Those were the ITV ones. Roland Rat Farms. Then Channel 4 with the Big Breakfast and Zig and Zag and Johnny Depp and Denise Get 'em Outen. Van Outen really, but Get 'em Outen. It's probably accurate. Okay, scrolling. I didn't know about the Verizon thing. That's which coming from Microsoft. The open source cancer thing. Yeah, you know. They tried to make amends. I mean, they did. In fairness, they had a whole department trying to reach out to open source software. Things like WordPress and Joomla and Drupal, Droplet. And other ones like VTiger and it was the CRM, wasn't it? Customer Relationship Management. Cracking bit of software. Oh, back in the day, I used to install virtual machines just so that I could install the whole lamp stack and whatever bit of software was going to sit on top of it. Can I remember what LAMP stood for? Linux, Apache, MySQL, P. Linux, Apache, MySQL. What's the P in LAMP? PHP MyAdmin, maybe, for managing the MySQL databases. That's my bet. I'm going to bet it was PHP MyAdmin. It could have just been PHP full stop. Linux, Apache, MySQL. I'm going to go with just PHP. That would be your LAMP stack. Then there's a WAMP stack if you wanted to go with Windows, Apache, MySQL, PHP. It could be PHP MyAdmin, but that wouldn't work without PHP, would it? Anyway, long time ago. I've been in Spain 10 years in a month or so. 2008 I started the business. No, that's not even true. 2008 I expanded the business and went from a sole trader to a limited company. I'm waffling, folks. I'm off on one anyway. Okay, Farmer's back. I am indeed still here. I don't know why or how. I don't know. This count, I think it's because this count is gibberish and it's counting in the wrong direction. It's supposed to tell me how long we've been live. And we've been live minus 26 hours, 12 minutes and 47 seconds somehow. If it was a number counting up, I probably would have got tired and given up by now. This is practice for when I do a 24-hour one, maybe. Why is that? That's not scrolling. It's 4. It's okay. It's 4:11. We started just after 10, so we're 6 hours and we're 6 hours and 10 minutes essentially. And that's rocking. I don't want that to rock. Whoa! The wind's back. Well, that came from nowhere, didn't it? I don't know what that's about, folks. Tramp in a tent in a field. If you're new here and you don't know what's happening, tramp in a tent in a field. A Brit trapped in Spain by circumstance. If you are new here, please do come and say hello in chat. You're more than welcome. Ask away, ask questions. Why are you a tramp? Why are you in Spain? All of that good stuff. I'm happy to discuss. Just go and introduce yourself. And the guys that are here, Frank, Andy, Farmer, that's Fabrizio to you and me. Tommy Tombstone's here still. I'm going to scroll to the bottom. Frank says minus 15 here. Going to be minus 23. Yeah, you guys, you've got a, what do you call them? Ice storm or something headed. It's the kind of thing that was forecast for Europe and for Britain, but didn't happen. It was relying on a high staying somewhere over the North Sea or over Scandinavia. I think it moved. There was, at the beginning of the week, there was worry that they'd have 31 inches of snow. What's that? 2.5 feet? In metric. Fuck knows. 30, 60, 75, 77 centimetres. Ish. Back of an envelope calculation done in my head. 2.5 and add a bit. 2.5 and add a couple for the 0.4, the 0.04. 2.54, isn't it? Centimetres to the inch. Something like that. I'm working backwards. Tom's back. If he ever left. Eve, is it even farmer or evening farmer? Maybe, I'm not sure. Ebony farmer, I'm not sure. Don't say waffling, you're making me hungry. At the temps there now. Back. I'm back in black. Yes, I'm black. Yes, I'm back. I was here before, I'm back now, yeah. Okay. Hello everyone, everybody, everywhere, says Farmer. They used to bounce radio waves off the ionosphere for long range communication with ships at sea. Was it long range? How does shortwave work then? Because that travels a long way, doesn't it? Doesn't shortwave travel the longest? Like I'm supposed to be able to pick up the BBC from the UK with shortwave, I think. I'm scrolling forwards again now, folks. I'm coming back. Things are about to get knocked over. The walls are coming in so far that things are getting knocked over. Tom Tombstone. We had a sunny day without wind, but there are sudden short gusts now during the night. Kind of similar here. We had bad wind yesterday. We're back to Dutch oven again. No, shush. It was very windy here Thursday. And today, calm on the whole, but with sudden, and now quiet again, look. Sudden gusts, and then calm. Oh? I think I'm yawning because I talked about yawning earlier. I don't think I'm actually tired yet. Tom's glad he left the north this winter. Yeah, you left Norway and came via quite a circuitous route. Was it Germany, France, then the UK, or was it the UK first? Did you go direct? I'm not sure how you got there. You went to, was it Rotherham? You went to a rave, like an anniversary rave. I think it said Rotherham, which I found quite... Rotherham's not exactly central. It's not a big hub of anything. I mean, it's like the next town down the road from Barnsley. It's in the middle of nowhere, really, on an international scale. But then you went there, and then you came down through Europe and into Spain, and you, as far as I remember, you're still in Valencia. Is it a, what do you call them? The app and the shared housing thing. Bed and breakfast. What was it called? Airbnb. Air bed and breakfast it originally stood for, didn't it? It was supposed to be an air bed and breakfast. But that, they pivoted. It's no longer just an airbed in someone's house. You get a room in someone's house. The days are getting warmer and longer already. Yeah, I'm noticing my solar power is starting earlier and earlier. I used to have to wait till 10:15 to get any kind of charge. Mainly, there are some trees over there, and the sun has to get up above the trees. As soon as it got above the trees, it was behind a power pole, casting a shadow over the panel. Now it's a little bit further round. It's a little bit higher. 9:15. I can't when there's no clouds. 9:15 in the morning, I can get the charge now. And at night, I can keep getting power a little bit later, an extra quarter of an hour, half an hour. before the shadows hit the panel fully. To the point I don't even have to chase the sun. I don't have to put the panel the other. Did it again, didn't it? It did it again. It disconnected me. I was just saying, the sun is different to the point I don't even have to chase this. I don't have to move the panel to the far end of the field. I can just daisy chain from my freezer box to my EcoFlow to the solar panel. I can just move them here. By the time we're done there, by the time it's in shade there, there's only 15 minutes before it'll be in shade the other side of the field. No point chasing it. For you guys, for you lurkers who may be new here and are wondering, yes, I'm a tramp, but I'm a glampy trampy, apparently. I entered this field with basically nothing, and the stuff that I did have got ruined by floods the first night, and anything that survived that 30 days later, a second flood. Wiped out all my electronics. I owned, not just all my electronics, it ruined most of my clothes and my belongings. But by being a clever e-beggar, as I would put it, I don't just sit and beg. I haven't got the skills to be a busker or anything like that. A friend of mine can do sand art. He makes the most wonderful pictures in the sand. But he doesn't even need the money. He's not even begging. He's just doing that for fun. I've got no real skills that would be any use to anybody anywhere. Unless you wanted a computer fixing, repairing, speeding up. Maybe a bit of phone stuff, but I'm probably out of date with most of it by now. Look at that, I've spilled beer on my jumper. I don't really have skills, unless you want a website designer. I could knock you up a website still, I would imagine. Maybe, I mean, it's been fucking 10 years. But I probably could. But that's not a skill. That's not something that you can just do on the street and get paid for. So I just do this. I do this YouTubery. I made myself particularly visible where I am. So if anyone walking past or if anyone who lives nearby wants to drop off some food or yeah, mainly food. People who are leaving the country will bring what's left in their cupboards or in their fridge to me. You guys, some of you are kind enough to donate, hence the PayPal link at the top of the chat there that's pinned. It's also in the description if you've dismissed it and you want to go and make a donation. It's in the description of this video, about halfway down. Mark it as friends and family, or friends or family, however they word it, to avoid delays and reductions. They charge me if you don't pick that, especially if it's coming across in different currencies. Pounds to euros, we lose, and there's a charge for some things if it's not marked as friends and family. But I'm an e-beggar basically, aren't I? I'm here, I'm trying to talk to you, entertain you, give you somewhere to be on a Friday night if you've got nowhere better to be. Likewise Sunday night. When was it? Wednesday dinner time? I did something Sunday dinner time this last week. It was a cooking stream if I remember correctly. What am I saying? I'm saying help. Tramp in a field. Hating her. Tramping his dog in a field. Disabled dog nowadays. So if anybody out there is in a position to help, it's appreciated. If not, hitting the thumbs up helps. That's the thing. But I'm a Brit, I'm an Englishman trapped in Spain by circumstance. If you want the full story, TrampCast 001 are the search terms that you might want to apply. It's about 2.5 hours. Put it on, play it in the background while you're in your workshop or your garage doing things. You don't have to sit, there's nothing to watch. There's no, it's like this. If you close your eyes, it's as good. You know what I mean? It's probably better with your eyes closed. You have to look at this fucking ugly mug. With your eyes closed, you won't see the Tina doggy darling though, will you? Periodically when I show her off. Okay. She was just snapping at a fly or a mosquito. I do have to buy some fly spray. I've been saying it now for about 4 months. I think it was the back end of summer. A friend brought me some fly spray that never really worked. I should get some more. For a month or two, they were a nuisance. Then they disappeared. And now, because it's getting that little bit warmer again, they're back. The flies and the mosquitoes. Getting a little bit cool now, guys. A little bit cool. The years are getting chilly. I don't know where my thermometer is. It'll be around here somewhere. Probably fallen off the bottom of the bed. Everything moves that way. Let me look at the weather app. The weather app says 12. It feels colder. 11 it's changed to. I would have said it felt more like 8. But that's because my ears are getting cold. Don't know. What are we going to do? But you're right, Tom. The days are definitely getting warmer and longer. The sun's coming up earlier. It's effective earlier. It's on the 9:15, folks, and I'm getting 60 watts from the solar panel. Later in the day, I can get 80, 85. It's still winter. But 85 watts from a 100-watt panel. Frank says, we're so far north they can't figure out how much snow is going to fall. Between 3 inches and 18 inches. Oh, I was too slow. That went. Soul mining. Steve. 7 degrees here. Okay. 7. I would definitely be feeling it on my ears. It was 7. I'm feeling it now. I wasn't earlier. You remember me saying it wasn't. I wasn't. Now I'm feeling it. I think it's colder than the forecast says, but I don't see my thermometer here anywhere. Do you know what I did? Did I tell you that I found one of my power banks? But look at this. It was on the floor in the wet. Look at the state of that pouch cell. That's ready to pop. I don't know what to do, folks. I may try. I think the circuit boards and wires are still there. I may try draining the power, popping it, puncturing it once it's dead, and binning it. It's obviously no use anymore. You take a risk when you pop them, but they're at their most dangerous when they're fully charged. That's when. So if I can drain it of power, it should be safe to dispose of. I wouldn't know where a battery recycling centre or any such thing was. It will just go in the bin, but it might be better to. I'll have a metal tin and some sand or something on standby, soil or something, with a lid. In case. I'm not going to do it inside the tent. Don't worry. I'm not an idiot. I'll take it outside into the field. Make sure it's fully drained of power. Pop it and bin it. I don't want to risk putting it in a bin where it might start a fire. I mean, I'm not an idiot. But I wouldn't know where to do a recycling thing with it. I guess I could cut the pouch out, buy a new pouch, and it's broken anyway. This is one of the ones that doesn't have the USB micro USB port snapped. It doesn't charge through the micro, only through the solar. I think it needs disposing of. I'll do it as safely as I can, but not. Is the wind up there, Mike? It keeps. We get a periodic blast for 30 seconds or a minute. In general, it's quite calm. But when it kicks in, it was really kicking in before. So here's the wall of the tent, the back wall, and it was pushing in. It was threatening to push over. What have I got? I've got a tall plastic glass, but also I've got a container with soap, liquid soap, and soap and water, and it was pushing them over. Something fell over earlier. I had to stand it back up. Yeah, it's yesterday, Thursday. Thursday was windy all day, 35, 40 kilometers an hour. I know how to translate that into meters per. A lot of Europeans use meters per second. How do I translate? I think you just divide by 4. Do you? Let me think. When you're coming from meters per second to kilometers per hour, you multiply by 1,000, obviously, but then you multiply by 4 and subtract 10% of the result. You want to be multiplying by 3,600, don't you, really? So not 4,000. Multiply by 4,000 and then knock off 10%. Knock off 400. It gives you 3,600. Doing it in reverse, so kilometers divide by 1,000, kilometers becomes meters. Divide by 4 and add 10%. Hold on, divide by 4, like you've divided by 4,000, add 10% back on. Yeah, because you want 3,600. Okay. I can't do. There's the theory of how you do it, folks. You convert kilometers to meters. You basically, you ignore the thousands. You divide by 4 and you add 10% back on. Let's work an example. 40 kilometers an hour becomes 40 meters an hour. 40 meters. That's you dividing by the thousands. Now divide by 4 becomes 10 meters a second. Add 10%, it becomes 11 meters per second. Does anyone want to check me? 11 meters per second is 40 kilometers an hour. Ish. Actually, I think exactly. I'll check me because you fuckers won't. Did I tell you I was fairly good at maths once upon a time? I could have gone totally wrong. I could have divided when I should have multiplied. I could have added when I should have subtracted. Let me see. I'm going to put 11 meters per second. 11 m/s to kilometers per hour. It's going to be 40. 39.6. That's... Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. Why was it off? Why was it not exact? What did I get wrong? I'm 10% off. What? No, I'm not. I'm 1% off. It needed a 0.4 out of, basically out of 40. Why was I off? Is it the 10%? I added 10% of the result, the lower number, when you're adding, I don't know. I'm not sure, folks. I was close though, yeah? Come on, tell me how impressed you are with my maths. The rain in Spain falls mainly on me, you fucker. And you, Mike. Yeah, that's the name of one of my playlists. If you look in the description, I have a list of, I think it needs updating. I don't think it has all of my playlists, but it certainly has The Rain in Spain Falls mainly on me. I think I do the ... the ellipsis. I don't use the ellipsis. I think I do sync individual dots, but there is an actual ellipsis character. I think ellipsis is the right word, yeah? For the triple dots that mean kind of to follow, that mean more. I'm going to have to sit up a little bit more. Then we're in the same weather area. Thursday was windy, says Tom. Yeah, I mean, you're just up the road a couple 100 miles, I think. Let's call it 300 kilometers, maybe. I'm guessing at the distance to Valencia, but yeah. Where are we here? Specifically, the event was held between Rotherham and Sheffield and Rotherham, closer to Meadowhall. Okay. All right, yeah, so you're more Sheffield than Rotherham. Took a trip out to Leeds today, says Steve. Soul mining. Lashed down for a lot of the day. Bitterly cold. Windy as well. Oh, got a biddy flying at me. Trip out to Leeds. You want to get over to Barnsley? That's where the fun's at. There was a footballer, like a foreigner, Spanish or Italian, signed for Barnsley. And he created quite a stir by saying how ugly all the women were. That'll be a few years ago now. It's probably 10 or 12 years ago. It tickled me, though. Yeah, I think he must have been Italian. He was one of these, you know, a bit metrosexual, shall we say. So he's kind of posh. He's kind of Gucci. And then he's in Barnsley. What the fuck do you expect? Great market, by the way, if it's still there. Barnsley Market used to be a bastion, a beacon of marketdom in the north. I've been to cities that had smaller markets than Barnsley Market. It had a fun fair in one corner, fucking roundabouts and swings and slides and shit. They did also sell digital watches that went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 20. I got so I learned to tell the time when I was about 4. And I was promised once I could tell the time properly, I could have one of these newfangled digital watches that people were getting. But I had to, it was categoric. I had to learn to tell the time on my Timex first with a proper watch face, which I did. And a year later, I got my digital watch, and I carefully, I read the instructions. I learned how to set the time. We did the Timmy time thing. I don't remember what the number was. Does it still exist? The speaking clock. Hold on. Hold on. He was called Timmy, wasn't he? The time. It was UK speaking clock. Does it still exist? UK speak. Oh, I put a W in there. How did I do that? Speaking clock. Come on. Ing clock. Top result. 1, 2, 3 on a BT landline to hear the time, accurate time announced every 10 seconds. At the third stroke, it will be 4, 36 and 45 seconds. Beep, beep, beep. It's been operated since 1936, but now costs 50p. I'm sure it used to be free. 50 pence just to find out the fucking time. Jeez, 1, 2, 3. You'd have thought that was quite memorable. I didn't remember that number. Famously known for the voice of Ethel Cain, later replaced by others. And it can be... this is not a number anyone's going to remember. 0871 976 2819. That's like the sketch on, well, not even the sketch, the IT Crowd, where they replace the emergency number with like a 20-digit phone number. No one's going to remember. 1, 2, 3, you can remember that whole 0786 bullshit. Who's remembering that? Not even me with my fantastic memory. I couldn't even fucking come up with a memory hook to remember that shit. Someone caught video of the triangular US aircraft thought to be anti-gravity. The rumoured name TR-3B. Pics and story on the New York Times. Anti-gravity. This is kind of a conspiracy theory, isn't it? If we've got anti-gravity, would it have to have come from alien tech? Or would the Higgs boson have enabled us? Because the Higgs boson gives things mass. If you have mass, you have weight, but if you can reverse it, or at least cancel the Higgs field, I think so. then you can become weightless. Theoretically, how to cancel the Higgs field. I think you need a fuller understanding of everything Higgs than we've got. I'm not a mass, I mean, I am a conspiracy analyst. I'm not a big believer in mass conspiracies. The ability of a government to keep things secret is they're tremendously suspect. You can't look if Matey Boy couldn't keep his rent boys secret, two-tier queer Starmer. If he can't keep his rent boys a secret, anti-gravity, really? Now maybe the Americans are better at keeping secrets than the Brits. I mean, let's face it. We had a ring of spies operating within the British government, including within Buckingham Palace. Yeah, was it Anthony Blunt, the Queen's art expert, and Guy Burgess, and there was another one. Was there 3 of them or 4 of them? I can't remember them all. I want to say Guy Burgess. Didn't he run off to Moscow? Is he even still alive? Are any of these guys still alive? Oh, now you've got me. What are we going to type? I'm going to type Burgess and Blunt. Blunt. Philby McLean. Okay, there were 4. Burgess, Blunt, Philby, and McLean, however you want to pronounce it. Oh, there's a Cambridge 5. There was 5 of the fuckers. Who's the other one then? Why are you giving me key members and only naming 4 of the 5? They infiltrated the highest levels of British intelligence and the Foreign Office. Hey. Cairncross. Hold on, they're not often cited as the 5th member. John Cairncross. Cairncross. And they even had code names. Were those code names there? Did they give themselves those code names, or is that what MI5 and MI6 called them before they identified them? I don't know, but I learned something today. There were 5 members of the spy ring, including a guy called Cairncross. I didn't know this until just now. I learned something. So, triangular US aircraft thought to be anti-gravity. I don't know. I'm not a loungers or lurkers. Am I on? I am on live chat. I am seeing everything. I'm waiting for the Back to the Future 2 cars, the flying cars, or well, time-traveling flying cars that you power with veg scraps. I mean, if you can convert the matter to energy, there'll be a lot of power there. But it doesn't have the critical density that a plutonium or a uranium can be forced into. How you would force potato peelings into criticality, that's a bit beyond me. You'd need a neutron star tucked in the boot or something. I don't know. You'd need a lot of gravity or something to pull it all together. Frank's asking, what is the humidity? Who's that to? Is that to me or is that to someone else? Get a bucket of seawater and submerge it, Delta Mike, is how you do it. Where are we? Well, I've lost my context. Bucket of seawater and submerge it. Oh, the popping the cell, the don't pop it. Submerge in a bucket of seawater, then bin it. Seawater, I haven't heard that before. I checked last time and it's already long gone. What else? A couple of deleted messages from Farmer. 7 meters per second was our cut-off for lifting things up the tower. 15 meters per second for roof access. 23 meters per second for being up tower. Yeah, I have to convert them. So 7 meters per second becomes 28 kilometers. Hold on. And then I minus 10%. 28. So knock 3 off. 25 kilometers an hour. I'll go with. It's slightly off. 15 likewise. Times by 4 to get 60. Knock 10% off to get 54. Is it? I think it is. It's just multiplying by 3,600. It doesn't come natural. Or even multiplying by 3.6 and ignoring the thousands. And then divide by 1.6 if you want it in miles per hour. And then Steve Soul Mining says Decano. Lost. That was totally wrong. Laugh my ass, Mike. You're right. 11 meters a second. That's just when I was doing my maths. I believe Google, but you know, I was only off by 1%. According to legend, my first word was clock, uttered in South Park. Hold on. South Park, London, where my parents were studying at the time. I didn't know we had a South Park in London. Queen's Park. Don't know. Clock. Clock's a complex word for a first one. Mama, dada. Words with no hard consonants. Basically all vowel sounds. I know M technically isn't a vowel, but it's a soft ma. Let's have a look. Love the IT crowd. I've seen it 6 or 7 times. Yeah, I think I've got it downloaded over here. Some of them, I struggle with cringe humor. So you know the one where they go to is it the theatre or the opera? And he uses the disabled toilet and has to pretend he's disabled. Then he steals a wheelchair. And then he ends up, there's a bunch of disabled people. He has to get on the minibus with the disabled people. That kind of cringe humor where someone finds himself in one of those awkward situations that they can't get out of. I feel that secondhand embarrassment too intensely. I struggle with that. I enjoyed The Office, the Ricky Gervais, the British Office, the UK Office. But it's a similar thing, isn't it? It's that cringe embarrassment on someone else's behalf. It doesn't matter how funny it is. I struggle to revisit that. It was at the first episode where Jen, she sat in her office pretending to be on the phone with the boss. And what's he called? The guy with the afro. The black guy. I mean, you know, why describe just his hair when you can just describe the bloke? He comes in and he sits down while she finishes her phone call, and then he asks, she's like, what can I do for you? Oh, I just came in to ask if you want your phone wiring up. Can I plug your phone in? Cringe. I struggle with that. It's kind of embarrassing. I'm too sensitive, folks. I'm too sensitive. Higgs field atom traveling acquires mass. The Higgs field, together with the Higgs boson, is what gives things mass. If you could learn to cancel one or the other out, apparently, allegedly, you would be massless, and anything massless can travel at the speed of light. Again, I don't know whether I'm right or not. That's what I think. That's what I think I remember. If you can cancel mass, you instantly travel. You don't. It's not like an option. You instantly do travel at the speed of light. Um, yeah. Now, in which direction you would suddenly take off, I don't know. Would you have control over which direction? It's. I'm not a physicist. I'm just a tramp on the internet. It's wild to think about the technology that came about after that Roswell incident. Did it? I mean, yeah, things have happened after Roswell, because when was it? 49, 51, whenever the fuck it was? 52, maybe? Lots of things have happened after, but did they happen because of? It's, didn't they played this out in Voyager, didn't they? A tramp stole 27th century technology. This was where the Doctor got his hollow emitter, his portable hollow emitter. A tramp stole a time cop's vehicle, and then he started a tech company, and all of our microchips and everything from the 70s onwards is supposedly all down to this one guy, this one tramp who stole the time cop's gizmos. I can't remember. The blonde guy looks like Gary Busey, but isn't. Junior, somebody junior. Was he in Battlestar Galactica way back? The same bloke. Maybe. I got to look it up, haven't I? I can't get halfway there and let it lie. I'm going to type actor Battlestar Galactica Junior. That's my search. Actor Battlestar. Do I have to type the whole thing out? I do, because I want to carry on after Galactica. I don't want to just do that. Junior. Just JR or the word? Why aren't you... You're not filtering the results to match what I put. No, not Herbert Jefferson Jr. The blonde guy, where is he? Ed Begley Jr. I bet that's him. That's the guy that was in Voyager. Sure. Ed Begley Jr. Now if I type Voyager, do I leave all the other stuff in? Was it him? Was it Ed Begley Jr.? Appeared in both Battlestar Galactica and Star Trek Voyager. The villainous Henry in Voyager. The villainous Henry Starling in the two-part third season episode Future's End, the time travel one. There you go. Look at that, guys. Couldn't remember his name, but I got him. I got him. Never remember fucking names. I remember the junior part, and I was fairly convinced he looked a lot like the guy out of Battlestar Galactica. I wasn't sure it was him, but I got there. Karenish cross with your hair. Where's that come from? Has she come back? I don't think she has. My hair? What's wrong with my hair? She's coming to cut it for me. An atom traveling acquires mass. Oh, you kind of acquire mass as you approach the speed of light. But if you are massless to begin with, I don't think you do. So a photon obviously travels at the speed of light in a vacuum, except for when it doesn't. There are complications. Gravity affects light, doesn't it? It's a photon. I don't think a photon's got mass, has it? A photon doesn't. It can't have mass if it's traveling at the speed of light, or it would have infinite mass if it had any mass. That doesn't work. It's when you dick about with this. I think it's God messing about with this stuff that creates black holes. When he when he does something wrong, division by zero. When God starts doing division by zero, that's where a black hole appears. Karen is cross with you with her hair. It was like 15 miles per hour, 35 miles per hour, 15 miles per hour. Was I? Are you saying that I got? I'm not sure whether I got something wrong with the 11 is 40. Yeah, I thought one of us must have got a calculation wrong, and I doubt it was me. I struggle with cringe too, says Andy. Yeah, it's a tricky form of humour, isn't it? I do, like, in real life, if someone does something embarrassing, someone knocks a drink over at a table, I get embarrassed on their behalf. It's a second-hand embarrassment thing, yeah. God, where's this? I get that parts of it are rough, but then there's the Reinholms. I don't know what that is. Reinholm. Are we talking IT crowd still, or are we talking science? I don't know what a Reinholm is. Renholm. Was that the guy that was running the company in the IT crowd? Denham, Lenham, Reinholm. I don't know. Chris. What's his real name? Chris. What was the TV program? The one where they had the paedophiles and we had eating cake. People, was it an ostrich or a camel? Something got its head stuck up its own ass. The something. I was going to say the future. That's not right. Not the day today. The day today. What's the day today? Is that Chris? I'm gonna have to look it up, aren't I? Unless one of you guys knows it. Chris. It's where Alan Partridge made his first appearance. I'm going to go the date. I'm going to put the day today. No, get off. It wanted to do the voice shit. I don't do voice shit. I'm sure the day today isn't what I'm after, but I'm going to put it anyway. The Day the Earth Stood Still. That's the first result. That was a good film. Classic. The original one, not the Keanu crap. The Day Today. Chris Morris, isn't it? I got it. It doesn't even say it here, and I got it. You'll have to trust me on that, folks. I got it before it. Brass Eye. That was the Brass Eye. Is Brass Eye the same as the Day Today? Is one of the questions here. Brass Eye satirizes media portrayal of social illness. Is a sequel to the earlier spoof news program On the Hour and the Day Today. Did Alan Partridge start on the Day Today? Okay, On the Hour was a radio program, transferred to television on BBC Two as the Day Today, in which Partridge reprises his role as sports reporter. I guess he was on the radio show first. The series ends with Partridge accidentally shooting a guest. You gotta love Alan Partridge. Steve Coogan. Fantastic. Okay, folks, where are we? How pound, smash, poke, prod. We're coming from 5 o'clock, which means I've been going for 7 hours. I think this is our longest one yet. Where are we technically? I didn't get the exact time. We're about 5 minutes shy of 7 hours. Are we calling it quits? I think we might call it quits there, folks. I can't go forever today. I'll need the loo again soon. I think we can wrap it up before the bladder needs emptying. I will do a long stream on the 17th of, I don't even know what day of the week that is. Let's find out. February 17th, anybody? To mark my 10 years in Spain. Can I write what day is? What day of week? No, that's a T. Day of week is Feb 17, 2026, obviously. It will be a Tuesday. Oh, that's good. It means I don't clash with any of my friends. Now, what do I do? When do I start my 20? If I was to do a 24-hour thing, I'm not saying I will, but if I did, what would I do? Would I start in the evening or would I start midday? Would I do a day in the life of? Oh, and you can't do 24 hours in one go on YouTube. Or at least if you get over 12 hours, if you get over 11 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, they don't keep the full recording. So you have to do it in multiple parts, which is okay. That might allow me like a meal. Maybe I can take half an hour off in between or something. Toilet breaks, food breaks. I don't know that I'll do 24 hours, but I'll try and mark the occasion somehow, folks. 10 years. Like I was saying earlier, I spent the first week beaming ear to ear. I sat outside a bar at the marina. I'd walked along the whole wall, what would that be? The southeast wall of the marina. I'd walked right the way to the little lighthouse at the end and back. Didn't have a doggy at this time. But I'd done all of that. I came down and in front of Deutsche Bank and the fountain, and I just sat on the little plaza there, grinning ear to ear, like looking at the sun. February, sat out in the sunshine, sunbathing with a pint or two. And the woman on the next table commented. She said, like, excuse me, you're beaming it. Have you only just arrived? Are you new in the, have you just arrived in the country? And I said, yeah, I just moved here. She oh, you're not on holiday? No, my intention is to move here. And I was beaming, and people could, woman on the next table could just see it. I was, oh, I got you, you fuck. You there? No. How the fuck do you do that? I am Miyagi. I Miyagi'd the shit out of you. How did you avoid me? My cat-like reflexes just didn't work, folks. I don't know how it does that. It's fucking annoying. And it's getting cold now. I am around the neck. I am digging out the scarf, popping it up a little bit, pulling it out and folding it over to be warmer. It's getting cool. Maybe it's just the length of time rather than just the temperature. Where are we here? It was like, was it 11 degrees? It said. It says 11. I don't. Oh, now it says Google saying 9. This app here says 11. I'll believe the 9. 9. Okay, 9 feels like 8. Why is it saying 11 there then? Contradictory. The headline is 11, but underneath it says it's 9 feels like 8. Oh, weather apps. They're fucking bane of my life. All right, folks. We're going to call it quits soon, aren't we? I'm not sure. Where are we for time? 5:02. I think that is the 7-hour mark. I'll give it 1 minute more just to make sure, because we've had a couple of is that farmer heading off? I think we all are. Rest, Mike, and get some food. Oh, food. I was going to cook today, but it was windy all day. No, was that yesterday? Yesterday I had the pasta bake left. I had some of the pasta bake. Today, why did I not cook today? I was going to go shopping, wasn't I? I was supposed to go shopping, and then the weather wasn't right. It was cloudy. It was damn right overcast. I thought it might even rain. Tomorrow, I'm going to leave Tina here while I go shopping. That's going to be different. But I've got most of the ingredients for a breakfast. I have sausages of a type. They're in a jar and they're bratwurst, something like that. However you pronounce that. So they're not exactly sausages, but they'll do. I've got bacon. I've got egg. I got rid of mushrooms. I used mushrooms in the pasta bakes the other day. I would have had some tinned mushrooms. I got tin of tomatoes. Um, I've got some bread. I could do a bit of toast. What am I missing? Hash brown. I've got potatoes still. I could have a go at knocking up some hash browns. I'm not too sure of that. Just grate the potato. I could use an egg to stick it together, or I could just squeeze the shit out of the grated potato. It should clump together on its own. Maybe a bit of flour for starch. I've only got flour. What's the noise, Tina? What's going on? I don't even think that was you. You're not. Oh, you are. You've got a hand over there. You've got a paw over where you shouldn't have. Okay, that's the old. Is that air freshener or fly spray? I think it's fly spray. All right, folks, I am going to leave it here rather than keep gibbering on about nothingness. I thank you all for keeping a tramp company into the weekend, into the early hours. We are on 7 hours as far as I can tell, unless you've got a timer showing different. I believe I started at 10:02 and is now 05:05 my time. With that, I'll see whether her ladyship will oblige you. I think she's asleep, so we'll be careful. I will leave you in the manner to which you may have become accustomed if... Oh, I gotta prop myself up. Where are you, babe? Hey, let me turn the camera around, put the light on. Here we go. Let the camera adjust, and then... Oh, look. Oh, look. I thought she was further down the bed. She's just laying here. Hey, babe. Are you sleepy? Can I get a little cuddle? It's okay. You don't have to move. Tina's okay. Where are you? Oh, you're hiding from the people. I just want to show you off. You know how much I love you. You know the people demand to see a Tina girl. Hey, babe. I know you're all sleepy. I'll let you lay down and go back to sleepies in a minute. Okay. Here we go. Okay, babe. So from Tina. And from me, Delta Mike, I thank you all for attending. And maybe we'll do a longer one day, but 7 hours is a record. We didn't make 20. If you could hit a thumbs up on the way out the door, folks, if you haven't already. We're only on 16. Okay, from Tina and from me, Delta Mike. I missed out. Catch you later, folks.